Hey, Nidhi, good morning. Hey, Samir, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey Ravi, good morning. Hey Samir, good morning.
Hi, Niti. How you doing?
Good man, how are you?
It's a good day in the neighborhood, like some of our students would say.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. From the weather has been so pleasant, so blessed, very blessed.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
just hang tight. We're going to wait for folks to join us, and we'll start with our orientation. Nidhi, you're going to go later today when we do our director's welcome. So
No
we'll
problem.
just let more folks join us, okay?
Please,
So,
please. No
but
problem.
it is a good day.
It is a beautiful day. You know, if you look at the whole world, you're very blessed
Yeah,
in where we are.
I agree. I agree. Let's turn up the music on my end here.
Yes.
I don't hear anything if you're playing it.
You're gonna give me a second here.
Okay.
Go loud. All right, welcome back. All right, it looks like Anurag, you have a question about not having access to Eagle online or Canvas. Anurag, we will give you a link that has the content being presented in Canvas during the instructional time. So let me also give you access. Let me bring you on stage with everybody else here. Anurag, so you're coming on stage, which means you'll be able to unmute yourself and share your webcam. Uh, you can ask us your question. Go ahead. Oh, you came and you disappeared. Well, Anurag, if you get back, we'll figure that out. And
Getting back in just 5 minutes. I'm coming in just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes.
okay, he's gonna fix his hair.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's important. It's important. Yeah, first impression is everything. All right. Well, Anurag, when you come back, raise your hand. We'll try to bring you back on. Anyone else want to share with us? You know what? I've got Monica here from Computer Science Association. Monica, you ready? Can I bring you on stage? Or you need 5 minutes too? Let's do it. Let's see. You could share your audio. Good morning, Monica. Put you on the spot. So who's ready? Who's ready to be on there? Raise your hand, and I'll bring you on the stage.
Good
Or maybe
morning.
there's a lag.
Yes,
Good
there
morning.
is. Good morning. How are you all?
We're good. How are you?
I'm great. Happy to be here.
Excellent. Well, thanks a lot for, rallying up the Computer Science Association and getting them to wake up at 9 in the morning on a Saturday. That's a challenge, and I know this number is going to keep rising as we work throughout the day. But I got to give you kudos for your student leadership at the Computer Science Association. So glad you're here, and glad you brought your members from the CSA. There you go. We're getting some kudos from the audience here. I'll join to that. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you for
Having it.
Thank you for having us. We're happy to be here.
Awesome. And let's see, we've got someone else ready to join. So, all right, Anurag is back. Dude, you fixed your hair. Let's see. And if you got any questions, we can take it. But folks, we want to get started in a second here. So let's make this quick. Anurag, you've got the floor.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, I want.
You're joining from India, huh?
Yes, sir.
Which part of India?
Sorry, Jharkhand.
Okay.
Jamshedpur.
Okay, all right. Well, take care out there. I'm glad you're staying indoors and safe, and you're participating in our hackathon all the way from India. So, Niti, this is why I wanted you to be here. So, Anurag, what's your question, really quick?
Sir, actually, Dave, 2 days back, I had registered for the HCC Eagle Canvas online Canvas course, that part, but I'm not able to log into that. It is saying that it's asking some student ID.edu extension part. So that I have not got till now. That's why I could not enroll. Means go and see the course and everything. So,
got it. So Samir, let's take a note of Anurag and is it Chakraborty? Let's make sure we have a note on that, and then Anurag, we will be sharing the content on a Google Drive, which will not require you to log in for the content. Okay. So, but we will certainly help take care of that problem. I think what happens is there's a small lag between our registration system and our school's registration system. So between the two, and then given that it's a weekend, it normally doesn't get processed very fast. So just hang tight. We'll get you access to Canvas course. But we're so glad you're here. Okay. So I want to. Okay, so I would love for all of us to now let's jump right in to the, again, we are live streaming and we are making all of this available for our students. We want to thank some sponsors, and we want to also get uh, the program moving forward. So with that, it's an extreme honor and privilege to welcome all of you to our App-A-Thon, which is a collaboration between our Digital and Information Technology and our Southwest Center for Entrepreneurship. I represent the Center for Entrepreneurship, and our deans and the rest of the team represent Digital Information Technology. So glad that we've all come together to experience the App-A-Thon. So what is an App-A-Thon, right? A lot of folks have been reading the conversation, you know, the literature that's been published. You're watching what the App-A-Thon is, but I want to put it in a small video for you, because this is what the App-A-Thon is about. It's about creating change makers. So let me play this video for you, and hope you can hear it and you can see it, and it is, hope it's loud enough. If you can't, just let me know. By any of the speakers, let me know.
Everybody can be a change maker. Here's what you can do to move the world. First, be inspired. What do you care about? Think about what you want to improve. Second, get informed. Your story is stronger when you know what you're talking about. This helps to convince others to join. Third, discover your talent. Are you a great chef? Set up a bake sale to raise money. Good with words? Organize a debate to raise awareness. Use your talents to get what you want. Fourth, be brave and act. With information and talent, you can make a plan. Think about the steps needed to make an impact and go. Fifth, mobilize. More people can make a bigger impact. Look around you and find the right people that can help. Use your voice to get the word out there. I am a change maker.
I'm a change maker.
And I am a change maker. Everybody can be a change maker.
All right, so everybody can be a change maker, and if you saw the steps there, it was about building awareness and inspiring action. So this event is basically that. We use a hackathon methodology to bring students together, students with skills, students with unique skills. We bring them all together and we give them a problem to solve, and we encourage awareness. We get them to go learn about the issues, go think about it, and then we ask them to act. So the action part in this case is going to be, you know, putting up a presentation about an app idea that you have that can help climate action and climate change. Things like that is what we're doing at this hackathon. It is a deep dive, it is a crash course, but it does work. So we are so glad that you're here. And oops, sorry. So once again, for those of you who are joining in a little late, during orientation this morning, I covered the cycle of our hackathon process, which starts from inspiration to instruction to our challenge, to our making, to our showcase, judging, and awards. We follow this cycle broken into 3 sessions. Inspiration will get covered with instruction this morning in session A. The challenges will be made available right after instructions, and the making part will be our session B, and our community showcase will get broken into our session C. So showcase, judging, and awards will all be one big session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, or Central Daylight Time right now. With that, I want to thank and welcome our President and Vice Chancellor of Workforce Instruction at Houston Community College to greet all of you. So I've got a quick video welcome from her.
Greetings. Welcome to the 2021 Houston Community College App-A-Thon event. I am Dr. Madeline Barillo, President of Houston Community College Southwest and Vice Chancellor of Workforce Instruction at HCC. By Being here today and participating in this App-A-Thon, you are demonstrating not only leadership, but also innovative thinking. You see, we live in the app era. The iPhone changed everything when it helped to put the internet in the pockets of almost everyone. It changed how people worked, how they communicated, how they took pictures, photography, videos, music, and software. It changed how these were distributed, and it helped even how to make purchases and our regular banking transactions. We see new app ideas almost every day, but the best apps are the ones that fulfill a need, enhance an experience, and support social needs. So a great example is Miracle Modus, which was designed by a person with autism. The app mitigates sensory overload and helps as a solution to reduce stress and provides a sense of calm in an overly stimulating world to people with autism. Another great example is called Wheelmate. This is a free app that can be accessed by wheelchair users all over the world to help them find accessible parking spaces and restrooms. As you engage in this App-A-Thon process, you are going to work with teams of people with various backgrounds and perspectives. Steve Jobs said once, "Great things in business are never done by one person. They're done by a team of people." And that's the experience that you're going to have during this event. I look forward to the innovation that will emerge from this event for all of you. And I hope that for you, that is an experience of learning, of growth, and mostly that you're inspired to continue to want to be a change agent to help the world be a better place.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Barillo, for that video recorded welcome. We appreciate that. I know she's traveling at this time, and she did not want to miss it, so she sent the video recording just 24 hours before. And so thankful for her support at the board level, for us to be able to offer the Inventathon free to all of you. Not have a charge for this educational piece, and then for all of us to be able to work together. It includes the faculty and all. So thank you so much, Dr. Barillo, for enabling us and supporting us. With that, I want to also a good friend and the dean, the man with many hats, the dean of digital information technology, the dean of advanced manufacturing, and if that's not enough, the executive director of workforce technology at Houston Community College, Sean Aramishi. Sean, if you can share your greetings to the App-A-Thoners this morning.
Robbie, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. And yes, it's crazy how many hats I wear. Let me first say that what a wonderful message from our college president, Dr. Brill. She really hit hard with that. And she always takes the time to provide that type of support to our team, our faculty, our staff, as well as our students. I want to thank all of you that are participating in today's event, which now is an international event, right, Ravi? So this is incredible. So I wanted to give you all some encouraging news about developing applications and why it's so important for you to be participating in these type of events, especially if you're looking at mobile application development. Worldwide, we have 2.7 billion smartphone users. That's crazy, 2.7 billion. We also have 1.3 billion tablet users worldwide, and it's doubled over the past 6 years. The Apple App Store has 2.8 million apps. The average smartphone user is using 30 apps per month. By 2023, the revenue generated by mobile apps will reach 935 billion. That's just incredible. So with that in mind, Houston Community College, we offer a variety of programs, and one area that we do well in is mobile application development. So if you're interested in participating or joining a course or a degree plan, no matter what skill set you have, HCC does have something for you. Keep in mind, I know there's been a couple of comments about, this is such a short duration, how are we being judged and so forth. But remember, you're focused on team building. You're learning a variety of digital skills. You're really trying to solve a specific challenge. And I think that's what you need to keep in mind is it's a team effort, and not one person is going to be able to solve everything. But if we come together as a collective group, we can definitely solve and put our heads together. So I want to thank the faculty, the staff, and I want to definitely thank all the participants. And I look forward to seeing the winners for today. And with that, Robbie, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk.
Awesome, Sean. Great words and of encouragement and support. So glad that you've called this the international event because that is rightfully so. And I'd like to introduce the director of International Student Services, Niti. And, I always mess up his last name, but I'm going to give it a shot. Seva T. Natham. Nathan. Sorry, Niti. I always do this, and my apologies. If you can share your cam and your mic for your greetings this morning to our students joining from Canada and India and other places. Niti, over to you.
Thank you, Ravi. Good morning, or what I call cool morning, my App-A-Thon explorers. As you can see, I'm one of the explorers as well, but in a different way. I am very happy to be with you. But I also want to compliment the words of encouragement by our college president and by our dean. Before I go into my message, I really want to take this time to thank Ravi, Sabir, and all the volunteers. Let's all of us give them a round of applause because without them, we can't make this happen. Without their imagination, without their hard work, without their drive, without their motivation, nothing gets solved. So this is very important, my fellow explorers. Everything happens because some people behind the scene do great works. So continue giving them the round of applause throughout the day because that's what is going to help you. One very important word, the power of imagination. Remember, the topic today is climate change. That's going to be the 21st century conversation. I hope you, anywhere you are in the world, bring your dreams, bring your motivation, bring your drive to see how we're going to find a great solution through your App-A-Thon exploration throughout the day. Not only that, you're going to, as Ravi, Sean, and Dr. Borrello said, there'll be more than that, making friends from around the world. And that's what is going to take you far in your own journey in solving some of the beautiful crises, I call them, or beautiful solutions because of you. With that, I wish you every success on this day. And I want to thank again for allowing me to be here and the best. Thanks, Ravi.
Niti, thank you so much for those words. And look, if you're joining in, I'll just share with you, HCC is one of the largest community college that has the largest international student population I believe, in the nation. So I just want to tell you, it's because of folks like Niti who make that happen. Such a welcoming city Houston is, and then it's because of people like Niti that make that happen. So reach out to Niti if you're interested in programs at HCC. Check out that website, hccs.edu/international. Hospitality of Niti and his team at the International Student Services is just beyond amazing. They truly take care of you and help you, and we love for you to engage with our school. Let me now, I think I just saw a quick lag here, so I want to make sure I'm not. All right, so with that, let me advance the slide, and my partner in crime, except we're not creating any crimes, rather solving crimes, as he would say it, Samir Saber, the Director of Continuing Education for Digital and Information Technology. Samir, words of wisdom, but keep it short, man.
I'll keep it short. Thanks, Ravi. Thanks for all your work on this event. This App-Thon means a lot to me because it's got the entrepreneurial spirit that we all kind of like, and all the students here just thank you so much for being here and doing your thing. I think the theme more than ever is really meaningful right now. So carbon emissions is a big deal, right? And we're about to have the highest emission since the great rebound from from 2008, the financial crisis. So it means a lot, and especially with all this stuff going on. I know many of you like crypto, blockchain, and Bitcoin, all those things, and I think you're seeing a lot of companies realizing, man, we need to focus on renewable energy. We need solar. We need to. So I think it's pushing a lot of innovation on that front. You see companies like projects like Energy Web that are partnering up with Google and trying to. It's a global nonprofit, and they try to accelerate low carbon kind of projects. You have Unibright out of Germany that's also taking the European market. Essentially, what I'm getting to is you have all these interesting projects that are trying to solve this whole tokenization of energy and how to be more efficient and how to cut the middleman and all that good stuff. So that's kind of the theme of today is what kind of app, what kind of challenge can you solve through an app, right? And the kinds of skills you learn is the same kinds of skills you would have when you're on your own trying to figure out how would you start an app, right? How would you pair up with your teammates? Those are the founding blocks of starting a business or a project, right? So welcome again, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we come up with.
Awesome. And Samir, you're giving away the challenges. I want to just tell you that there will be a time when we make that announcement and let you be free. I see in the chat one of the students said there should be a space for innovation. Making is the innovation. Okay, so keep that in mind. We call making in the US here as part of the innovative process. Samir, thank you so much for those good words. I know this could not have happened or will not be able to happen if we do not have a strong instructional team. So later today, you're going to hear from Andre Harmon, Ansi Shah, Shilpa, and you may not hear from Jessica, but you'll certainly know of her work. So thanks to the faculty instructional team who's working behind the scenes to put this instructional piece together. You will get a chance to hear them later today. I also want to take sort of a proactive measure and say thanks to our judges. I know those of you who will join session C will certainly get to know them. Our judges include for our hackathon today, Miss Maya Durnova, or Dr. Maya Durnova, who is the Chief Entrepreneurial Officer at Houston Community College, and David Regenbaum, who is the board chairman of the HCC Foundation. Myself, I'm kind of the backup judge, which means I will not be mentoring any teams today. Please do not reach out to me for mentorship because then I could be biased and I don't want to do that. You can reach out to any of the other faculty members and other folks on Facebook and as on the Facebook group, as well as in the discussions to get feedback. I'm happy to give broad feedback to all of you that says, hey, check out so-and-so website that has all the sensory data of the ocean temperature. But I'm not going to be able to sit with any one team as a participating judge for this event today. So I just want to give you that heads up. But then we also have the amazing Amy Henry, the CEO of Unique Ventures, a global. It's an energy VC firm that's looking for an energy transition startup idea to invest in. So Amy's here coming in, bringing us an investor's point of view. And then Dr. Sunny Zhang from the founder of Z-Lab Global, an amazing institution that we're going to learn more about later. And then Samir Saber, as we all heard him, he's also going to be a judge on our Inventathon this Saturday. So folks, just be mindful of judges. We have to be a little careful on how much information we share. So just reach out to other faculty members for mentoring and advice. And other. Believe it or not, you students have so much talent. Just help each other. I know some of you are already on a group chat, already working this out, and some of you are representing a team of 4 people, and one of you is just coming in the morning. I know that. I get it. I get it. So just use Google, use YouTube, and get help. We're here to give you broad information if needed. I also want to say during our concurrent session B, we'll have a design thinking workshop led by the amazing Landy Spearman of Organized Shift. And we'll also have David Regenbaum, a recorded presentation, about a 12-minute presentation on what does it take to have a good pitch presentation. He goes through the 9 C's. And if you don't know what they are, they're fantastic. You definitely want to listen to his talk on business presentation. As a man who's started a company and took it to public and sold it, he has lots to give on pitching yourself and how you what are some key elements of a business pitch and how to keep that pitch to 1 minute. Great insights from him. That will be in session B. It is a breakout session, which means it's not a mandatory session. You may use that time for team building or working on your projects, but I highly encourage you to attend both sessions later in session B. All right, so we're getting close to the top of the hour here. It's almost 10 a.m. and I want to give a shout out to all of the supporting organizations who have taken our call of either coming in as a judge and participating, volunteering with us, as well as our amazing partners at Greentown, Houston. You're going to learn about them later today. Or actually in a few minutes here. Because of their generosity, we are able to use the awesome Remo platform. So they are our platform sponsor for the App-A-Thon. And we also have our judges from Z-Lab, Unique Ventures, Thai University, and Thai Houston. And then our experts from Organized Shift, Houston Community College. And then we also have had our flyers be sent out by Junior Achievement. So thank you so much, all of the sponsors, for agreeing to support the App-A-Thon hackathon. So without further ado, it's right at 10. I want to introduce our keynote speaker, our inspiration for the day. It is the Miss Juliana, and then I mess up her last name, so give me a second here, is Garazar, okay? Juliana Garazar. And if I butchered your name, Juliana, I'm going to say sorry right now, but you have always been Juliana to me. That's just the kind person you are. And Juliana is an experienced global executive and a general management with demonstrated success working with entrepreneurs in angel investment, venture capital, and private equity across multiple industries, sectors including medtech, clean tech, fintech, consumer, and impact. Most recently, she served as the director of the Texas Medical Center Venture Fund, and prior to that, she was the managing director of the Houston Angel Network. Juliana has served on many boards and advisory boards in the areas of innovation, investment, and civic engagement, and she's a globetrotter who's visited over 60 countries. Juliana is passionate about experiencing different cultures and speaks 5 different languages. During her travels, she has been able to experience the impact of climate change firsthand. And during her last 8 years in Houston, she's been able to see a shift in the city's understanding of the impact and the need for energy transition. Most people know that Houston is considered the energy capital of the world. Our goal is now to make Houston the capital of energy transition. Think about that when you're working on your projects, okay? Our goal is to make Houston the energy transition capital of the world, which means going from fossil fuels to renewable energies. But this is why she believes it is the perfect moment for Greentown Labs to expand into Houston. And a big welcome and kudos to her team who did their launch yesterday, or actually 2 days ago. During Earth Day, they launched and they had a great keynote with the mayor and the CEO of Greentown Labs, everything enabled by the amazing Juliana Garazar. Juliana, please enlighten our students with why the what.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you, HCC. Greentown Labs is so glad to be the platform sponsor for this App-A-Thon. For us, the students really reaching out to you is the most important thing. And if you want inspiration, I wanted to tell you about a company that is one of our most successful companies at Greentown Labs in Boston called Titan Energy Solutions. Titan Energy Solutions started in an hackathon, just like this one that was organized by Shell about almost 10 years ago. And now they are one of the biggest and greatest companies that Greentown Labs has ever had. So for us, it's really important to participate, to inspire, and to enable this App-A-Thon. So, think about that and think about what these relationships that you're going to have today, as Steve Jobs very well said, is all about the people. So all the relationships that you're creating today might change your life, and really take the most advantage of this day, because it's going to be changing the world, and that's what you are supposed to do. You are the new generations, and you are helping us, making sure that we achieve this energy transition so that we can really save the world. So I'm Juliana Garaiser. I'm the launch director for Greentown Labs. And for those who don't know what Greentown Labs is, I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to see if I can show my presentation. Just a second, because, oops. Okay, let me see. So if I show my screen, there you go. And then I'm going to assume you do. If not, Ravi, please let me know, because I'm not able to see the chat anymore.
We see it. We hear you.
Okay.
Your video looks good.
Awesome. Thank you. Greentown Labs is the largest clean tech and climate tech incubator in North America, and we really believe we're the largest in the world, but we haven't checked it out. So it's been 10 years, 10 years that we had actually 4 entrepreneurs who were doing research and prototyping at the MIT labs, and they outgrew the labs. They needed more space to test their prototypes, to test their innovation. And they decided to join forces and rent a warehouse in the middle of Boston. And when the landlord told them that he only needed 1 check, that's when they decided to create Greentown Labs. So the Greentown Labs is an initiative that has been created by students like you and that became entrepreneurs. Once Greentown Labs started to work as a team, more and more entrepreneurs wanted to join them. And then they pretty soon ran out of space, and the 4 initial entrepreneurs didn't want to have to deal with onboarding new entrepreneurs, because they also wanted to make sure that their companies were progressing. So that's when they decided to hire our CEO, Emily Reichert, that has been expanding and moving Greentown Labs since then. So first, they expand from the harbor of Boston to the outskirts of Boston in Somerville, where they could get more space. Over there, we have a campus of 3 buildings that account to 100,000 square feet of office space and of prototyping space. And that's why we call our lab space, or prototyping space, Greentown Labs. We are climate tech specific. We only work on solving climate change. And that's why, we really dedicate all of our expertise in solving that. So these are the numbers and our success that we have achieved for 10 years. And hopefully in Houston, now that it just opened 2 days ago, as Ravi mentioned, we will have the same impact. We have companies that have raised more than 1.2 billion in funding from investors. And our economic impact in terms of job generations is 1.6 billion in the region of Boston, with 6,500 jobs created. We have incubated more than 300 companies that got more than 230 million in revenues. But what we are the most proud of is that 88% of our companies survive. And if you check the statistics about other incubators and accelerators, this percentage is more around the 20 to 30%. If you see the numbers below of our companies growing, we call our companies members, you can see that every 2.5 years, we've actually doubled in size, and that meant that every 2.5 years we open a new building. So now we have one building in Houston, and hopefully we will get the same kind of growth here. What do we mean by climate tech? Climate tech is the technologies that are used to fight climate change. So basically, they are very large emitting greenhouse gas emitting sectors. Among those, we have quite a lot of companies that are trying to solve those emissions. And we have companies, and you see a lot of logos there in the electricity and renewable space. But also ag tech, agriculture is a very large emitting sector. So we need to make sure that we tackle those. Water, there's a lot of problem in our water, not only in the water that we have in the rivers and sewage, but also in the sea. Transportation, we really need to get more energy efficient transportation that doesn't have to depend on oil and gas. Manufacturing, efficient buildings. Our buildings are one of the most emitting sectors for greenhouse, and resilience. Resilience is very important for Houston because, as you know, many, with Hurricane Harvey and now the winter storm Uri, climate is really impacting, and we need to find more resilient technologies to be able to withstand these kind of climate catastrophes. So where do we stand as Greentown Labs in what we call the startup journey? We have universities like the Houston Community College and many others that develop ideas at App-A-Thons or at labs. And then out of these labs, you have entrepreneurs who decide, we want to see if our idea can actually thrive, and we're going to see if we can get into a business plan competition. For example, the Rice Business Plan competition was one that just happened with quite a lot of money in prize. I think it was like 10 million in investment prizes that were given during those competitions. And then normally these companies, when they get a prize, they normally join an accelerator program, and you have many acceleration programs like Startup Factory or the Y Combinator, Techstars, and you have university accelerator programs too, like Red Labs and Owl Spark here in Houston. And normally after those acceleration programs, the company would get some seed funding. And with that money is when they can pay for membership at Greentown Labs. So at Greentown Labs, 2/3 of our space is prototyping, and we rent this prototyping space by every 100 square feet. And then we also rent desks, and that's how we help companies. And we do all kinds of programming to help them with prototyping, small scale manufacturing, pilots, making sure that they also get their supply chain up and running. And also we help them, very important, in raising more money. So once they have raised money from investors, and we have a network of more than 500 investors who look at our companies on a monthly basis, that's when with that money, they're able to outgrow our premises. Normally, our companies come here with an average of 2 people. They stay an average of 2 years at Greentown, and when they grow to 10 to 15 people, they become a little too big for us, and we have to literally kick them out because they don't want to leave Greentown Labs. We really have a very strong community. What Ravi mentioned about helping one another is our motto. Members and community goes first. And when we actually recruit our startup members, we make sure always that they also give back to the community. Peer mentoring is essential. There's a lot of very hard problems that many of our entrepreneurs are tackling, and they need all the help they can get. And that is not only help from us as a team at Greentown and our corporate partners and our investors, but also other entrepreneurs. And once many of the companies outgrow the Greentown Labs, many of them, they decide to stay as what we call alumni members. So they still pay a membership to have access to more corporations, more investors, more pilots. But, they decide to stay at another place that might be bigger. In Boston, most of them moved to another building that is next to ours, and we share landlord with. So we extra officially have a 4th building in Boston full of Greentown Labs alumni. So in terms of who has been helping us in Boston, you see all these corporate partners have been essential to our growth in Boston, because all these corporate partners that you see there with different levels of engagement, from the lowest in kilowatt to the biggest in terawatt, have been working with our companies in order to help them grow and thrive. So many of them have given them investment money or sometimes support in terms of technical support, and also providing pilots, because many of the technologies that we have at Greentown need to be tested to see if they run before they get implemented. And these partners have been generous enough and kind enough to test many of the technologies that have been developed at Greentown. So these are some of the examples on how companies have been working with some of the corporations that have engaged with us. So you can see over there quite a lot that have been getting investment from the big corporations, but you can see also pilots, quite a lot of pilots. Some of the corporations like GE has become customers of startups like Crowd Comforts, or they got R&D contracts like the company sold Chroma with Draper, joint development agreements, a lot of project collaborations. And some of the corporations have gone that far because they really work with us for a long time and we know them very well and we know what they need. We have created with them what we call corporate acceleration programs, corporate-led, that we call launch programs. And with them, what we've done is we've put together very specific challenges. It could be about detecting marine life in the sea for offshore wind platforms, so that marine life can avoid those. Many specific challenges that these corporations have, and instead of trying to solve it on their own, they look for startups to do it, and we are the ones helping them find those startups. And once we have found those startups globally, we bring them to Greentown and we make sure they work with our companies up to 6 to 8 months. And these are some of the success stories we have achieved also with these acceleration programs. So the big question is why we decided to come to Houston after almost 10 years in Boston. Well, it's very simple. We are the energy capital of the world. And if we want to fight climate change, you need to do it not only from the East Coast and the West Coast. We need to involve the energy capital of the world. And the mayor of Houston, who was 2 days ago cutting the ribbon for our new building here in Houston, was one of the biggest champions we've had. And he actually wrote a letter to our board in Boston requesting for our first ever expansion to Houston, because he really believed we could become the catalyst for the energy transition here in Houston. He really thought that we were filling a gap, that there's not climate tech specific convener here in Houston, although there is a burgeoning startup ecosystem with many players like Mass Challenge, Plug and Play, many newcomers that have come from Boston and California, and Austin like Capital Factory. But still, there's space for us, and we love working with all these partners, by the way. So the mayor has really been instrumental. 2 days ago on Earth Day, we opened our building, and it was very fitting because it was also the first anniversary of the Climate Action Plan for the City of Houston. The Climate Action Plan for the City of Houston is the only one that has a very big part on energy transition. And the Climate Action Plan is a plan, but it needs to be executed, and it needs to be executed by entrepreneurs and students like you. So that's why App-A-Thons and Climathons that are put by Impact Hub and many other partners are so important for the ecosystem, because they are the first step for creating these solutions that are going to help us solve climate change. And in Houston, we have all the ingredients that are needed for the energy transition, but many of them have been in silos. So what Greentown Labs is trying to do is bring all of these partners that are trying to tackle climate change together. And we're trying to jumpstart an ecosystem from scratch, bringing them all together so that we can foster startups and create innovation at scale. So how do we build an ecosystem? Not only with the corporate partners that we've also engaged in Houston, but as I mentioned before, investors are very important. Startup support organizations like Impact Hub and many others, universities and colleges like HCC, And we have engaged quite a lot of professional services, like our preferred law firm, Vincent & Elkins, who gives pro bono services to our companies and also to Greentown Labs. And the government is of course, there's nothing we can do without the appropriate regulation to make sure that, you know, it's friendly to clean technologies. And of course, you know, we are one of the preferred execution partners for the Climate Action Plan. So this is what we brought to Houston. We brought a building that is going to host more than 50 startups, has 40,000 square feet, and almost 1/3 of that is prototyping space. And we also have a co-working space that has more than 120 desks. And this is our plan, you know, our floor plan, as you can see there. You can see in green our flexible lab space that can be rented per 100 square feet. Then we have in purple our co-working offices. And then in light blue, we have what we call our informal meeting and ecosystem space. So more than 30 people. We have a big room. This is a place where you can have tons of coffee and drinks and a patio outside if we feel like being outside. And of course, we also have a pretty big event space that can host more than 300 people. That is also available for you with our entrepreneurs, because it's not only about hang out for the day or our company's events. It's about more than 30 people. This place is your place. You are more than welcome. Tons of coffee. You don't need a key fob to enter we feel like being outside. And of course, we also have open for the a pretty big event space for the co-working offices and for the lab that is also available for you for your events, because it's not only about that is only events to members, because we have events is about the very important. So this place is your place. You are more than welcome there, and we need you don't need a key fob to enter when you come to give a tour. Space. It's wide open for the community. 4 or 5 tours a day for the co-working offices, and we will ask you not to take any pictures at the prototyping space. Key, a special key that is only a lot of technology there, because we have very important technology. One of the things we're the most proud of is that now we have up to 30 companies that have already joined. That's when you come to give a tour, even when we didn't have around 4 or 5 tours and now some of them are slowly but surely not to take any pictures at the prototyping space, because there's, if you remember, a lot of technology there that climate tech has in buildings, tech and water. One of the things we're the most proud of is that now we have up to 30 companies that have already joined Greentown Labs Houston. And let me tell you, some of them we didn't have a lot of success already. And now some of them are even having slowly but surely companies like ClearTrace. We were able to, if you remember, the investment kind of sectors that climate tech has in buildings, tech and water, manufacturing, electricity, resilient, and transportation. We already have companies in all those sectors. And let me tell you, some of them have got a lot of success already without even having a building to stay in. Companies like ClearTrace, and one of the advisory board members works for secure investment for them from one of our Boston investor partners that is called Clean Energy Ventures. We are just in a final phase of what took 2 years like Applied Bioplastic was able to, you know, take to the highest levels. And I'm pretty sure that maybe some of your ideas and your apps in advisory board at a very different stage. And one of the advisory board members works for that you understand that sometimes, you know, ideas and are happening, willingness to do things are just in a final phase of innovation and for fighting climate change happen. So things 2 years ago take time, and I'm pretty sure that maybe some of your ideas and your apps, and when she was here, she started meeting with potential partners. So I wanted to make sure that you understand that sometimes, you know, ideas, you know, the seed, you know, willingness to do expansion, really the fuel culminated innovation 2 days ago with our climate change happen. And we are 2 years ago so glad that, you know, we raised all the money we need. We needed 10 million to make this and new building happen, and we are with potential partners. I would say the beginning, because yes, we have finalized the construction and the launch phase, but now we need to deliver, and we need to make sure that the companies that come to our space 2 days ago with our grand opening, and we need all your help for that. So glad that, you know, we raised all the money we need. We needed 10 million when we came 2 years ago. We decided new building happen, and we are mode. We wanted to make sure that beginning we announced that yes, we have finalized the construction and the launch phase. We
But now
did
we
it
need to
with
deliver,
pretty
and we
much
need to make
at
sure
least
that the
half of the
companies that
money
come
we
to our
require to make the
space
building
really
possible,
solve climate
and
change. And we
also
need all your
quite a
help
lot
for
of
that.
founding partners.
So we didn't want this to be
First,
only an
you know,
oil
when
and
we
gas
came 2 years ago, we
sponsoring
decided to
opportunity,
be
but we
on
wanted to
stealth
make
mode.
sure that
We wanted to make sure
everybody
that
in
when we
Houston,
announced
from
that we
tech
were coming to
companies to
Houston on
renewable
June
energy
16th,
companies to
we did
utility
it with
companies
pretty much
to
at least half
investors
of the
to
money we
circularity
required to make the
companies
building
were
possible,
partnering with
and
us
also
to be able
quite
to
a lot
help
of founding partners.
jumpstart
We
the energy
didn't want this
transition
to
here in
be
Houston.
only
And
an
that's when
oil
we
and
decided,
gas
okay, we have
sponsoring
a strong
opportunity,
support.
but we wanted to
We
make
have
sure
enough
that
money to
everybody
come up to
in
the light
Houston,
and
from
announce
tech
that we're
companies
coming to
to
Houston.
renewable energy
Then we
companies
chose
to
our
utility
location, and I don't know if
companies
you know, but
to
we are in the
investors
middle
to
of
circularity
Midtown
companies
in what we
we're
call now
partnering
the
with us
Innovation
to
District
be
in
able to
Houston,
help
very close to the
jumpstart the
Iron. We
energy
have
transition
taken
here in
over
Houston.
this
And that's
old
when we
Fiesta
decided, okay,
supermarket
we have a
for
strong
Mexican
support.
food. We have
We
enough
are
money
keeping
to
Pepe the
come up to the
parrot,
light
and that
and
is going
announce
to
that we're
have a
coming to
special
Houston.
house at our
Then
prototyping
we
labs.
chose our location,
And
I don't know if you
in
know, but we are in the
September
middle
22nd,
of
we were able to
Midtown
do our
in
groundbreaking
what we
ceremony
call
with the
now the
mayor, who,
Innovation
as I
District in
mentioned,
Houston,
has been our
very
strongest
close to the
supporter.
Iron.
And
We have
yesterday,
taken
or
over
sorry, 2
this
days
old
ago, we were
Fiesta
able to do the grand
supermarket
opening.
for
So
Mexican food.
these
We are
and
keeping
7
Pepe
more
the
partners
parrot,
and
are
that is going to
actually
have a special house at our
the ones that
prototyping
made
labs.
Greentown Labs
And
Houston a
in
possibility. So
September
on top of this
22nd, we were
24th,
able to
we
do our
have
groundbreaking ceremony
BP,
with the mayor, who, as
Mitsubishi
I
Heavy
mentioned,
Industries,
has been our strongest
Mitsubishi
supporter. And
Corporation
yesterday,
America,
sorry, 2 days ago, we
and
were able to do the grand
we
opening.
also
So
have
these
ARA partners that have
and
joined
7
us,
more partners
and
let
are
me tell
actually
you, they've been working
the ones that
tirelessly,
made
not only with our
Greentown Labs
companies,
Houston a
but also
possibility. So
amongst
on top of this
themselves. You know, they go
24th,
together,
we have
great
BP,
partnerships, great
Mitsubishi Heavy
initiatives,
Industries,
and not only
Mitsubishi
among all these
Corporation
27
America,
founding and grand opening
and
partners in Houston, but also the
we
ones in
also
Boston.
have
They
ARA
were able to
partners that
do
have
quite a
joined
lot of
us.
initiatives
And
together.
let me
And
tell
this is
you,
our
they've
advisory
been
board,
working
as you
tirelessly,
can
not only
see
with our
here in this
companies,
slide,
but also
the top
amongst
logos
themselves.
here
You know,
are
they
what we
got
call
together
our terawatt
great
partners.
partnerships, great
And
initiatives.
you know, when you
And
are
not
the
only
highest level
among
partner,
all
you are
these
able
27
to
founding
get
and
an
grand opening
advisory
partners in
board
Houston,
seat.
but also the ones
And
in
those
Boston.
are people like
They were
Barbara
able to
Berger
do
from
quite a lot of
Chevron,
initiatives
Ajay Mehta
together.
from Shell.
And this is our
You
advisory
also have
board.
Alex
As
Robert
you can
from
see here in this slide,
Microsoft, or Team Ong
the
from
top
BHP, and
logos
Elizabeth
here
Killinger
are
from
what we call
NRG,
our
who
terawatt
really
partners.
are
And
with the
you know,
rest
when
of
you
the
are the
real
highest level
luminaries
partner,
in
you
Houston
are
in the
able
energy
to
transition.
get
An
this
advisory
group
board
is
seat.
really, and
Being
those are
the
people like
leaders
Barbara Berger
who are
from
having
Chevron,
these
Ajay Mehta
conversations
from
about
Shell.
what's next for Houston.
You also
and
have
how we
Alex
can
Robert from
really
Microsoft,
catalyze the
or Team
energy
Ong
transition
from
here.
BHP, and Elizabeth Killinger from NRG.
So we've done,
who
since
really
we became
are
public
with
last
the rest
June,
of the real
a lot of
luminaries
engagement
in
was
Houston
being on
in
the
the energy
climate week.
transition.
And this
many,
group is really
engagements,
being
because
the
we want to make sure we
leaders
inspire
who are having
and we
these
connect,
conversations
and we
about
want
what's
to
next for
open this
Houston and how we
opportunity to
can
also
really
a lot of
catalyze
media
the energy
attention.
transition
We
here.
want to make sure that always our
So we've done,
entrepreneurs
since
and
we
our
became
partners get
public
highlighted,
last
not only in
June,
Houston, in Boston,
a lot of
but
engagement was
globally
being on
through
the
the
climate
economy,
week,
the
the
Financial
in
Times,
many
Fortune
engagements,
and
because we want to
really
make sure we
what we want to
inspire
make sure
and
is
we
that
connect,
you know that
and we
Greentown
want
Labs
to
is the place
open
for
this
you, and that you're
opportunity to
welcome
also
anytime.
a lot of
So I'm going to stop
media
sharing now.
attention.
We
for
want to
having me,
make sure that
Ravi.
always our
And
entrepreneurs
good luck with the
and our
App-A-Thon.
partners get highlighted, not only in Houston, in Boston, but globally through the economies, the Financial Times, Fortune. And
All right,
really,
Mike is back on.
what we want to make
That is
sure is that
fantastic,
you
Juliana.
know
I'm
that Greentown Labs is the
so
place for you,
amazed
and that you're
and
welcome
inspired
anytime.
that
So I'm
you
going to
have
stop
an
sharing.
army of people to
Ravi,
support
and good luck with
those
the App-A-Thon.
future change makers who are thinking about climate change, who are thinking about energy transition. And what I love is that you made an open Mike is back invitation on. to everybody. That is fantastic, That's, Juliana. I'm that's so, on the call. If you're in
amazed
Houston and
that is an
inspired,
open
that you have invitation for you to an go army check of them people out to and support look, they've got those companies, they're going future to need change makers tech who are talent, thinking they're going to about climate change. We're thinking about energy transition. And what I love is that you made an open workers. I mean, these are companies ready to scale. That's on the it's an incubator. If you're in Houston, eventually that is an opening to represent some of the top companies. Check them out, and that will impact the world in this. They're going to need energy transition talent. They're going to need Juliana. That is inspiration for us. So today, use the
full-time
time
workers,
to
full-time
build your
workers. I mean, these are
skills
companies
so that
ready to
you're
scale.
ready for these
It's an
companies,
incubator.
and
That
you're the
means
one taking these
eventually
companies
these are going
forward.
to
And
represent
as
some of
Juliana
the top
inspired us
companies
this morning by
that
saying,
some of the
that will
companies
impact
that are
the
part of
world
Greentown
in
Labs
this
today
energy transition
started
space. So,
in a hackathon.
Juliana, that
What
is
a great
inspiration
way
for
of
us. So
telling
today,
that some of
use
you
the
on the
time
call and
to
those of
build
you
your
watching on the
skills
YouTube live
so
stream
that
or
you're
talking to your
ready for
friends
these
back and forth
companies,
and
and you're the
coordinating your
one taking
activities.
these companies forward.
You
And as
may have
Juliana
the next
inspired us
startup
this morning
the
by
next
saying,
some of the
Greentown
companies
Lab
that are part of Greentown Labs
company
today
and they are
started
ready
in a
to
hackathon.
cheerlead you,
What a
and they're ready
great
to
way
take
of
you
telling
forward.
that
So
some
I
of you
love
on the
that
call and
message,
those of you
Juliana.
watching
Thank you
on the
so
YouTube
much
live stream
for
or
not
talking
only
to your friends back and
inspiring us,
forth
but
and
welcoming
coordinating your
us. It's such
activities.
a inclusive
You
act that you've
may
done
have the next
by
startup,
putting that
the
call out
next
there to our
Greentown Lab
students. Come to Greentown Labs
company
and support
and they are ready
the
to
energy
cheerlead
transition
you and they're ready to take you
in
forward.
Houston. So I appreciate that, Juliana.
Any
Juliana,
lasting
thank you
words?
so
I see
much
you've unmuted
Ravi,
for
I wanted to
not
thank
only
HCC. We
inspiring us but
had three
welcoming us. It's such
HCC
a
students who
inclusive
came to
act that you've
volunteer
done
for our grand
by putting
opening.
that call out
And let
there
me tell you, we
to
couldn't
our
have done it
students.
without their help.
Come
So
to
I wanted
Greentown
to
Labs
thank you
and support
and Odette personally
the
for
energy
making that
transition
happen. And I also wanted to
in
let you
Houston.
know
So I
that we are
appreciate that, Juliana.
hiring from
Any lasting
HCC.
words?
We
I
are
see you've
looking
unmuted.
at students, the work study
We had
program.
three
We've
HCC
been
students
already
came to
interviewing
volunteer
some, but
for
we
our
want to
grand
continue
opening.
with our interviews.
And let me tell you, we couldn't have done it without
Greentown
their
Labs
help.
has
So I
been
wanted to
built
thank you
on
and
interest,
Odette
has been
personally for
built
making
on
that
students and
happen.
co-ops.
And
They
I
do the
also wanted
bulk
to
of
let
our
you know
work,
that we are
and we
hiring
want to
from
keep it that way in
HCC.
Houston
We are
too.
looking
So we're so
at
glad to have
students,
you as a
the
partner.
work study program. We've been
Thank you so much.
already
That
interviewing
means a lot.
some,
So
but
we're
we want to
looking
continue
for
with our
students to be
interviews.
hired as
And
work study.
Greentown Labs has been
So that
built
means for those
on
of you who
interest,
are
has
looking
been
for
built on students
off-campus
and co-ops.
assignments,
They do the bulk of our
off-campus
work,
assignments means they're
and we want to
paid
keep it
gigs.
that way in Houston too. So
Sorry for
we're so
using that
glad to
word,
have
but
you as
it's
a
a gig
partner.
economy. That's what we got to do. So I appreciate
Thank you
that. Now,
so
give
much.
me a second
That
while I
means
get
a
my
lot. So we're
slideshow back on, folks. And
to be
Ansi,
hired
you've already
as work
joined us for the next session of our
So that
program.
means for
It's
those
right
of
at
you who are
10:30,
looking
so
for
I'm feeling pretty good
off-campus
about our
assignments.
timeline here.
Off-campus assignments
Let's
means
get
they're paid gigs.
Give me a second here.
Sorry for using that word,
Too
but
many
it's a gig
screens.
economy. That's what we got to
That's the
do.
problem.
So I appreciate
Maybe
that.
one
Now,
of
give
you
me a
can
second
solve
while
that
I get
for me
my
today.
slideshow back on, folks. And
All right.
Ansi, you've already joined us for the next session of our program.
And sharing.
It's right at 10:30, so I'm feeling pretty
Getting
good about our
to-
timeline here.
Are we back
Let's
in
get
action? There we go. We're back in action.
Okay,
Give me a
so
second here.
Juliana, thank you so much.
Too many
Let's
screens.
move forward
That's the
for
problem.
the so
Maybe
from
one of you
the
can solve that for
inspiration
me
now
today.
let's get to the lesson, the instruction.
All
And
right.
I've got the A team over here with
And
Andre Herman,
sharing.
Ansi Shah, Shilpa Faiz,
to-
and I want to let you know that
action. There we
Ansi
go. We're
will
back
be
in
doing
action.
the
Okay, so Juliana, thank you so
instructional
much.
piece for the team.
Let's
So the
move
work
forward
for
the team is going to
so
be
from the
shared
inspiration
with
now
you.
let's get to the
Before
lesson,
I
the
pass it on to
instruction.
you,
And
I
I've got
just
the
want to
A
make
team
sure,
over here
Ansi,
with
you're
Andre
able to share
Herman,
your
Ansi
screen.
Shah,
Let me
Shilpa
take my screen
Faiz,
off, and
so
I
that you
want
can
to
let you know that
your
Ansi
screen.
will be doing the
And as she's
instructional piece
loading
for
up
the team. So the
her
work
screen,
of
let me get
the
some
team is
reactions
going
from
to
the
be
audience. You still with me? Give
shared
me a
with you.
thumbs up or some
Before I
claps
pass
or
it on
something
to
let
you,
me
I just
know
want to make sure
you can hear me. The
Ansi,
stream
you're
hasn't
able to
died.
share
Okay,
your
wow, look at that.
screen.
Okay,
Let me
great.
feeling great.
Take my screen off.
Thank you,
so that you
Charles.
can
Thank you, Sean. Thank you,
take from,
Monica. Thank
your
you,
screen.
Ruth. Thank you, Martin.
And
Thank you, Tree.
as she's
Shilpa,
loading up
thank you so
her
much.
screen,
So,
let me get some
all
reactions
right,
from the audience. You
Ansi,
still with me? Give
the
me a
floor
thumbs
is
up
yours.
or some
Take it away,
claps
ma'am.
or something to let me know
So, can you hear
you
me?
can hear me. The stream hasn't
hear
died.
you,
Okay, wow,
and
look at that. Okay,
we
great.
saw
Doing
your
great.
screen.
It went away. There
Thank
it is.
you,
The screen's
Charles.
back to
Thank you, Sean. Thank
Okay,
you,
so
Monica.
thank you
you,
so
Ruth.
much
Thank you,
for
Martin. Thank you, Tree.
Juliana and all the HCC
Shilpa,
people
thank you
for
so
the great
much. So,
opening.
uh,
And my
all
name is
right,
Ansi Shaw,
Ansi,
and
the floor is
now what we're
Take it
going to
away,
talk
ma'am.
about is what are you
So
going to be
can you hear
doing
me?
here today?
We hear you, and
Think about
we saw your screen. It
when
went away. There it is. The screen's
there
back
it
too.
a building is going to
Okay,
be
so
built.
thank you so
They don't
much
just start
for
going out there to build a
Juliana
building.
and all the
They
HCC
actually
people
plan it
for the
out
great
and then
opening.
build a little model of
And
it.
my
And I'm
name
sure
is
you've
Nancy
seen it.
Shaw,
The
and
different little
now
models.
what we're going to talk
If you've
about
seen
is
Die Hard, they
what
have
are
a
you
big
going to be
one
doing
right
here
before
today.
Bruce Willis collapses it.
Think about
They build these little models so that you can get an idea of what
a building
is going to be
before
built.
you start.
They don't just
with
start going out
the
there to build the
complete
building.
project. So
They
that's what
actually
we're
plan it
actually going to
out
be
and
doing
they
today.
build a little
We are
model
going
of
to
it.
be
And I'm sure
creating an
you've
app
seen it.
the different
But
little models.
we're not going to be
If you've
programming
seen
it.
Die
We're
Hard,
going to
they
be
have a big
creating the
one right
prototype.
before
Now, in the
Bruce
real
Willis
world, this can take
collapses it.
years even.
They build
Um,
these little models,
and
so that
so
you can
this
get
is
an
a very
idea of what
important
it's going to be
process
before
of
you start
creating
with
any kind
the
of
complete
app
project.
or
So that's what
program.
we're actually going to be doing
So
today.
we are going to
We
do
are going
this
to be
in
creating an app,
3 steps, and the 4th
but
step is
we're not going to
all
be
you.
programming it.
So
we're
the
going to be
first
creating
step
the
is going to be
prototype. Now, in the
brainstorming.
real world, this
Then
can
we're going to
take
plan,
years even,
and then we're going to
build the prototype.
and
So I'm
so
going to
this
walk
is a
you
very
through all
important
these
process of creating
steps.
any
And
kind
we
of
also
app
have
or program.
everything I'm going to show you
So we are going to
available
do
for you to
this
look at
in
later.
3
And
steps, and the
if you
4th
have access
step
to the
is
canvas,
all
there's
you.
also little mini videos
So the first step
that
is
you
going to
can
be
use that kind
brainstorming.
of go over the
Then
same
we're
thing
going to
that I'm
plan,
saying. But
and
all
then we're
the
going to
PowerPoints
build the prototype.
and the
So I'm going to
slides
walk
are
you
going to
through
be
all
accessible
these
to everybody
steps
after the presentation.
And we also
So
have
first, let's get
everything
started
I'm going
with
to show you
brainstorming.
available for you to
Brainstorming,
look
all
at
that
later.
is really
And
just
if you
let's
have
figure out
access to
what
the
we're going to
canvas,
do.
there's also little mini
Um,
videos that you can
you need to
use
identify
that
the
kind of go over
problems
the
and
same
come up
thing
with
that
your
I'm saying.
solution. But
So
all the
you're going
PowerPoints
to be given
and the slides are going to be accessible to
a
everybody.
topic.
Now, this is just an
After the
example here. That's
presentation.
not the topic
So
today,
first,
but
let's
the
get
example will
started
be
with
like, say,
brainstorming.
something
Okay,
related to
brainstorming,
COVID-19,
all that is
or
really
say
is just
something
let's
related
figure
to
out
what we're going to
energy,
do,
or
to
you need to
recycling,
identify
or
the
just
problems
whatever
and
the
come up with
topic
your
is.
solution. So
What you're going to want to
you're
do
going
is
to be
write down
given
as many ideas as you can, and
a
at the end
topic.
of
Now,
it,
this is
come up
just an
with something.
example here. That's not the topic today, but the
The
example
first
will
thing you
be
need to do,
like, say, something
is
related to COVID-19,
figure out
or
what it
say
is you're supposed
something
to do. You
related
want to
to
focus.
energy.
You don't want to just
or
make anything
to
you want to make. You got
recycling,
to
or just
focus on
whatever
the
the
challenge.
topic is.
So, like I
What you're
said,
going to
this
want
is
to
just
do
an
is write
example
down as
of
many ideas as
possibly
you can, and at the end of it, come up with
a
something.
COVID-19 project, which that's
The
not what y'all
first
are
thing you
doing
need
today,
to do
but
is think
figure
about
out
what
it
it
is
is
you're
you're
supposed
supposed
to do. You want to focus.
and
You don't
then
want to
what is
just
it that you'd like
make
to do?
anything you want to make.
Would you
gotta
like, say we were
focus
doing
on
a
the
project
challenge.
on COVID-19.
So, like I said,
would
this
you
is just an
like
example
to
of possibly
find out
the best. Would you like
a
to have an app where
COVID-19
people
project,
can
which
decide,
that's not what y'all are
determine
doing
if they
today,
need to go get
but
checked? Do you want to have an
think
app that
about what
determines the closest location
is,
for a
and then
vaccine?
what is it that
Do
you'd
you
like to
want to
do?
have an app that
Would you
gives
like,
you
say we
information
were doing a
about
project on
COVID-19?
COVID-19.
What is it that you
Would
want to
you
do
like
first? Because
to
you can't have one app that
find
does
out
everything.
the
And of
best?
course,
Would
we
you like to have
actually
an
don't
app
have
where
enough time.
people can
So you want to
decide,
really keep
determine
it
if they need
simple.
to go get checked?
Something that you can
Do you want to have an
complete in
app
the
that
time
determines
given.
the closest
So write
location
down
for
as
a
many
vaccine?
possible ideas as
Do you
you
want to
can.
have an app
There's
that gives you
there's nothing
information
that
about
there's no bad
COVID-19?
idea, because
What
you want
is
to
it
look
that you
at them
want to
and you
do
never know. You
first?
might
Because
combine a few.
you can't have one app that does
Then
everything.
what are some
And of
features
course,
you
we
like
actually
from your
don't have
favorite
enough
apps?
time.
So now,
So you want to
after you got
really
some
keep
ideas
it
down, look
simple.
at some of the apps
Something
you
that
like.
you can complete in the time
Mapping,
given.
you know, whenever you
So
click on
write
something
down as many
and then it shows
possible
you where it
ideas
appears.
as
Do you want
you
to
can.
have maps involved?
There's nothing that
Do you
there's
want
no
to bad
have
idea, because you want to look at them and you never know. You might
3D
combine a
stuff,
few.
virtual reality,
Then
all
what are
that
some
kind of stuff. What
features
kind
you
of
like
app do
from
you
your
like,
favorite
and
apps? So now,
what are some
after you got some
ideas?
ideas
So one
down, look at some
example
of the
is
apps
I'd
you
play a
like.
game. It's called
Mapping,
Redecor, which
you know,
I'm sure
whenever
is
you
not
click
that
on something
exciting,
and then it
but
shows
you
you where it
decorate
appears. Do you
things.
want to have
And one of the
maps
features they
involved?
have is
Do
a
you want to
season
have
pass,
and you get
3D
if you pay
stuff,
money, of
virtual
course,
reality,
you
all that
get
kind of stuff. What
extra
kind of app do you
decorating
like,
stuff
and
to fill the room.
what are some
Well, I
ideas?
know I've been
So one
suckered into
example
it
is
quite a
like
few
I'd play a
times.
game.
So
It's
that's
called
a great
Redecor,
feature
which
if you
I'm
wanted
sure
to
is
earn
not that
money in your app.
exciting,
But
because
you
I
decorate
realize that is
things.
probably one of the
And one
only
of the
times that
features
it
they
suckers
have
me
is a
in.
season
So
pass.
think of
And
different
you get
apps, not
if
necessarily
you pay
things that have
money, of
suckered you
course,
into,
you know,
get
paying money, but
extra
that
decorating
you've
stuff
really
to fill the room.
found
Well, I know I've been
inspiring,
suckered
that
into it
you've
quite a
really
few
enjoyed
times. So that's
being
a
a
great
part of.
feature if you
And
wanted to to
you
earn
might want to
money in your
incorporate
app.
those.
Because I realize that is probably one of the only
Then
times
once you
that it
get your
suckers me in.
idea,
So
think of, are there any
different competitors
apps, not
out there with
necessarily things that
something
have suckered you
similar.
into,
If so, read
paying
reviews,
money?
but
Maybe they
that
made
you've
suggestions of
really
what you would like to do.
found
Look at other apps and
inspiring,
see
that
what makes
you've
them
really
easy to
enjoyed
use.
being a part of. And
Then
you might want to
what you're going
incorporate
to do with
those.
your group.
Now,
You're going to be doing this
then
with a
once you
group.
get your
You're going
idea,
to sit down and figure out,
pick
are
one
there any
idea to develop
competitors
it
out there
further.
with something
And
similar?
if
Because
so, read reviews.
we can
Maybe they made
easily lose
suggestions
track
of
of
what you would
time
like
here.
to do.
You want to
Look at
keep
other
it
apps
simple
and see what makes
and
them
something that
easy
you can
to use.
accomplish.
Then we're going to step
Then
into
what you're going to do with your
the
group. Now,
second part.
you're going to be
The
doing
planning.
this with a group.
You're going to sit down and figure out,
Now that you got
pick
an
one
idea,
idea
now
to
you're going
develop
to
it
figure
further.
out
And how you're going to do it.
We can easily
we're going to
lose
cover
track of
3
time
key
here.
areas:
You want to keep it
UI,
simple
UX, iOS
and something that you
features,
can
and design.
accomplish. Then we're
Now,
going to step
lots of you have heard of UI,
into
UX. It
the
sounds very
second part,
technical. The planning.
do you know what that
Um,
means?
Now that you've got an idea, now you're going
First
to
off,
figure
UI
out
stands for the user interface.
how you're going
That
to do it.
is how
We're going to cover 3 key
very
areas: UI,
simplistic
UX,
way is how the
iOS
app
features,
looks.
and design.
So what kind of colors,
Now,
buttons,
lots of you have
how
heard
are
of
you
UI, UX. It
interacting
sounds very
with it?
technical.
And
UX
do you know what
is the
that
user
means?
experience.
So
first off,
that is
UI stands for
basically
the
what
user
kind of
interface. That
experience did you
is
get
how
from the app?
kind of
Now they're
a
related
very
because
simplistic
a
way is how the app
well-designed
looks.
UI
So
makes for
what kind of
good user
colors,
experience.
buttons?
So
How
basically,
are
it's
you
just
interacting
it's kind of all
with it?
together, intertwined.
And
But how you're going to lay
UX
out
is the
your
user
app.
experience.
So
Think of some of
that
your
is
favorite
basically
apps
what
and think
kind
of some
of
of the features that you
experience
like.
did you
Now,
get
again,
from the app?
remember,
Now they're
this
related
we
because
have limited time.
a
So
well-designed
really try
UI
to
makes for a
focus
good user experience. So basically,
on
it's
what
just
you
it's
can
kind of all together,
complete.
intertwined. But how you're going to
Now,
lay out your app? List your apps that you like.
think of some of your
and
favorite apps
then
and think of
decide
some
what
of
are the
the
kind of
features that you
features.
like.
Are there any
Now,
features you
again,
would like to add into
remember,
your app?
this
For
we
example,
have limited time.
are you going to
So
want the users to type
really try to
anything in?
focus.
Are you going to want to use a camera or microphone
on
you
what
know,
you
like in
can
Snapchat? Are you going to want to use touch
complete.
screens where you can slide
Now,
and add things? List your apps that you like.
What about the
and
Wi-Fi?
Then
Will they
decide
need
what
to
other
have
kind of
Wi-Fi?
features.
And
Are there any features
GPS,
you
of
would like
course,
to
the
add
maps.
into
A
your
lot of
app?
people,
For example,
incorporate mapping
are you
into
going to
it.
want the users
What
to type
about
anything
Bluetooth
in? Are you
technology?
going to want to use
Are
a
you going to want to
camera or
connect to
microphone,
something
you know, like in
nearby?
Snapchat? Are you going to want to use touch
such as a
screens
speaker
where you
to
can
play
slide
music
and
or a robot
add things?
or a thermometer?
What about the Wi-Fi? Will they need to
And
have
lastly,
Wi-Fi?
on
And
this list,
GPS,
there's so
of
many
course, the
more.
maps.
If you want to
A lot of
really
people,
take it one
you know,
step
incorporate
further,
mapping. You want to add speech
what about
recognition?
Bluetooth
Machine
technology?
learning. Are you going to want to connect to
Gyroscope.
something nearby? Accelerom. Okay, I can't say
Such
that
as a
word
speaker
well.
to play music or a
Accelerom-
robot or a thermometer.
accelerometer, augmented reality.
And
These are all
lastly,
things
on this
you
list,
can
there's
add
so
them,
many
and
more.
since you
If
don't
you
have
want
to
to
really
program
take it one
them,
step further,
you are
you
free
want to add
to
speech
add
recognition,
whatever
you want
machine
to add
learning,
into your app.
gyroscope.
Be creative. And
Okay,
then
I can't say
is
that
it
word too
accessible?
well.
Are you going to be able
Acceleromo-
to accelerometer, augmented reality?
Are people
These
with
are all
physical
things. You
impairments,
can add
are they
them,
going to
and
be able to
since you don't
interact
have
with
to
the
program
apps?
them,
You
keep
are
all that in
free
mind to add whatever you want.
And
to
then what
add
you're going to
into your
do
app.
is
all these
so
different features. How are
be
you going to bring
creative.
it all together?
And then
here's an
is it
example.
accessible?
So
Are you
here's
going
an
to be able
example
to
of like a Go Green app. Are people with physical impairments? Are they going to be able to interact with the app where you can text data
keep all
table
that in
to
mind.
categorize trash types? You might want to
And
have
then what you're gonna
do is all these different
you
features.
might wanna
How are you
have
gonna bring
something
it all
that
together? And
compares
here's an example.
trash and recycling.
So here's an example.
You
of
might
like a
want
Go
to,
Green app. You
have
might want to
a
have
marketplace, like maybe
also
a
where you
trash
can
lot
go.
where
Maybe
you can
use
text
maps.
data table to
You
categorize
can,
trash
like
types.
maybe
You
you
might
might
want
want
to
to have
have
mapping. Maybe you want to
achievements.
incorporate pictures.
You
taking
might want to
pictures of
have
items.
something that
So
compares
figure
trash and
out how you want to
recycling.
incorporate all of
You
these
might
apps.
want
So here's another example, like a bug app.
have
You might
a
want to incorporate the
marketplace,
camera
like
to
maybe
take a
also
picture
where
of
you
the
can
bug.
go. Maybe
You
use
might
maps.
want to
You can
do
like
some
maybe you
kind
want to
of
incorporate mapping. Maybe
virtual
you want to
reality
incorporate pictures,
or
taking pictures of
incorporate
items.
animation.
So
to
figure
show
out how you want to
more
incorporate
information
all of
about
these
the animal.
apps.
So here's another example.
You
like
might
a
want
bug
to add
app. You might want to
texting
incorporate
or
the camera
typing
to
in
take
there
a
so
picture
people
of
can
the
log
bug.
information.
You might
So
want
just decide what you want to do and how you want to
do
compare
some
it all.
kind of
Then
virtual
lastly, how are you going
reality
to design it? And really,
or
the best thing to
incorporate
do when designing
animation
is keeping
to
it simple, at least at
show
the beginning.
more
And
information
know,
about the
don't
animal.
use too many
You
colors or
might want
unnecessary
to
elements that
add
will distract
texting
everybody.
or typing in there so people
Choose
can
a color
log
screen.
information. So just decide what you want to do
A
and
color
how you want to
scheme,
compare it all.
add
Images.
Then
of
lastly, how are you going to
types of
design it?
examples
And
you
really,
want.
the
What
best
kind
thing
of
to
font?
do when designing is keeping it simple,
and that
at least
sort
at
of
the
thing.
beginning.
Just keep it
And
kind of simple.
don't
and then
use
design
find
too
some
many
icons
colors
for
or
your app if you'd like.
unnecessary elements that
Now,
will distract
that was the
everybody.
first part.
And what I'm going to do now
Choose a color
is I'm going
screen.
share, a color scheme, add images of the last types of examples you want, what kind of font that and that you're going to spend the most time Just keep it kind of simple. And then design some icons for your app if you'd like. Now, that was the first part. Bear and with what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share the last part, which is going to be the part that you're going to spend the most time on. Okay, so can y'all see the PowerPoint? Is that good?
Yes, we're getting some. Yep, we're getting the reactions.
Okay, all right. I can't see now once it's on. So what we're going to do is the last part. Okay, this is the part that you're going to actually turn in. So let's start. Can y'all see the PowerPoint? Okay. All right, so now you really need to design your app. You kind of planned it. You kind of decided. First, all right, you kind of decided now once it's on. You definitely. So what we're going to do is the last part. Okay, how you're going to design it with colors and what features. But now you really need to plan it. So let's. And we're going to go old school here. Piece of paper and a pencil. All right, so yes, now you really need to design your app. You can use the whiteboards, which are available in all your little table settings. Well, you definitely get back into the topic, and then you kind of decided how you're going to design it with colors and what features. I mean, but now you really need to draw as well. We're going to go old school. So you can draw on paper and then take pictures of it and kind of Snapchat it. Yes, you can do, especially if you're working in a group, you can use the whiteboard. So you're going to want to draw in all your little table before you start, because you don't want to do this on the fly. Other room. You don't want to wing it when you're starting. But sometimes you're going to create images of the screens. So now I know these didn't relate to the other picture, but this is an idea of what you can do. These are not actually screens from an app. If you like. These are just so you're going to want to prototype screens. These are screens before you start, because you don't want to do this on the fly. That is really what you're going to be doing today. So this is more almost an artistic project in a sense. Create images of the screens. Now I know I'm going to show you the other picture, but this is an idea of what you can do. First of all, these are not actually screens from an app. Come together on your design. Prototype navigation, your interface, your buttons, and all your screens. That is really what you're going to be doing you're today. Going to so this is more almost an artistic project. Screens, and I'm going to suggest that you do this first. And I'm going to show you what that's the first you're going to do. So first of all, again, you're going to whether you use come together on your design, Keynote your or Google navigation, slides. Your now, interface, I'm going to show you PowerPoint when I do and this. All your it has screens. A lot. I'm just more familiar with it. It has a lot of features. You can use Google Slides of the screens. You can use anything and I'm going to suggest that you do this first. They all have similar features. That's the first and what you're going to do is design make each screen one per slide. Whether you use PowerPoint, and that's how I would suggest Keynote or Google Slides, or at least I'm going to show you PowerPoint when I do this. We have other tasks. I'm just more familiar with it. It has a lot of features. You can use Google Slides. What you're going to do is you can use anything you want. Once you do that, the rest they all have similar features quickly. And what you're going to want to do is all right. Then you're going to take the slides per slide, and that's how I would suggest starting or snippets. Or at least one. And then you're going to lay it out how they have other tasks that other people can do. And so what you're going to do is design each slide. We have the main screen. The rest goes if they click the where button, quickly. See the arrow will show them to the screen. Then now, you're going to take in mind, the slides. You don't have to display you can do little screenshots every possible example of that. And then you're going to lay it out how they're connected. That's called a storyboard. There's different things that could come up. You just need to give one example. Right here, we have the main screen. If they click the where button, you click when, the arrow will show them to the screen. Now, when you get who, you're going to get to something like this. When you get every possible example, you're going to get something like this. Obviously, when you click the frequently asked questions, there's different things that could come up. You don't have to make a you just need to give one example. Keep it simple, just like one, so you can get an idea of what it'll look like. You put an arrow there. When you click when, you're going to get to something like this. But notice, this is actually a very simple screen. You're going to get to something like this. Be careful. When you get, you can design your own questions, or you're going to get something like this. Again, from the creative frequently asked questions, make sure there's no copyright. You don't have to make a screen screen for all of those.
This
Keep it
is just a
simple, just like
table,
one,
a
so
really
you can
quick
get an
table that
idea
you
of what
make,
it'll look
and you
like.
just fill it in with a
Okay,
color. And
but
it looks
notice
simple,
this is
and it
actually
looks
a
nice,
very
and
simple
it's
screen. It
easy.
has an icon. Be careful. You can design your own
And one
pictures,
thing,
or if you're going to
this
use
right
one,
here,
make
you
sure
can
you
just take
use
a
it from the
screenshot of a
Creative
map.
Commons.
You're not drawing
Make
all
sure
this
there's
out.
no
So
copyright
you're
issues.
going to want to take a lot of images and
This is
just
just
kind
a
of cut and
table,
paste
a
in
really
here.
quick table that you
Then
make,
what you're
and
going
you
to
just fill it in
do
with a
is you're going
color,
to
and it
take
looks
each
simple and it
screen
looks nice
and
and
describe
it's
it. Now,
easy.
I wanted to give you some
Um,
very
and one thing,
I wanted to give
this
you
right
different
here,
ideas of
you
what you
can
can
just
do.
take a
I
screenshot of a
understand we
map.
are in a time
You're
limit,
not
so you're
drawing
going to
all this
want
out.
to
So
you're going to want to take a lot of
just
images
get
and
what you
just
can
kind of
in
cut
here.
and
But
paste in here.
if you had more
Then
time,
what you're going to
depending on how many
do
people
is
you
you're
have
going
in your
to
group,
take
you
each
know, you could
screen
actually say, hey,
and
this is going to be a
describe it. Now,
table.
I
It's
wanted
going
to
to be
give
a
you
purple
some
background with this
very
kind of color font. This is an
I want to give you
icon.
different ideas of what you can do. I understand we are in
Here's
a
another
time limit, so
screen.
you're going to want
You can
to
talk about how this is going to
just
use
get
Safari
what you
services
can
to
in
load a
here.
web
But
page.
if you had more
You could
time,
also,
depending on how many people
especially
you have
if
in
you're
your
in a
group,
crunch,
you
you could actually
describe
say,
it.
hey, this
This
is going to be a
checks
table.
registration
It's
process
going to be a
and
purple
displays
background
steps to
with
vote.
this kind of color font. This
The
is an
done button,
icon.
which is right
Um,
here, we'll bring it back
Here's
to the
another
main
screen.
screen. So
You can
you don't
talk
have to
about
get
how this is going to use
technical, but
Safari
you can if you'd
services to
like,
load a
or
web
you can just keep
page.
it to the descriptions,
You could
especially due to our
also,
time limit.
especially if you're in a
Here,
crunch,
this is describe
just a
it.
map.
This
You
screen
took a
checks
picture of.
registration process and
You can
displays
say
steps to
provides
vote.
information about the voting
The
locations
done
and
button,
driving
which
direction.
is right
It
here,
also allows people to
we'll
search
bring
the
it back to
county
the
for its
main
voting
screen.
locations.
So
You
that's
don't
all
have
you
to
had
get
to do. You
technical,
didn't have
but
to
you
like
can if
give
you'd like, or you can
examples,
just keep it to
pictures
the
of every single
descriptions,
feature.
especially due to our time limit.
Here,
You can
this
add
is
this. There's a
just a
search
map
bar,
you took
which
a picture
allows
of.
you to
Find
you can
voting
say provides
locations based on the
information about the
county.
voting locations and driving direction.
You
It
can
also
add red
allows people to
flags. You
search
can
the
talk about
county
the
for its
done button,
voting
but or just
locations.
mostly give
That's
a
all you had to
description.
do. You
And
didn't
so
have to
on.
like give examples, pictures of every single feature.
All right. That's
Um,
the first
you
part.
can add this.
And
There's a
then
search
we
bar,
do the build,
which allows you
okay?
to
Now,
find
the build
voting
is kind of
locations
fun,
based
but
on the
it
county.
is a little
You can add red
daunting for some
flags. You can
people,
talk
but it's
about the done
actually
button,
really
or just
not that bad
mostly give a
once you
description
get all
and
your
so on.
screens done. Now, basically, people have labeled it
All
as
right,
fake it until
that's
you
the
make
first
it. It's
part.
a model. And
Okay,
then
and I'm
we
going to
do the
show you what it
build,
looks like.
okay?
Basically,
Now,
you're going to take
the build is
each
kind of fun,
screen
but it is a
and
little
that you have created in PowerPoint or Keynote
daunting for
or
some
Google
people,
Slides.
but it's actually
I know a lot of
really
you will probably use
not
Google
that bad
Slides
once
because
you
you can
get all
share,
your
especially in
screens
the
done.
group.
Now,
You're going to
basically,
create the
people have labeled it as
storyboard,
fake it until
and then
you
you're going to
make it.
create
It's
a
a model,
description for each
okay?
slide,
And I'm going to
then
show
you're
you
going to
what
build
it
a
looks like.
prototype.
Basically, you're going to take each screen
And I am going
that you have created in PowerPoint or
sample.
Keynote or Google Slides. I know a lot of you will probably use Google Slides because you can share, especially in the group. You're going to create the storyboard. You have to do a couple steps, and then you're going to create a description for each slide, and then you're going to build a prototype. And I now a sample. So
And just bear
y'all
with
can
me.
see the "Are you ready for the test?" Now this is going to be an app.
To do a couple
steps titled
this.
"Are you ready for the test?" Okay, this is not going to get any kind of Nobel Prize. This is almost a useless app, but I just wanted to show you a very simple idea. And y'all can see the "Are you ready for the test?" Now this is going what you're going to turn in. This is
an app
you're going to turn
that's
in. Okay,
this
titled
presentation.
"Are you ready
It'll
for
be
the
in
test?"
Google Slides,
Okay, this is not going to get any kind of Nobel
some
Prize.
could use Xcode
This
if they're
is
more advanced in that.
almost a useless app.
All
But
right.
I just wanted to show
So
you
let's
a
get
very
started.
simple idea.
This
first screen is
and
not going to be in there. I just want this as a reminder that you're going to be making so you can see what you're going to turn in. This is something you're going to turn in. Okay. And
This
again,
presentation.
do not get
It'll be in
overwhelmed.
Google
You
Slides,
don't have to make a
PowerPoint,
screenshot
Keynote.
of every single
Some could
screen.
use Xcode
Just
if
those
they're more
ideas.
advanced in that.
Okay. So, all right. So
like
let's
the
get
frequently
started.
asked questions. Just
This
have a
first screen
screenshot
is
of
not
one
going to be in there.
question
I
so
just want
people
this
can
as
get
a
an
reminder
idea
that
of
you're
what
going to
it'll
be
look like.
making
And you might have
screenshots, and you're going to
of
create links.
each screen.
Okay.
Okay.
But
And
what I
again, do
suggest
not
is you
get
don't create
overwhelmed.
the
You don't
links
have to
until
make
the
a
very, very
screenshot
end.
of every
Okay.
single screen.
So
Just
this
those
is where
ideas.
your presentation
Okay. So
starts.
you're going to create a PowerPoint.
Like the frequently asked
and
questions, just
you're
have a
going to come in
screenshot of one
here, and what are you
question
going
so
to do
people
first?
can get an
Well,
idea of
obviously
what
you have
it'll
the
look
title
like.
screen, and then
And
the
you
name
might
of
have,
your app,
and you're going to
have a
create
description of your
links.
app.
Okay.
Now, this
But
isn't just
what I
one
suggest
slide.
is you
This is
don't
step
create the
one.
links
It might
until
be
the
more
very,
than one
very
slide.
end.
And if you have a
Okay.
group, you you can have different people
this
working
is where
on this.
your presentation starts.
It might just
you're
be
going
a
to create a
description.
PowerPoint.
It might be
and
background.
You're going to come in
reasons,
here.
data,
And what are you going to do first?
inspiration.
Well,
it doesn't
obviously
matter.
you have the title screen, and then
This is just
the
the
name of
first
your
part
app,
to
and you're going to have a
introduce your app
description of
to
your
us.
app.
Now, this isn't just one slide. This is step
2,
one. It might
okay,
be more than one
is the
slide. And if
storyboard.
you have a group,
And
you can have different people working
I'm going
on
to
this.
show you actually
It might just be a
hands-on
description.
how to do this.
It might be
but
background,
you can do the
reasons,
storyboard in
data,
a couple ways. If you
inspiration.
have a
It
very
doesn't
simple
matter.
app, you can
This
lay
is
out the
just the first
entire
part to
app
introduce
here.
your app to
Now, this is an
us.
app that says, "Are you ready for the test?" And you click
Step
here.
2.
When you
Okay,
click there, it goes
is
to
the
this screen, and it
storyboard.
asks you 3
And
questions.
I'm
Now,
going to
I know
show
this
you
seems like a
actually
silly app,
hands-on
but
how
really,
to do
a
this.
lot of
But
COVID tests
do the storyboard
are
in a couple.
similar to this. It
You have a
asks,
very
"Do you have a
simple
fever?"
app.
Have
You
you
can
been
lay
in
out the
contact with
entire
somebody?
app here.
Now, this is an
Have
app
you
that says,
traveled
"Are
out
you
of the
ready for the
country?"
test?"
And based on
you
those
click
answers,
here.
you get
When
a
you click there,
decision.
it goes to
So
this
it is
screen, and
kind
it
of
asks you
similar
3
to a lot of
questions.
apps out there. It's just
Now,
I
this
know
one
this
isn't
seems like a
necessarily
silly app,
the
but really
the most
a lot
helpful,
of COVID
but
tests
it has 3 questions.
are similar
And
to
based,
this.
if
It
the
asks,
first
"Do you have a
question,
fever?
it says,
Have you been in
"Did you
contact
complete the
with
review?"
somebody?"
And if you say yes, you say correct.
Have
Good
you
job.
traveled out of the country?
If you say
And
no,
based on
it
those
takes you to this
answers,
screen.
you get a decision. So it is kind of
And then you can
similar
click
to a lot of
these to
apps out
try
there.
to go
It's
back.
just
And
this
then
one
did
isn't
you review the
necessarily
quizzes? If
the
you say yes, it
the
goes
most
here.
helpful.
No, it
but
goes
it
here.
has
And
3
the third
questions.
question, if you
And
say
based,
yes,
if the first
and
question,
I'm going to show you, you
it
can
says,
add the arrows
"Do
because
you
I'm going to do a
complete the
little
review?"
hands-on
And if
to
you
show
say
you.
yes, you say correct. Good job.
Or if you say no,
You don't
it
have to
takes
put
you
it
to
all
this
on one screen because some of the apps might be a little bit more.
And then you can
it's just
click
easier
these
not
to try to go back.
So what you can do
And then
is,
did you review the quizzes?
like
If
for
you
one
say
of the
yes,
questions,
it goes
it
here.
takes
No,
one
it
screen,
goes
then do
here.
another
And the third
slide that
question,
does the
if you say
other
yes,
question,
and I'm
and
going
then
to
you
show
can do
you,
another
you can add the
slide with the
arrows
other
because I'm going to do a
question.
little hands-on
So
to
it's
show
up to you how you want. The
Or
storyboard does not have to fit on.
you don't
one
have to put it
screen.
all on one screen because some of the apps might be a little
All
bit
right.
more,
So
it's just easier
step
not
1
to.
was the
So
introduction.
what
to
you
the
can
app.
do
Step
is,
2 was the storyboard.
like for one of the questions,
Step
it takes
3 are
one
the
screen,
screen
then do another
descriptions.
slide that
Okay,
does the
so you're
other
going to have each
question,
screen
and then you
and
can
then
do
a
another slide
description.
with the other question.
So it's up to
And
you.
I'm
how
just
you
going to give
want.
you
The
a couple
storyboard does
examples.
not
Like
have
this
to
is the
fit on
question,
one
the
screen.
next screen, and there's 3 questions are
All
displayed
right.
in a
So
table.
actually,
Step
what
1
I've
was the
done
introduction
is we
to the
made a
app.
table,
Step
and
2
this
is
is
the
row 1,
storyboard.
row 2, row 3,
Step
because
3 are the
tables keep
screen
things lined up very
descriptions. Okay,
nicely.
so you're going to
So
have
that's some
each
tip
screen
to keep
and
in
then a
mind.
description.
I talk about a blue
and
and
I'm just going to
white
give you
button.
a couple examples. Like
Um,
this is the question, the next
an
screen,
exit
and there's 3
button, found
questions are
this
displayed in
picture
a
and added it
table.
there. Hearts
Actually,
are
what I've
displayed.
done is we made a table, and this is row 1,
And
row
then for
2, row
each
3, because
slide,
tables
you're
keep
going to
things
go
lined up
ahead
very nicely.
and
So that's some
make
tip
a
to keep
description.
in mind. Okay, so step 1 was the
I
introduction.
talk about a
Step
blue
2
and
is
white
the
button.
storyboard. Step 3 is the
An
description of
exit
each
button,
slide, and
found
step
this
4 is
picture
the
and
build.
added it
The
there.
fun part.
Hearts are
Okay,
displayed.
so it looks really cool. It's actually very easy.
And then
This
for
was done in
each slide,
PowerPoint.
you're going
And
to
this
go
is the first
ahead
screen, and it says
make a
click
description.
here.
And
Okay,
so
so
we've
step
made a
1 was the
model. Like if we
introduction.
click
Step
here, it
2
takes us.
is the
And then
storyboard.
did you complete
Step
the
3
review?
is
I'm going to
the
say
description
no.
of each slide, and step 4
Incorrect.
is the build.
And it says
the fun
most of
part.
the answer, short
Okay,
answers
so
will be very
it
similar to
looks
the
really
ones on the
cool.
review.
It's actually very
So
easy. This was done
for
in
my
PowerPoint.
students, if anybody is
And
here
this
for
is the
my
first
class,
screen.
that's very true. Okay.
And it says click
The
here.
review short
And
answers
so we've made a
are very
model. Like if
important.
we click here,
And then you
it
can
takes
try
us.
again.
And then did you
Here,
complete
we'll look at
the
this.
review?
Did you
I'm
review
going to
your
say
books
no.
and your notes? And it says great
Incorrect.
job. But you
And
could
it
go
says
back.
most of the answers,
And then you
short
can
answers will
say
be very
exit.
similar to the ones on the review.
And it takes you to
so
the last page with a
for
little
my
bit of
students,
animation.
if anybody's here for my
Now,
class, that's very
um,
true. Okay.
now what I'm
The
going to
review
do
short answers
Now,
are
do
very
y'all
important.
see this?
And then you can try again.
Ravi, can you see the
Here,
PowerPoint?
look at this. Did you review your books and your notes?
Like I'm editing
and it says, great
No,
job.
not anymore.
But you can go back. Okay. And then
Let
you can
me
say
share.
exit. And it takes you to the last page with a little bit of animation. Now, now what I'm going to do.
And then while you're
I'll
doing
see
that,
this.
I just want to
Ravi,
put in
can
the
you
chat,
see the
I'm sharing
PowerPoint?
the live stream link, which means
Like I'm editing it?
if you missed
No,
anything
not anymore.
this morning,
Okay,
you can go
let
back
me
and
share.
watch it on demand. I'll be sharing that link in the chat for folks, or just go to the DevPost website. It's the first video right there. And then while you're doing anything that, you've missed for the session this morning, you can scroll back and catch up quickly. Keep going,
If
Nancy.
you
You're doing
missed
great. Anything this morning,
So
you
do you
can
see
go
it?
back
Do you
and
see the
watch it on demand.
PowerPoint? Like I'm editing
I'll
it?
be sharing that link in the I see chat, the PowerPoint application,
for
not
folks,
the slideshow. Or just go to the DevPost
Okay,
website.
perfect. That's
it's
what
the
I
first video
Okay.
So
right
the
there.
slideshow,
Anything you've
that
missed for
sample
the session this
slideshow, which I
morning, you can
showed you,
scroll
is what
back
you'll be turning
and
in. And
catch
when
up
you do a
quickly.
presentation,
Keep going, Nancy. You're doing
you're
great.
going to be going through that
So do
similar
you
to what
see
I
it?
did,
Do you
except
see
you'll be talking about your
the
app instead
PowerPoint
of
like
explaining
I'm editing
the
it?
steps.
I see
But
the PowerPoint
now what I
application,
wanted to
not the
do was
slideshow.
actually
Perfect.
spend
That's
a
what I
little
wanted.
bit of
Okay.
time
So the
showing you
slideshow,
how
that
do I
sample
make that. Okay,
slideshow,
so
which I showed you,
what
is
I've
what
done
you'll be
is this
turning
is
in.
the
And
sample.
when you do a
Okay,
presentation,
this is what you're
you're
going to
going to
turn
be
in.
going
Except for
through
this
that
is similar
slide.
to what I
This
did.
was just a
Except you'll be talking
reminder
about your app
that you're going to
instead of
be
explaining.
creating.
So I'm
the
going to take this
steps.
slide out.
Done.
But
So
now
this is
what I wanted to do
basically
was
what you were
actually
going to be
spend a
doing.
little bit
Okay, so
of
you'll have your
time
title slide.
showing you
Obviously, you're not going
how
to need
do I
these
make
little
that.
notes.
Okay, so
I added those.
what I've done is this is the sample.
And then
Okay, this is what you're going to
the
turn in.
first
Except
part
for this
is the
slide.
introduction
This
to the
was
app.
just a
And like I said,
reminder
it
that
is
you're going to be
it can be
creating.
one
So I'm going to
screen,
take
it
this
can be
slide out.
multiple
Done.
screens.
So this is
Last
basically
semester, some people,
what you were
they
going
had
to be doing.
data, they had
Okay, so you'll have
inspiration,
your
they had
title slide.
reason. I mean,
Obviously,
it
you're
can
not
be
going to
anything.
need
There
these
are no
little
rules.
notes.
I
Okay,
added those.
and obviously you
And
can have one
then
person working on this.
the first
while other
part
people
is the
do
introduction
the other
to
part.
the app. And like I said,
That was step
it
one.
can be one screen,
Step
it can
two
be
is the
multiple
storyboard bit.
screens.
I'm going
Last
to skip
semester,
ahead.
some people,
And
they
I
had
am
data,
going
they had
to
inspiration, they had reason. I mean, it can be anything. There are no rules. Okay. And obviously, you can have one person working on this while other people do the other part. That was step one. You're going to have a screen for each. I'm going to skip ahead. You're going to have a slide that shows a screen. Or, I don't know. Now I'm getting confused. It's been a long day, and it's only
actually the build
10:58.
part, but
You're
we're not
going to
going to
need
talk
to
about the
make a
build. But
screen,
like I said,
one
we are
image
going
for
to
each
need to
screen in
build
your app. Now,
keep in mind,
you're going to have
have a
please,
screen.
you
for
don't have
each,
to make 100 of these. Okay,
You're gonna have to
I
have
hope I
a
showed you
slide
that shows a
for
screen.
frequently asked
Or,
questions.
I
You
don't
just
know.
had
Now I'm
one to
getting
show what it
confused.
would
It's
look
been a
like
long
for them.
day.
If you had a
And it's
screen that
only
showed maps,
10:58.
you
You're
just
going
had
to need to
one with a
make a
picture of a map.
screen,
And how would you get it?
one
You would
image
use
for
your
each
phone
screen in your app.
and find a
Now,
map, get a
keep in
screenshot of
mind,
it, and you can use
please,
it.
you don't have to
Um,
make 100 of
You
these.
don't need
Okay,
to like
I
show
hope I showed
every
you that
single possible
for frequently asked
um,
questions. You just had one to show what it would look
option
like
that
for
is
them.
in the
If you
app.
had
You're
a
just
screen
giving
that
an
showed
idea.
maps,
Okay.
you just had one with
So
a picture of a
this is
map.
the part
And
that's
how would you
important.
get it?
And what I
You
wanted
would
to
use
show
your
you is
phone
look,
and
that's all
find a
this
map,
is.
get a screenshot
This
of
is
it,
a
and you
picture,
can use it.
and it just looks like a phone.
These are
You
little
don't need to
hearts.
like show every single possible
This is just a
um,
text box
option
actually,
that is
I
in the
think I
app.
have
You're
it
just giving an idea
in the
okay?
background, so it might
So
be a little
this is the
different. But
part
what I'm
that's
going to do
important.
is I'm
And
going to
what I
build
wanted to show
one of
you is
these
look,
just
that's
to
all
show
this
you.
is.
And I'm going to
This
create a
is
new
a picture,
slide right
and
here.
it just looks like
Okay.
a phone.
See,
These are
it's
little
in my
hearts.
background. Are you ready for the test? So
This
I
is
am
just a
going
text
to
box.
actually, I think I have it in the background, so it might be a little different. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to build one of these. So I have a nice new just to show you clear, and I'm going to create a new slide. Now I picked black. Here. Okay, and I'll tell you why. It's in my background. Are you ready for the test? I chose black for the background. I am going. But now you have a slide, and you're going. Okay, where do I start? Well, first of all, I'll do this one. Get an image of a phone, okay? And we have 3 for you. There's so I have a nice new if you have access to the canvas screen. We have 3 in the now extra I picked resources black before at the and very I'll tell you end. Why. I'll It'll show be a little you secret, and I'll tell you why canvas. Later why I chose black for the background. But now you have a classroom, and you're going okay. Where do I start? Canvas area. Well, first of all, or get an image of a phone. I can put it in the chat. Okay? And we also have 3 for you. There's 3 if you have an area that you can go. We have 3 in the extra resources. Just get before you can download all these PowerPoints. The canvas. I don't know if you want to put it in the chat, or I can do it later. I have the link. Classroom. The canvas you can download everything. If you can go in the canvas area, there's also, more, but and I can put it in the chat. We also have all these slides, and it has also we have an area that you can go. So I'm going to insert a picture. You can download all these PowerPoints that I have. And Ravi, I don't know if you want to put it in the chat, or I can do it later. And I don't think you can see this, but what I did was I went to download everything. If you can go in the canvas area, there's more, but you're probably not able to see that. It has but on my desktop, and it has I have a picture of phones that you can use. So I'm going to insert a picture. There's one.
And I'm
that
going to
I
show you,
have,
I'm going
and
to
I have it on
insert
my desktop.
another picture.
And I don't think you can see this, but what I
And
did was I went to
have
insert pictures, but now a new
black
screen came up.
case
You're probably
here,
not able to
but
see that.
my black
But on my
case,
desktop,
it's over here. You can't
I
see
have
it
a
because it's a
picture
black case.
of
So let me
a couple different
change the
phones.
background
There's one.
to
And I'm going to show you,
white,
I'm going to insert
and let me
another
add the
picture.
case.
And I have a black case here, but
My black case,
and there's
it's over here. You
a
can't see it
black
because it's
case.
a
So
black
it just depends
case. So
what
let
you
me
want to
change the
you know,
background
how you want it to look.
to
And then there's another
white,
one. We have another one
and
on
let
there.
me add the
Insert picture
case.
from the desktop. This one. Yeah. And see, this is a different shaped one, and you can actually find your own shapes.
And there's
okay. So I'm going to go
black
back.
case.
So it just
this.
depends what
Actually,
you want to, you know, how you
Control
want it to
Z,
look.
like
And then there's
Z
another one. We have
will
another one on
undo
there.
everything you've done.
Picture
And so
that's what you're going to
from
start
the
with.
desktop,
Your phone case. Okay.
this one.
Then
Yeah.
and see, this is a
We're gonna
different shape
make a little
one,
text box.
and you
That's
can
gonna be a
actually find your
button.
own
So
shapes.
here
Okay.
I'm
So
going
I'm going to go back
insert
to this.
actually
Here's my shapes, and I'm
Control
going to do
Z,
the round
like
button.
Z
Now
will
it's coming
undo
out,
everything you've done.
and so that's what
It's
you're going to
coming out
start
black
with.
because I had
Your
done a
phone
lot
case,
of these in black.
okay?
So I'm
Then
just going to
we're
fill
going to
it
make
in
a little
different
text
color.
box. That's
I'll
going to
just
be
pick
a
this
button.
color right now.
So here
Or I'll
I'm
pick
going
white.
to insert, and there's
Here's
my
my
button.
shapes,
And
okay?
I'm going to do the
And
round
I'm
button.
going to zoom in a little
Now
so you can
it's
see.
coming out, and then you can type here. You
It's
just
coming out
double
black
click
because
in
I
here.
had done a lot of these in black. So I'm just going to fill
And
it
I need
in
to
a
make
different
sure
color.
that my
I'll just
fill
pick this
is also
color right
nice,
now.
good color
Or I'll
to
pick
fill
white.
it in.
Okay.
Click here, and there's my button. Okay, and I'm going to zoom in a little so you can see.
And there you have a button.
And then you can type
Simple as that.
here. You just double click
make
a shape and the text. Now my colors are a little off because I've been playing around.
And I need to make sure
and you
that
can move
my
it
fill
around. Is also
decide
nice.
where you want to
Good
lay
color
it, put it on your
fill
screen.
If you want some design,
Click here.
it's up to you. You can actually you can import a picture to put as the background.
And there you have a button.
You can
Simple as that.
You just make a shape and the
add
text.
shapes.
Now my
Like
colors
the
are a
one
little
that I
off because
did
I've been
before
playing
was
around.
the hearts. So
and you
I'm
can
gonna
move it around,
insert
decide
a
where you
shape,
want to lay it,
put it on your
there's
screen.
if you
heart
want some
in
design,
here.
it's up to you. You can
There.
actually
And
you
again,
can import
it's
a picture
everything
to
I
put
had
as the
done
background.
was the shape fill, and I'll
You
make
can,
red.
and then there's my shape, and I just added a whole bunch. Generally,
Add
if you're going to
shapes,
copy
like
things,
the
I
one
do
that I
Control
did
C,
before was
Control
the
V,
hearts.
and
So
then
I'm going to
you have
insert
a shape.
You can do a
And
whole
there's
bunch
a
of
heart
these.
in here you can add, but you
Here.
can also import an image
And again,
and put
it's
it
the
in the
silly
background.
everything
And
I
you
had
can do a
done
lot of things with
was
the
the shape
pictures.
fill, and I'll make red.
When
And
you
then
have
there's my
pictures,
shape,
you
and I
can
just added a whole
format
bunch.
them. Generally, if you're going to copy things, I do Control
you
C,
can make them more
Control V,
translucent,
and
all
then
that kind of
you
stuff.
have different.
You can do
What
a
you're
whole
going to
bunch of
do? Oh,
these.
well, I'll go ahead and leave some
You can
parts
add,
in
but
here. You can also import an image and put it in the background.
PowerPoint, see
And
the
you can do a
line?
lot of things with the pictures. When you have pictures, you can format them. You can make them more translucent. All
me
that
these are
kind of
kind of
stuff.
lined
Lined up in the middle with that line. What you're going to do? Oh, well,
these are
I'll
kind
go
of
ahead and
lined
leave
up
some parts in
vertically.
here. The edges are lined
And
up
in
here.
PowerPoint, see the line?
So when I move this box around, the grid lines, see, it shows me it's in the center, which is really nice. Here, watch what happens. It's showing me these are kind of lined up in the middle with that
to help
line.
you even further.
If you'd like, these are kind of lined up vertically. If you hear a weird noise, the edges are lined up here.
cat.
So use these lines. They're very, very helpful. And you can actually go to view, and you can actually do grid lines and guides to help you even further if you'd like. If you hear a weird noise, it's my
black.
crazy cat.
I need to
Upset
format
it.
He didn't get to join
I'm
in on
going
this
to
too,
make
so.
it white here.
Say hello.
So he's very loud.
Welcome, whatever you're at.
Now see here,
So you're
I've
gonna draw your
actually
screen
made some screens however you want. Made a screen. Now, what about
That's
text
not
boxes?
so hard.
You're going to insert
Now
a
what
text
you're going to do
box,
is you're going
and
to make another
again,
one. But
mine's
what I
in
suggest
black.
is
I need to
here's my
format it,
screen and you make a
and I'm
copy of
going
that
to make it
page.
white.
So now I've got
here.
2 pages
Say
and you can come
hello,
and change stuff
welcome,
around.
whatever you're at.
Okay. Now see here, I've actually made some screens. Made a screen.
How about
That's not so
if you
hard.
come to this screen?
Now what you're going to do
down
is you're going to make another one. But what I
and
suggest
make it a little different.
is here's my screen and you make a copy of that page.
And you
so now
spell
I've
it
got
correctly.
2 pages and you can come and change stuff around.
Right.
Okay. So now I have 2 screens, right? 1, 2.
How
what I'd
about
like you to do
if you come to this
is
screen,
I would
you're gonna
like
move this
you
down
to
and make
this
it a
is
little
the first
different.
step. Make your screens, okay?
And you spell it correctly.
Again, you can keep them simple. You don't have to
Right.
go
So
crazy
now I have
on
2
them.
screens.
Here, this one's
not
not
really
really
lined up
1,
in the middle.
2.
There.
What I'd like you to do
Keep it simple.
is I
Just
would
do
like
one
you
screen
to on each slide. Okay,
This
and
is
like
the first
if you
step.
copy, there's other things you
Make
can do,
your
especially if this
screens,
doesn't have any
okay?
links.
And
you can select
again,
all of this.
you can keep them
and you
simple.
can group
You
them.
don't have to
So
go
you
crazy on
can
'em. Here,
actually
this one's
group.
not
I
really
right
lined
click
up in the
and say
middle.
group.
There.
Look what happens now. I
keep
move
it
it.
simple.
It's all
Just
together.
do one screen,
Which is very nice
on
for
each
certain
slide.
things.
Okay,
Okay,
and
and
like
like
if
if
you don't have the
copy,
links.
there's other
Okay,
things you can do,
but
especially if
you're
this
gonna
doesn't
make
have
all your
any links.
slides. Okay,
You can
so
select all of this.
you have that,
and you
now
can group them.
the rest actually
So
goes
you
super
can
fast because I'm
actually
going to show
group.
you a
I
trick.
right clicked and
If
say
you're on a
group. Look what
MacBook,
happens
you
now.
can
I
do
move it.
and
It's all together.
I actually
Which is very
replaced
nice
my
for
MacBook
certain
with
things,
especially
Windows,
if you don't
a
have
Dell
the
PC,
links.
and
Okay,
it's funny
but
how in just a
you're
few
going to make all
short
your
months
slides.
you forget
okay?
everything. But
so
I think it's Control
you
Shift
have that
4
now
on the Mac,
the
and
rest
it will
actually
let
goes super
you
fast
do
because I'm going to show you a
screenshots.
trick.
On the PC,
If you're on a
it's actually
MacBook,
easier on the
you
Mac
can
to
do
do the
and
screenshots. On the PC,
I
now
actually
I think you know
replaced
what
my
I'm gonna
MacBook
have to
with
share my whole
Windows,
screen.
a Dell PC,
Because
and
I don't think I'm going to
it's
be able
funny
to
how
show
in
you.
just a few
I only
short months you forget everything. But
I think it's Control Shift 4 on the Mac, and it will let you do screenshots.
share
On
my
the
entire
PC,
screen.
it's actually
See how that
easier on the Mac to do the screenshots. On the PC, now I think you know what I'm going to have to share my whole screen because I don't think I'm going to be able to show you. Second.
I only
So let me. Is this working? Can you see my whole screen?
share my entire screen. See how that works.
Is that not working?
So give me 1 second. I don't think so. Let me do.
It's working? Can you
Just go
see
back
my
to
whole
this.
screen?
It was working. The reactions of the people were I'm getting
Yeah. Is this better? This is the PowerPoint, right?
yes, it's showing the
Okay.
PowerPoint.
Is that not
So
working?
I don't think I'm going to be able to share both of them, but I can try.
I don't
But
think
it's
so.
called the snipping tool. Okay. And what you're going to do is
Just go back to
basically
this.
you
It was
can.
working. Sorry. The
Y'all can't
reactions
see the
of the people
snipping tool,
were
right?
I'm getting
But what you can do
Is this
is
better?
you're
This is the
going
PowerPoint,
to
right?
grab a
yes, it's showing the
screenshot
PowerPoint.
of
Just this
So
part
I don't think
right
I'm going to be
here.
able to share
Okay.
both of them, but I can
And
try.
then what
But
happens
it's called the
is you
snipping
come
tool.
to another screen and
Okay.
you paste
And
it.
what you're going to do
And see
is
this right here?
basically
That
you
is
can,
just a screenshot
y'all can't see the snipping
of
tool, right?
that screen. I just took a
But what you can
screenshot
do
of it,
is
and
you're
if
going
you get the
to
snipping
grab a
tool,
screenshot of just
on the
this
PC,
part
just
right
type
here.
snipping in the
Okay.
search box.
And then what
Then
happens
it comes
is you
out.
come
It's
to
really
another
easy, and then
screen and you
just
paste
capture
it.
the part you want,
And
you
see
have the
this right
picture.
here?
And
That
then
is
you
just
can
a
save them all. These are just
screenshot
little mini
of
screenshots.
that
That's all I
screen.
did. I just took
And
a
it took me like
screenshot of
5
it.
minutes
And
to
if
do
you
this
get the
because of the
snipping
mini
tool,
screenshots.
on
So that's
the
why I
PC,
was
just
saying
type
the
snipping
first thing you
in the
want to
search
do
box.
is just make,
Then
you know,
it
if you
comes
have 5
out.
or 6
It's really
screens of
easy, and then
this,
you
just
make your
capture the
slides,
part
and
you
then
want,
really
and
the
you have
rest
a
of the work
picture.
is easy.
And
You'll
then
take a
you can
screenshot,
save
and
them
I'll
all.
show
These are
you're
just
not
little
going to be able
mini
to see me do it in the
screenshots.
snipping
That's
tool.
all I did.
But
And it took me like
I
5
am going to
minutes
take a
to do
screenshot of
this
this
because of the mini
right here.
screenshots. So that's why I was
And
saying the first
I'm
thing you
going to
want to
copy
do
it.
is just make, you know, if you have 5 or 6 screens of this, just make your slides. And then really
right
the rest of the
here,
work is easy.
see, I pasted
You'll take a
it because I did
screenshot
a
and I'll show you.
screenshot
You're
of
not
it.
going to be able
It's
to see me
not,
do it in the snipping
and
tool.
see the
But see how I have a
I'm I am
border
going to
around
take a
it.
screenshot
That's
of
because
this
when I did the
right here.
screenshot of it, I wasn't very
And
I'm going to copy it. I wasn't very, what's the word? And being right here, careful, see, I pasted it because I did a screenshot of it. It's not OCD-ish, maybe. See the I left a big border on the edges. Okay, that's because when I did the I have a screenshot of it, I wasn't very, because if you actually look at the background, I wasn't very, I wasn't very, what's the word? See, being when I did the screenshot on that black screen, I got these black backgrounds. OCD-ish, right? Maybe. So I left a big border, and if you want to do the screenshot, you have to get real close. That's why I have a black background. What I ended up doing, if you actually look at the background, the background picture black, and you can't see that stuff. So see, that's all this when is. It's a when I did the screenshot on that black screen, I am going to go to this black one, backgrounds, right? And I'm going to do another screenshot. That doesn't look real great. Again, if you want to do the screenshot, you have to get real close. So what I ended up doing is just saying, hey, let's just make the background black. If I come back over here, stuff. I'm pasting it. See, that's here, all look, this so is. This is a I wasn't very good about. I am going to go to this one, and I'm going to do another border. But see here, once you put it on the black background, you can't tell. There, these are my two screenshots. Okay, so I'm going to create a new slide. And if I come back over here, I'm pasting it. See here, look, so you can see the. I wasn't going to take good about two items, getting just a tiny bit of border. But see here, once you put it on the black background, this is what I want to show you right now. Tell. There, these are my two screenshots. Okay, so I'm going to create a new slide. The first thing you want to do is make your images. I am going to take and the easiest way is once you make one, copy and paste, put them here. Copy the slide. So and then this is what I want to show you right now. Same location. This is what. Slide. Oops. See, I'm going to copy this slide. I made three slides right screens. Now. Okay. The first and like thing maybe you on this screen, I don't have hearts. Okay. Make or maybe I say images. Bye. Okay. And the easiest way is once you make one. So I wanted to show you three different copy the slide right here, and then the image will be in the exact same location for each slide. Now, see, I'm going to copy this. I have my three screens. Now I have three screens, and now I'm ready. Okay. Say and like that's maybe on this screen I don't have hearts. Now I'm ready to do all the other stuff or by maybe making screenshots of these. Bye. You don't have to redo them. So I made screenshots, and I wanted to show you, and I can start right saying, okay, this is the first one, two, and three. If I want to make a I have my three arrow, screens, and now I'm ready to start doing again my shape outline. Now I'm ready to do all the other stuff by making screenshots of these. You don't have to redo them. So I made screenshots, and then you can start. You can copy and paste if you had another like saying, okay, this is the first one. And like there, if I want to make a arrow, and you can point to another screen, and you can here, start doing again. More screen. My shape outline needs to be white. What I'm going to do and you is can I'm going to copy this screen. Thick arrows. And I know it's. And then you can start. You can copy right and paste if you had another screen. When I come over here, I just copied it. So here's my third screen. Like there. So maybe. And you can point to another screen. Maybe when you click on the hearts. It takes you. What I'm going to do to is I'm going to copy this. It's screen. Up to you, but this is how you would do the story. And I know it's and you can see once you have the screens, it doesn't take that long to do. When I come over here, I just copied it. Okay. So here's my third screen. So maybe so what I so you're going to do the storyboards. Okay. Maybe when you click on the hearts, I'm going to create it takes you slide to the buy screen. It's up to you. But now, this is how okay. Say you've done your storyboard, and you can see once you have the screens. Now you're ready for the next part where you're going to do. Okay. Remember, step 2 was So well, step 1 was introduction. Step 2 was the storyboard. Okay. Step 3 is the detail of each slide. Again. Just take this one, now, copy it. Okay, say you've done your storyboard. You can put a title and all that. Now you're ready for the next part where you write about. Remember, step 2 was. Now it would be nice if you do the. Well, step 1 was the introduction. Step 2 was the storyboard. Step 3 is the detail of each slide. 2 slides, again, or you can do so that way it's all just nicely take this set one, up, and you can put the title. I did Control C, paste it. If you don't, you can always insert a text box. And then over here you write about the slide. And now it would be nice if you do the insert slide. You can do the one for the text is
white, 2 slides, or you can do
type
so that way it's
here.
all
You
nicely
can
set
make bullets,
up, and you
but
can
if
put
you
the
use one of the
title.
slides that has the 2 sides,
If you don't, you can
you
always
just put the
insert
picture
a
on this
text box
side
over
and
here,
you put the text on this side. Then
and make sure
here's
the font
description of this slide,
or the text
and you can do
is
bullets, white.
You can do 1,
here,
2,
and you can
3,
type
and you can
here.
adjust the
You
font,
can make
make it look
bullets,
nice.
but if you use one of the
And
slides
you need
that has
another
the 2
slide,
sides,
right?
you
For
just
another
put the picture on this
screen.
side,
So get rid of
and
this
you put the
screen,
text
or
on
leave
this
it there
side.
if you want. I'm going to show you a trick.
So
Here's
the
the
next
next
screen.
screen.
You come over here
Of this
paste
slide.
it.
What I like to do is put it
and
right
you can
in the
do
same
bullets,
position,
kind of.
You can do 1, 2,
Get rid of
3,
the
and you
other
can adjust
one,
the
and it's
font, make it look
it's right
nice.
there. So
And
now
you need
I
another
have a slide with
slide,
this one,
right?
and
For
I have a
another
slide with this
screen.
So get rid of this screen, or leave it there if you
I
want.
need a
I'm gonna
third
show you a
slide,
trick.
right? I'm
Here's
going to
the
copy
next
it.
screen. You come over here,
Well, actually,
paste it.
I'm
What
gonna
I
do
like
this
to do
first.
is put it right
I'll
in
make
the same
another
position,
screen.
kind of.
I'll get rid of it just so I can show you.
Get rid of the other
And
one,
I go back
and
to
it's
my
it's right
original
there.
storyboard
So
one.
now I
Copy
have
this
a slide
third
with this one, and I have a
come
slide
over
with this
here
one. And paste it
I need
here.
a third
And
slide, right?
you can. There's lots
I'm
of
gonna
different ways you
copy
can
it.
do it, where you can line it up exactly.
Well,
You can actually do
I'm
the
gonna do this
location
first.
of where it is on the
I'll make
screen.
another screen.
So what have I
I'll
done?
get rid of it just so I
I
can show
made my
you.
storyboard,
And I go back to my original storyboard one, copy this
then
third
I
one,
copied each one of these,
come over
to each
here,
slide, and make a
paste it
description.
here,
And you can. There's lots of different ways
next
you can do
one,
it, where
and
you
the
can line
next
it up
one.
exactly.
You
And
can
you see
actually
that
do the
doesn't take too
location of where
long
it is on the
once
screen.
you have the slides. So what have I done?
Someone else is doing the
I
introduction.
made my storyboard. Then you do the storyboard. You have this, and now
Then I
you're
copied
done.
each
You're
one of
doing the
these to
build.
each
Now,
slide.
this is the first part,
and
but
make
you
a
didn't do any
description.
links. Okay. So
next
now
one,
you
and
have,
the
because
next
you
one.
want to have like a prototype.
And you see, that
if you
doesn't
can.
take
Now
too
I know
long
some people will
once
run out
you
of time.
have the slides.
Just get as much as you
So
can.
someone
done.
else is doing the introduction.
Then you do the storyboard.
How do you do the
You have
links?
this,
Okay,
and
they're
now
very easy,
you're
but
done.
what I
You're
really
doing the
suggest,
build.
and I know
now,
it's kind of
this
fun
is the
because
first
everybody
part, but
wants
you didn't
to
do
like
any
do
this
links.
part. Just wait till
Okay.
the end. So
Okay.
now you have,
Because if it
you
doesn't,
wanna
if you
have
don't
like
have
a
time
prototype,
for it,
that's
if you can.
fine.
Now I know some
And
people
what
will run out
happens
of
is
time.
it's much
Just get
harder
as much as you can done.
when you keep adding and
But
removing slides. Okay.
How do you do the
So
links?
what you want to do is
Okay,
wait.
they're very easy,
So
but
let's
what I
pretend
really
this is
suggest,
not
and I
my
know it's kind of
order. I'm
fun
going to
because
order
everybody
them the way I
wants
like
to like
them.
do this part. Just
All right.
wait till
So when
the
I
end.
click here,
Okay.
because if you don't have time for it, that's
I
fine.
want to go.
And what happens
to
is
here.
it's much harder
Okay.
when you keep
And
adding
yes,
and
I
removing
can't
slides.
really read the
Okay.
the
So
questions,
what you want to
but
do is
I'm going to
wait.
be done
So
actually
let's
just in a couple
pretend
minutes.
this is
and
not
then
my
that way
order.
I
I'm
can
going to order them the way I like them. All right. So when I click here,
Are y'all able to see all this?
I want to
Yes.
go to here.
I'm almost done. So
Okay.
and
And yes,
then we
I
can
can't
have some
really
questions.
read the
So
the
once you get
questions,
all
but
the
I'm going to be
slides
done
in there,
actually just in a couple
okay,
minutes, and then that
like right
way I
here.
can. Now you want to
Um,
do the links if you have time. Here's the text box.
Are
When
y'all
they
able
click
to see all
here, you
this?
want to go to this slide.
Yes.
Okay. So slide
I'm almost
13.
done.
When you click here, you want to go to slide 14.
Then we can have some questions.
So what you're going to do is
once
here,
you get
there's
all
different
the
ways you can
slides in
insert a
there,
hyperlink. I just
okay,
generally double click.
like right here.
But
Generally,
now you want to
it's
do the
also
links.
in the insert
If you have
insert
time,
area, hyperlink.
here's the text box.
Now
When
you
they
can
click
insert
here,
a hyperlink
you want to go to
this
a different
slide.
web page, and some of you
Okay.
might want to
So
do
slide
that.
13.
Okay. When you click here, you want to
Perfectly
go to
fine.
slide
But
14. If you
so
want to
what you're
take it
gonna
to
do
another
is
slide,
here,
there's
place in this
different ways you can
document.
insert a hyperlink. I just generally
And
double click.
but generally
Slide.
it's also
If
in the
I click in that white
insert
little
area,
box there,
hyperlink.
I want it to go to
Now
slide
you can
14.
insert a hyperlink
So
to a different
I
web
click
page,
on
and some of
slide
you might
14.
want to do that.
Okay.
And I'm done.
Perfectly
So
fine. But
when I click
if you want to
here,
take it to another
now
slide,
here, if you
place
notice,
in
I
this
made the
document.
hyperlink on the word. So I'm going to do it. I want to make the
And
hyperlink on the
which
box. So I'm going to
slide.
select the box,
If I
not
click
the
in
word.
that white
So I'm
little
going to do this
box
again.
there, I want it to go
Right
to
click
slide 14
and say hyperlink,
so
which is a good
I click on slide 14.
thing to make
And I'm
note.
done. So when I click here, now here, if you notice, I made the hyperlink on the word. So I'm going to do it. I want to make the hyperlink on the box. Now it doesn't work select here, the box, not the but word. When you run it, this again, right in presentation mode, and I click here, it's going to automatically take me to slide 14, just like it did with the other, with the sample that I showed you. Okay. And so that's really it. I made what that I also link. Have now, it doesn't work here, but when you run it, I want to ask y'all in presentation mode, and I click here where it says presentation take me to slide 14, just like it did. Can y'all see with the other? If someone can say yes, with the sample that I showed you. And so that's really it. What I also are y'all able to see the presentation software, which I want to ask y'all, can y'all see this? This is where it says presentation. Are y'all able to see this slide that says presentation software? Can y'all see that?
No, sorry. I was speaking with the mic was mute.
If someone can say yes.
I'm not seeing that. I'm just seeing the application.
Okay, so are y'all able to see the presentation software? But hey Ravi, are y'all able to see this slide that says presentation software? We're gonna have it in the
No, sorry. I was speaking with the mic was mute. I'm not seeing
or
that.
PowerPoint.
I'm just seeing the application.
Ways to. Okay, so I'm not gonna go and over some of the stuff I talked about, but so that's gonna be available for you. That's about it. There is a time. We're gonna have it in the sample talks about whether use Keynote or PowerPoint and different ways to and some of the stuff I talked about. Okay, so that's going to be available for you. That's about it. One last time. What are you going to be doing today? You're going to be creating a prototype. So you're going to start with a screen and then introduce your app. Step 1. Step 2 is the storyboard, however you want to do it. Step 3 is just take each slide and then give a description. What are you doing today? You're going to be creating a prototype. So you're going to start with the screen, jump down, the last and then introduce your app where you actually. Step 2 is the storyboard, however you want to do it. Where when you click on something. Step 3 is just take each slide and then and give a description. Leave it at that. And the last hopefully that helps having narrow down what you're going to do. 4 steps. The last introduction is the storyboard where you actually a description of the slides and have it working where when you click on something, the actual part of making it takes you to where it actually goes from one screen to another. And I'm going to leave it at that, and hopefully it's a lot of fun. And like I said, I narrow down what you're going to do. 4 steps right here. The introduction, make the screens. Once you make the screens, the rest of it with a description of the slides is really easy. And we're also going to have the prototype, the actual part of making it, and where it actually goes from one screen to another. I really hope this was helpful. And I hope it's a lot of fun. And like I said, I would actually start with this
awesome,
part right here.
That was
make
really
the screens.
Cool.
Once you make the screens,
what
the rest
I'll do
of it with
is
screenshots
I'll also
is really
share.
easy.
So when you,
we're also going to have people
let me
to
while
help you
I'm
and,
going to share
watching
the
the
Eagle
chat,
Online module. I love for all
really
the
hope
faculty who are on the call to just come
I
off
hope you have a lot of
the
fun
video
with it.
mute, turn on your cams, just be on the see. That was really on the side
cool.
here with me. And
Samir,
what I'll do
Fidelis,
is I'll also share. So when if you can do that, Shilpa, let me while I'm
join
going
us.
to
What I
want
want
to
to do here is I want
the
to
Eagle
quickly
Online
show
module. I love for all the faculty who are on the call to just come off
the
Eagle
video
Online,
mute,
which is
turn on
your
your
cams, just be on the Fidelis on the side here with me, Samir, Fidelis,
just share
Jessica, if you're
the website.
if you
So
can
if you're
do
on
that, Shilpa, Eagle Online,
just
Canvas,
join us.
and
What I want to do
registered
here is I want to
into the
quickly
course
show
right there, which is our
students
continuing
that
education
have
credit
access
course
to
skills
the
reinforcement.
Eagle
It's
Online,
very
which
nicely
is
organized.
let me go ahead and
that
share
Nancy
this.
just reviewed, right? So you've got the
Fidelis,
brainstorm, the plan, the prototype, and then some
shared
training resources and so forth.
the website.
Now, if
So
you
you're
do not
on
have access to the
Eagle
Canvas for
Online
whatever reason,
Canvas,
it
and
may
you
be that you registered in the
the
last hour,
course right there,
and
which is our
it may not
continuing
just go through.
education credit
For
course.
you, I put in the
Skills
chat
reinforcement.
it's very
resource links.
nicely
I've called it,
organized that Nancy just
I
reviewed,
believe we
right? So you've
called
got
it
the brainstorm, the
bit.ly/
plan, the prototype,
App-A-Thon
and then some
I
training
put it in there.
resources and so forth. Okay,
now,
good.
if
So I
you
was going
do
to try
not
to
have
do a live
access to
demo
the
of what it looks
canvas
like.
for whatever
And
reason, it may be
it's a
that you
bit.ly,
registered in the
just
last
type it
hour,
in, and then all of the
and it may not
PDFs
just go
that
through. For
Nancy
you, I put
shared,
in the
as well as
chat
the
a
templates for the
resource links.
phone
I've called it,
screenshots
I
there.
believe we called it
All of this
bit.ly
is available to you. So
/App-A-Thon resource.
I put
I
it
want to
in
say
there.
kudos to
Okay,
the
good. So I
faculty
was going to
here.
try to do a live demo
Thanks
of what
a
it
lot
looks like,
for putting this
and
together.
it's a
For
bit.ly.
organizing
Just
this
type it
information
in,
for our
and
students
then
to
all of the
follow.
PDFs
And
Nancy
again,
shared, as well
Fidelis,
as the
Samir, Shilpa,
templates for the
Jessica,
phone,
Andre,
screenshots
who
there,
I know couldn't join us this morning.
all of this is available to
Due
you.
to an
So
appointment he needed to
I want to say kudos
make up
to the
on.
faculty here,
But
all
thanks
of the
a lot
faculty,
for
the
putting this
department chairs
together,
and the program
for
coordinators
organizing
have
this
worked
information
hard
for our
to
students
get
to
this
follow.
content to you. So
And
I'm very thankful
again,
for all of you,
Fidelis, Samir,
especially you,
Shilpa,
Nancy, for
Jessica,
making the
Andre,
presentation. I know you're not feeling too
who I
well,
know
but
couldn't join
you've
us
still
this
made it
morning
happen this morning
due to an appointment he needed to
just do take care of yourself.
make up on.
Very important to us. We
all
need
of
you
the
healthy.
faculty, the department chairs, and the program coordinators
So
have
yeah,
worked
hey
hard
Fidelis,
to
any
get this content to
quick
you.
words
So
of
I'm very thankful
congratulations
for
to the
all of you,
faculty, as the
especially you,
department chair
Nancy,
here,
for
making the presentation. I know
do
you're not
unmute
feeling
yourself,
too well,
sir.
but you've still made it happen this morning. Just do take care of yourself.
All right,
You're
unmuted,
important
but
to
we
us.
still
We need
can't
you
hear
healthy.
It may be the wrong mic.
Hey Fidelis, any
while you get that
quick words
squared
of
away,
congratulations
Samir,
to the
how you
faculty
feeling,
as
man?
the department chair
Yeah,
here?
feeling good. Hope the
Do
students
unmute
get some
yourself, sir.
time finally.
Absolutely. In fact,
Get
this is
to
going to be where we let them loose. Just a few more
Muted,
minutes.
but we still can't hear you.
On my clock, I have 11:27.
It
so
may be the wrong
11:30,
mic.
I'm going to give all of y'all a break
while
and let
you
y'all
get
play
that
around
squared
in
away,
the remote platform
Samir,
to make
how
your
you feeling,
teams
man?
and build up your
Yeah, feeling good.
systems, ideas.
Hope the students get some time
Shilpa,
finally.
how are you? Just want to make
Absolutely.
sure.
In fact,
Get
this
to
is
it.
going to
You're
be
around to help
where we let them
students?
loose. Just a few more
I will
minutes.
be around the students.
On my
if they
clock,
need
I
any
have
help,
11:27,
definitely.
so 11:30. I'm
Okay.
going to give
Shilpa,
all of
Ravi,
y'all
do you
a
want to
break and let
show?
y'all play
Do you want to
around
show Canvas,
in the
Ravi?
remote platform to make your teams and build up your
Or no?
systems,
Do you want to show
ideas.
the Canvas show?
Shilpa, this is it, right?
How are you?
Just want to
sharing
make
Yes.
sure.
Yeah, the Canvas
You're
show.
around
If
to
you go
help
to
students.
modules or you go to.
I will be around the students. You can if go they need click any
Oh,
help.
you want me to actually do a
Definitely.
demo? Let me not do a demo
Okay.
because then
Shilpa,
Ravi,
if
do
you
you
don't
want to
it'll
mind.
make
show?
those who
Do
don't
you want to show
have
Canvas,
access a little
Ravi?
jealous,
Oh,
and I don't want to do that.
okay.
I don't want to upset
Okay.
anybody here.
Do you want to show the
But
Canvas show?
look, if you have access to this, go
this
through
is
it.
it, right?
It's fantastic.
Sharing
Yes.
Made,
now.
Yeah,
well
the
done.
Canvas show. If
But
you go to
Shilpa is going to be
modules
around.
or you go
Shilpa, if
to.
you can hang out at the teachers table.
You can go click
While
here.
you want me to actually do a demo?
Fidelis,
Let me not do a
sir,
demo
do we have
because
our
then
mics,
it'll make
give it a
those who
test?
don't have access a
no
little
go.
jealous,
Oh.
and I don't want to
All
do
right.
it. So
we have,
Fidelis,
Ravi, we have
I
one
don't want
more
to upset
person,
anybody here.
Jessica.
But
Jessica,
look, if you have
yes,
access
but
to
she
this,
didn't
go through it. It's
share her
fantastic.
cam.
It's made well done. But Shilpa is
Jessica
did.
going to
will
be around.
also
Shilpa,
be
if you can
answering
hang out at the
questions.
teachers table
Jessica will be also
when
there.
we go back.
She
Fidelis,
is
sir, do we have
there.
our mics?
So
Students,
give it a
you
test?
have lots of support. There
All right,
she
no
is.
go.
All right,
Oh,
Jessica
we have,
Fidelis is
Ravi,
also
we have one
with
more
us.
person, Jessica.
Let me stop my screen share so you
Jessica,
can
yes,
see
but
the
she
gang
didn't,
here. The gang is
share her
available to
cam.
help you.
She
Jessica
did.
will also be
Working on.
answering
We've got
questions.
talent
Jessica
here
will be also
from
there.
computer programming
She is
to app
there.
design to app developer.
So students, you have
Apple
lots of
fellows
there
to
she is.
cybersecurity
All right,
experts.
Jessica
too is also with
to
us.
Fidelis.
Let me stop my screen
ultimate
share so you
backup.
can see the gang here.
Can
The
save
gang is
you.
available to help you.
Except if you
as
need
you're
audio,
now,
then you're on your own.
Working on. We've got talent here.
So
from
do look
computer
out for
programming
these amazing
to app design
faculty
to
and
app
experts
developer, app
to guide
Apple
you.
fellows
They will be in
to
the
cybersecurity
teachers
table
experts,
or the judges table.
to
And if they get
Fidelis,
bored, they're gonna move around
the
and
ultimate
come join your
backup.
table. So
can
thank you,
save
all
you.
of you. Thanks to all of you.
Except
At this
if you
time,
need audio,
I
then
like
you're
to
on your
take
own.
all of us into
So
the
do
next
look
part
out
of
for
the
these amazing
challenge. So let
faculty
me
and
go back and
experts
share the
to
screen.
guide you. They will
And
be in
let's
the
move
teachers
forward.
table
Or the
11.
judges table. And if they
All
get
of you
bored,
to
they're
know
gonna
your
move around
challenge.
and come join
So
your
your
table.
challenge,
So
if you
thank
haven't
you,
already
all of
figured
you.
it out,
Thanks
it
to
is
all of
around
you.
climate climate change and climate action. I like to take, there is a difference between the two all of us I'd like to just take a quick moment to explain. Faculty, if I could have you go back on video mute and audio mute, and let's move forward. Just be the slides here if you don't mind. to know your challenge. So your climate change, if you haven't happening, temperatures on our planet are rising, droughts and wildfires are already taking starting to occur more frequently. Rainfall patterns are shifting, glaciers and snow are melting, and the global mean sea level is rising, which means water is rising, land is reducing, and it's happening because of human climate change. It's already happening. Believe it or not, we are on our planet are rising. Droughts and wildfires 8 billion people are already taking starting to occur more frequently. Rainfall patterns are shifting. Each one of us glaciers and snow are melting, and into this the global mean sea level is rising, which means this is where water is rising, land is reducing, and it's as the means to step up efforts to reduce greenhouse gas believe it or not, we are now strengthen resilience and adaptivity 8 billion people capacity on the planet to climate-induced impacts. It means that every day each one of us does something that contributes into this climate change measures, climate change, national policies, and this is where planning, climate improving education is defined as the means to step up efforts human to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and strengthen resilience and adaptivity, mitigation, adaptation, capacity to climate-induced impacts. Early warning. Now, as a student, when you see this hazard, that's a lot. It's a mouthful. It was like climate change measures into right? National policy, break it down for planning. What this improving education ultimately need rising and human on the planet to be aware with respect of their contribution, climate change mitigation, this greenhouse gas emissions that is causing an issue. For example, as a student, when you see this, that's a lot. It's a student that sits in Houston, Texas, or in India, or in Canada, break it down for you. How do you play in part? So let me share my quick story. I play a part in adding to the greenhouse emissions because I drive a contribution. I drive a gasoline car. This greenhouse gas emissions that is causing an issue. For example, how does it impact you, the individual, the student that sits in Houston, Texas, or in India, or family uses, or in Canada, get clean water from the city. We use it for cooking my quick story. And then basically when we're done, we drain it in adding to the greenhouse emissions, and then it goes away. So as I drive a gasoline car, believe it or not, I have even though I'm trying to be mindful of how much light in my house actually I contribute to this issue. The water I still that do. My family uses, we all get clean water so that when it gets tallied for cooking and then basically when we're done, we drain it in the it gets less and less in the sewer. Every time I buy a product or I buy a plastic bottle, believe it or not, I make even though I'm trying to be mindful of how much to me it's gone out of my life, but it actually contributes to this issue. A pile somewhere, I still and that pile can't just is to reduce it so that when it gets tallied across the world, I want you to realize that people we have for you it gets less and less. Climate change every time I buy a product or I buy a plastic bottle, and we need to implement education and trash it and awareness. To me, it's gone out of my life, but also our parents and our neighbors, and let everybody know that what can you do to reduce it. So some steps that I'm taking, so one step, for example, is across my entire house, I've invested in LED bulbs, and I've replaced every 60-volt bulbs that I have with a 9-volt or a 7-volt, and I've replaced the entire house. I think we had like 120 bulbs in my house. Every single one of them is replaced. We've installed LED lighting where we need it. We've installed 0-volt LED lights as well that just as used at night lights. We've installed solar in the house to make sure that our electricity usage is completely net zero, and it's it balances out with our grid. We're also producing energy now because every time the sun produces more energy, my house actually sends electricity back into the grid. And on top of that, I'm looking at investing in an electric vehicle in the next 5 years to make sure that I stop using gasoline cars and other things. So those are some of the big ticket items we're reducing. But in addition to that, I've stopped buying plastic water bottles. I've started to collect rainwater and use the rainwater for our gardening. After a few days, the water is still good, and we're using it when there's a drought. So we're doing little things as well. We're buying sustainable things. We're keeping our organics separate. We're keeping our wet trash separate from our dry trash, and we're recycling much more consciously to try to reduce as one individual, as a family. But these are all things that need awareness. So for you, take action, okay? And now how can you assist other people? So your challenge is literally, how can you add to this campaign of climate change for climate action? How do you change that? Our focus is Earth Day. We want to protect our beautiful planet. We have not yet found any other substitute in the solar system. And even if we do not have the means yet until Elon Musk fulfills his mission. We are not moving anytime soon, not in the next decade or two. So in your generation may happen, but it will not happen immediately. So your challenge is all around how do we make it so that our local community is aware of the climate action call, that we're protecting our planet, that we're creating sustainable models and ideas that can help others. Maybe you create an app that educates people on how much they waste every day. And maybe you create a calculator that tells you that, hey, realize every time it rains and you don't save that water, how much water goes to waste when you need it. And then when you need fresh water, how much water consumption gets made. Maybe you do that. Maybe you come up with some sort of a tech, maybe a design, a sensor or something to help you gauge your electricity usage. Maybe you come up with just an awareness campaign. Maybe you create the coolest social media campaign and you run it through an app, or you design it around an app. It is all up to you. The key there is how will you communicate it with the masses? Make sure your projects include these things, that you're able to come up with some concept, some idea, some product, some service to help address the action, the call to action for climate action and climate change. Sorry. And how can we make it better for our planet Earth? So with that, folks, it's
Ravi, I bet
11:30.
you can hear me now.
I hear you, Fidelis. You figured it out. Fidelis, I'm going to let you call it out. Let's release the students to do the making. This is our innovation inventathon process. And with that, Fidelis, just go and tell the students to make it happen. Go ahead, Fidelis.
Well, I want to thank everybody. Sorry for my technical issues. But I've been following everything, starting early this morning. I see familiar names. I was going to say faces, going back years, 10 plus years. This is awesome. First of all, Ravi, I want to thank you. We couldn't find a better person to do this. It's like you were made to do this stuff. It's great to see our students, faculty, the investment in time. But I want to conclude with the theme here, the Earth Day, and coming from somebody who didn't quite believe in global warming. Maybe I should get on camera when I do this. But I've seen the changes. I'm 59 years old, so I've been around long enough to see the climate patterns change, to see the things that are happening. I cannot explain. Science can't quite, or my logic can't quite make sense. So this is real. And the unfortunate thing is the climate change impact is going to be felt. This is global, first of all, but the countries, the places that are going to get hit first on hard are the places that actually contribute to the least to the cause of this. Islands in the Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, around the world. And that's not to share blame or anything, but this is just something that is global. We need to recognize it. Again, I'm a converted, I still don't go out and preaching climate change and stuff like that, but it is there. It is a problem. It's something that we need to recognize so we can start thinking along those lines and coming up with solutions. But I just want to thank everybody for getting involved in this. We have the best students. We have the best faculty. And Ravi, you're doing a heck of a job. This is the second App-A-Thon, and it's just amazing. It's just amazing.
Thanks, Fidelis, for those kind words. I definitely want to let the students go and team build and make the team. Students, you've got 20 minutes to do this. Actually, you've got a little bit more than that. You've got 50 minutes to do this. The session with Landy will start in session B. As I mentioned to all of you, that concurrently session A and session B will stay on, but the live stream will kind of take a pause, everybody. It will stop because you guys will be team building, and none of that stuff will get recorded. All of you get to make friends and network and come up with these ideas. So here it goes. I am stopping the share. The live stream will take a pause. Inventing in progress will show up as the slide, And students, go make friends and build on your ideas. Okay. Thank you. And we'll see you on the next session, session B, if you like to join. But ultimately, at 3 p.m., everybody needs to be in session C. Take care and be helpful, be kind.
Hello, is anyone here? I just wanted to let you know that y'all can stay here till 2 o'clock, but then if you want to join up again, you need to go to your email and look for the session B link.
a lot of apps. I'm not sure if you guys know. One is called like Ibotta or
now. Landy, I'm not able to hear you or see you. If you would like to unmute. And we're getting more folks added on. So there you are, Landy. All right. Woo! Look, so it's 12:31. If you unmute yourself there and try sharing your screen. I've just shared our App-A-Thon screen there. I did earlier today. I did get a chance to tell uh, our our sponsors and others how thankful I am to you and to David Regenbaum for coming in to do our breakout sessions. Your session starts now, and then David's session will start at 2. And we also are so thankful for uh, the the support. So we did share these slides earlier in the day in session A, and we went through and we gave them instructions after our keynote speaker. You know her very well. Once she got a chance to tell everybody why Greentown Labs is a talk of the town, we announced our challenges, and students were given the opportunity to go and team build and make. And ultimately, we have now opened up our making process. And in the making process, we've created a breakout session. We're not making it mandatory, but I'm telling everybody you got to come in and you got to hear Landy out. So those who are joining in, thanks for joining in. And then Landy, if you go ahead and give me a thumbs up that you're good to go, I'll mute myself and I'll let you do your session.
Give me 1 second. Let me make sure you can see my screen. I'm still unable to share the screen. I think that's what kicked me out last time. Ravi, you still can't.
I still see you. If you hit the share button there and then try sharing, there it is.
You can see the screen?
It looked like it was coming and then it went away. Try it one more time. Let's see if we can get. Is it a PowerPoint or? There it is.
How about now?
We see it. We see the screen and we see everything. So just go full screen.
Can you see me as well?
Yes, I see you as well. And if you run your slides, right now we're seeing a mirror effect because it's a screen sharing screen.
I see.
But if you hit present there, then there we go. We see you and we see your slides.
You see me and my slides. Okay.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to just leave it right here and I'll be with you all for the next 45 minutes or so. Right, Ravi?
That's right. And basically, you've got some students here with permission to be able to unmute and mute. So if you need their participation, just call them out. They also have reactions enabled. So, of course, you can't see them because you're looking at your screen. So, folks, you do want, if you want Landy's attention, just do unmute yourself and talk. Landy, you will hear them. You won't be able to see them, but yeah.
That's what I needed.
Let's see if we can make if you need.
Okay, so I am going to, for one quick second, guys, I'm going to stop sharing my screen just for a moment. All right. Okay, so the reason why I wanted to stop sharing my screen is because I wanted to make sure that, I'm getting some thumbs up. I need feedback and engagement. So let me first start by saying hello for wherever you are in the world, whatever part of the city, the country, the world that you might be in. Hello. And the great thing that I love about what we're doing today is technology allows us to connect. Like No, really connect. So what that means is I need you all to connect with me. Okay. It's Saturday and I'm here for you. I am so here for you. We're here to talk about design thinking. And if you have never heard of design thinking, you're in for a treat. It's a lot of information. I can tell you that. But what I'm going to try to do is give you an overview. Now, when I say design, I'm not talking about, clothing design. I'm talking about designing apps, designing technology, a designing mindset, a mindset where you are designing things intended for the user. So if you're here in the right place, ready to get ready for innovation design thinking, because you're here for the app challenge, please, this App-A-Thon, I need you to get in here with some thumbs up. Give me some thumbs up so I know that you're here. Come on, guys. I see you. Thank you. I know Frozan was here with me. Samir, I see you. Camilla, Marta. Okay. I feel like, hey, Monica, hello, hello. Okay. I feel like we're here. So you can invite a couple other people if you want, but I really want to tell you all, we have so many things to go over. This is a workshop that is designed to really help you to change your mindset, to change your thinking about maybe who you are in the world and how you get to show up. So what do I mean by that? So as I said, this thing called technology, some of you may be very familiar with it. You may be already a developer. You may be a student who is studying computer science or data scientist like myself. You might be a programmer or an app developer already, right? But there's so much to learn when we're thinking about innovation. So before I jumped in, I wanted to thank you, Samir, for sharing. I appreciate you. Before I jumped in, I wanted to just make sure I created a safe space to talk about this thing called tech and innovation. Why? Because so often, especially if you're someone like me who didn't have or start off with a tech background, I didn't start off with taking engineering classes. I didn't start off focused on math and sciences or a specific path that was STEM focused. But I can tell you, I am very analytical. I do know how to think quickly on my feet to solve problems, and I do enjoy creating things that are new. So when I think of creating things of new, I don't necessarily mean something that's tangible that you have to touch. I'm talking about also creating things new here. So because those were natural to me, and there's one other thing, I use both my left and my right side of my brain. What do I mean by that? As you may know, if you're a left brain thinker, if you're analytical, if you're really good at solving problems and organizing things, if you're structured, like I have my husband is very structured, he faces off things and things like that. And so that left side of the brain, normally in my tech and innovation folks, the left side of the brain kicks in so heavy that we focus on developing that more. And I am so committed to making sure that as innovators, as people who are creating things for the future of work, future solutions, solving big problems now, we're the best people to do it. Why? Because we get to use our right side of our brain. Our right side is our creativity. It's the teamwork. It's the interpersonal skills so often that we don't get in school. They're the intangible things, right? So remember, I said the left side of your brain, the tech skills, the things that we're naturally going to school for, that we're naturally able to see. And I'm using the word naturally because so often you can see it, but what seems maybe a little bit more lofty or aloof is the right side, the things that we cannot see, the things that's going on in here. And if you think about it, when you think about creating something new or solving a problem, if we only focus on the left side of our brain, the perspective, the analytical side of who we are, if we just stay over there, then we're forgetting the possibilities of including others, collaboration, true empathy. What do I mean by empathy? If you thought or heard that word before outside of this, you probably didn't think we were going to be talking about feelings or touchy stuff today. But think about it. Empathy has to do with putting yourself in someone else's shoes. So if you're designing something, if you're designing an app, a tool, if you're creating solving problems for climate change, for example, if you're doing something like that, you want to think about who you're doing it for, not just the tool itself, not just the creation of the app itself, but who is it being designed for? So with that said, I want to set that stage so we can start here. I'm going to jump in the presentation. You all give me some thumbs up so I can still know that you're here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I see that Samir has shaved. Samir has added in the chat box here. He's added. Thank you so much. The link so that you can share it. That's what I was trying to say. So share with a friend, invite other folks over here, because guess what? We're here to win some money today is what I'm hearing. In addition to winning some money, we're also here to develop ourselves. So often we focus on this thing outside of us, like money, for example, right? That is very important, right? But what about the person who's creating the change? What about the person who's designing something for the future? What about you? Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Okay. So that is what we're here for. Thank you for giving me some feedback. And listen, from what I hear, from what Ravi told me, you have the power to unmute your mic. Please, you see, I'm giving you energy, okay? Unmute your mic, ask questions, jump in, give me feedback, say that makes sense. Let me know that this is a shift for you. You're getting it. All you got to do is put in the chat, #shift. So I'll know you're ready. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Hoping that you all can see this. Probably so, because I can see it. So I'm going to go into, hey, Ravi, you can see it?
We see it.
You're the best. All right, well, I'm going to get started. So we're here to talk again about design thinking, and I want you to be thinking about design thinking in terms of innovation, specifically for climate change. So I have a daughter, for those of you who don't know me personally, she is a sophomore in high school at the Energy Institute right here in Houston, Texas. And she is so big on environmental things, climate change. She mentioned it was Earth Day. Mom, we're going to practice water conservation. So the reason why that's important is because I want to remind you that it is something that, again, is not outside of us to solve problems. I brought up my daughter because as a sophomore, she looks at, I can be a part of the solution, right? So hold on one second. Okay, there we go. Who am I? Why am I qualified to be here? I've done a few things. I am so committed to doing a lot more to help us to shift. Don't forget what I said. Put that in the chat for me. #shift. So as you can see, I spent some time doing some work with HCC, to name a few, Station, Ion here. I've been on the Ellen Show. My projects, or my team, our projects has been featured even on the Ellen Show, if any of you are fans of Ellen like I am, with the African American Association in Energy, folks in energy, and then C3E, which is Sustainable Energy Change. So I go across different sectors and industries. And the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because, to be very honest with you, I don't see a lot of people who look like me in the spaces that I'm in. And why is that critical and important? Because in order to walk in the experience of myself as an innovator, to walk in the experience of myself as a data scientist, to walk in my experience of myself as a leader who coaches and advises and facilitates training for other leaders, I continue to level up. So I do things like you're doing today. I go to classes, I take additional certifications. I just completed this Alt MBA program that was super intense, 30 hours of professional development per week. And boy, when I tell you that was so intense, I'm bringing all those things together because why? I told you I'm working on both my left side of my brain as well as my right. Okay. Let's see if this video works. I really hope it does.
Audio does not.
It does work?
The video works, but not the audio.
Not the audio?
Yep. We can lip sync it.
Okay, I'm going to speak it through. They're just explaining how we tackle problems through design thinking, because it encourages you to explore alternatives between options in A and option B, things that never existed before. It focuses on the needs of the user, not just ergonomics, but the context and culture of the stakeholders are involved. It also helps you to take into account direct observation and qualitative data, and that thing called empathy. I told you, it's solving problems for the person, not just creating a new thing. You ideate it, which is to change quickly by putting and testing your problem out there, putting and testing, your solution out there. So you create prototypes, you test the outcomes, and you speed up the innovation process because we continue to ideate quickly. We don't worry about getting to the end without testing it. We keep changing very quickly, and you do it early on, and we are not afraid to fail fast. We create mistakes as a part of the growth process to create a method and a unified language for collaboration, greater creativity, and better solutions faster. It's saying suddenly the world's problems are simple and manageable with design thinking. Wow, that was intense, guys. I got to tell you, I was listening in my ears and almost translated. And because I speak another language, I'm seeing how those things really kicked in there. But this is what we're talking about today. We are talking about design thinking. And what you'll discover is that you can change. Don't forget, put in that hashtag shift. You can shift your mindset. It's possible without losing who you are. I said that I've taken a lot of classes and certifications and extended knowledge and going back to school and all of these things so that I can continue to have this growth mindset without even losing who I am. As a matter of fact, I've become even more deep into who I am because I can see that I can use both my left and my right side of my brain. If you use this design thinking approach, what you will do is you'll learn how to practice empathy. And remember, I said empathy is creating solutions designed for the intended user. So often, and I want you to think about this, have you ever been to like a website or used an app and it just wasn't really user friendly? It wasn't the experience of what you would expect when you go click two clicks, especially if you're a millennial. A lot of millennials don't want to do more than 2 clicks to get to the solution or solve the problem or buy their thing, right? And so when you think about if it takes 10 clicks just to put in my address and say, yes, I'm interested, then we're not thinking about the user. When I say empathy, again, we're opening our mindset to think differently about words or terms that we may have used before. Why? Because we're designing them for the people that the creation, this solution is intended for. What you will also do using design thinking is you will seek to understand first, then be understood. Okay, let me say that one more time. Seek to understand first, then be understood. As a matter of fact, if you all can put that in the chat, what do I mean by seek to understand first, then be understood? Okay, practice win-win. If any of you have ever heard of the 7 habits of highly effective people, you may have heard of these terms before. So I am a certified leadership coach in the 7 habits, and those are terms that we use. Seek to understand, then be understood. What does that mean? I seek to understand the person that I'm interacting with. Interpersonal skills, as smart as I may be, the height in the work that I've invested into my IQ, into my technical training, I am still learning more, connecting more, able to collaborate and do so much more when I bring in a diversity of perspective outside of my own by seeking to understand another person. So you heard me use this term, diversity of perspective. Normally, when we think of diversity as race and gender. Normally, I think of diversity as diversity of thought, diversity of experience, and diversity of perspective. And without a diverse perspective, you don't have a complete perspective. So you want to seek to understand the perspective of others. Then you reach out and say what is important and give what you want them to understand. Then be understood. You practice the win-win. And we talked about practicing openness and empathy. Okay, so this was in the video that you all couldn't hear, so I'm going to break it down for you. 5 very simple steps for design thinking. You start off with the step for empathy or empathize. When you empathize, you develop a deep understanding of a challenge, a deep understanding. So there was a point in the video that talked about observation and collecting data. So I told you I'm a data scientist. So a part of the work that I do is making sure that I truly understand if I'm creating a new app, if I'm creating VR glasses, how am I making sure that I understand who it is for and what is really the problem, right? What is the problem that they're really having? Not what's on the surface, not what's the easiest to fix or the lowest hanging fruit. But if I truly develop a deep understanding of the challenge, I'm going 2, 3, 4 steps deeper. And you can't do that just within yourself. You actually got to get over there with your user or your customer. Second is defining the problem. Clearly articulate the problem that you want to solve. Clearly articulate the problem that you want to solve. This can be very challenging, especially if we're not using both our right and our left brain. Why can this be challenging? Because so often, because we know the answer, we've created something and we know the answer, we know how it works. So what we do is we sell the benefits. We tell people, hey, this thing is great because, oh, I can show you my little bar. So I have this protein bar, right? So if I tell you all the benefits, it's 3 egg whites, some peanuts, some dates in there, and no BS. I like that, right? So if I start to sell you all the benefits of the protein bar, right? I'm just using an example, without defining, hey, what do you have issues with? What's going on that you need to really solve? If I don't understand the depth of the challenge, then how will I clearly articulate that the problem that I'm trying to solve is to have something very quick on the go so that I can have a snack before I jump onto my presentation? Because maybe I don't have time for a meal because I'm in back-to-back meetings, right? Or the problem that I'm trying to solve is to make sure that I have good, healthy energy without a lot of substances that go along with that. So getting clear, what seems like the problem I'm trying to solve is just, oh, buying a bar. No, you want to be able to clearly articulate the problem you want to solve. That thing called ideate is next. So I mentioned this before. Ideate is brainstorming potential solutions, select and develop your solution. So you're going to brainstorm potential solutions to select and develop your solution. So here is a tip for brainstorming. Many of you may already be familiar with it. So often with brainstorming, we start with one problem where we hear other people. So I'm going to give you practical tools, tips, and techniques to move forward. Not just some fluff, some things that you can actually use to win some money today and to take this design thinking approach for your next. So if you think about brainstorming, if everyone is coming up with different ideas, so often if we hear something that kind of sparks our interest, we start to go down a path, right? Oh yeah, that sounds really, really good. My suggestion is not to ideate or brainstorm by just going down the path of what maybe the loudest person said or the first person said, but to even use sticky notes to create pieces of information and ideas and bringing those things together, or writing things down as a list so we don't start to go with just the first solution. If you think about it, ideation is a very small form of change. So if you think about the ability to ideate quickly or come up with ideas quickly to solve a problem, it probably won't start with your first answer. It actually may start at the end. So think about that. If I say, okay, guys, come on, let's come up and solve this problem for climate change. We just had this really big freeze in Houston, Texas. Let's figure out what we can do. And we start to throw out solutions. We start to brainstorm. Well, the very first, second, and maybe even the 10th are not necessarily the best solutions. They're just the first through the 10th. But as we get better, we work those muscles, come up with that creativity, the right side of the brain. What we're going to do is we're going to come up with even better solutions. So that was the part that I mentioned before in the video when I was translating that or transcribing, I guess is the right way to say that, is that you want to be able to fail forward. Don't be afraid to throw out ideas that you might feel like, oh, nobody's going to, this is a bad idea, or I shouldn't say that, or no idea is a bad idea. Brainstorming takes practice and putting things out there, not first, second, or third, focused, maybe the 10th or 20th, or by the time you're at, if you say I'm going to ideate for 5 minutes, at 4 minutes and 52 seconds, someone might come up with the best idea. So don't be afraid to let it flow and not be afraid to fail. Prototype is the fourth step. Design a prototype or a series of prototype, different things to test all or part of your solution. Remember, I said we can create pieces and then put them outside of ourselves. One of the things, even when developing an app, you know how you'll get updates to your favorite app? I get updates to my phone all the time. So what that means is they are constantly, continuously improving, and not being afraid to say, hey, not that I was wrong or I made a mistake, but we fixed this, or we've added a new benefit, or we've listened to our customer because we have a deep understanding of the challenges that you're facing. So you could create a series of prototypes to test your entire solution or parts of your solution. And then lastly is to engage in a continuous short cycle innovation process to continuously improve your design. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Don't be afraid to make changes and improvements. One of the things I didn't mention is the fact that I've always grew up surrounded by training, hiring, even becoming a practitioner myself in Lean Six Sigma, which is the focus on continuous improvement through time, cost, and quality. And I don't say just time, cost, and quality as it relates to a product. Remember, I focus also on people. So what is is this the highest and best use of your time? Is the quality of life that you want, is this where you want to be? And then what does it cost you not to change? What does it cost you not to ideate or iterate or hear all the different solutions that are possible? Okay, we're going to go to the next one. Let's see. All right, so just breaking it down for you with some visuals. So empathize, develop that deep understanding of the challenge. So if I'm over here and I'm the goldfish that's in this one initially, by hopping over, I get out here and I get out in the world, and I am not afraid to get out there and understand what the challenge is to get across to the third fishbowl. Excuse me. Clearly define the problem that you want to solve. I spoke about this. Problems can be very entangled. They can be very complicated and complex. And right now, we're dealing with all kinds of problems in the world, right? But when you're creating a solution, you want to be able to clearly articulate the problem that you want to solve. We're going to solve this problem. Sometimes there's a problem statement that you can create. There's this really cool tool. I told you I was going to give you tools, tips, and techniques. There's this really cool tool called Mad Libs. I used to use it all the time. But Mad Libs can be used also for problem statements. So you can Google it. Mad Libs, MADLIB, like boy, S. And it helps you to think through, okay, we're solving this problem for who? For the effect of what in order to make this change happen. And it kind of walks you through that. Ideate, ideate, ideate. So I talked about different ways to ideate and brainstorming potential solutions in order to select and develop your solution, not starting with the first. You can see this brain is coming up with several ideas. And brainstorming is so much better with others. I can tell you that. Don't be afraid to put your ideas out there. I'm throwing this in there. This is my advanced class, right? This is an advanced way of thinking through design thinking. But I wanted to bring this in because let me go back. So often I hear, well, Landy, the reason why I don't put my problems out there is because I don't want somebody to take my my solution. Or I don't know if that's a really good idea. Or like I hear a lot. Okay. And so what I'm going to encourage you to think about is if you're just thinking about design for future processes as zero sum, I have my interest, you have your interest. I win, you lose. If you're thinking about, I'm not going to share my ideas because if I share my ideas, then I will lose because your interests are separate from mine, right? The concept that you want to go into design thinking with is non-zero sum. I have my interest, you have your interest, and we're trying to solve this problem by overlapping the interest. There's that win-win again. Okay, I'm just checking my phone to make sure that Ravi is not sending me a message saying he can't hear me. Hopefully you all can hear me. Can somebody give me some feedback? Unmute, please. Is this helpful? Is this good? Can you give me a shift? Shift? I'm hoping you all are there. All right, I'm going to keep going. Prototype. Design a prototype or a series of prototypes. You all remember robots back in the day, or Legos. My kids used to play with Legos a lot. So you can see that we continue to get better, and you don't have to put out the best version first. Why? Because you need to test it. That's what design thinking is about. Oh, that's another video. Let's see. You all aren't going to be able to hear it, so I'm going to go to the next one. Just some pictures to remind you when we're thinking through climate change, you want to think big. Like if you were to put this out here in the world, what would this look like? If we composted all of our waste, the impact would be equivalent to removing 7.5 million cars from the road. You can stop 95% of combustible waste that goes in landfills. I want you to think big about your solutions. Don't think small. Think about them on a billboard. One household at a time is all it takes. We can reduce landfill size by a third. Can you imagine that? Sometimes all you need is a bucket. All right. I threw that in there because now I want you all to be innovators and not be afraid to test and fail and try and improve and keep improving. It's a continuous short cycle. This is a journey, not a sprint. I promise you. You want to be willing, ready, and able to continuously improve your design. With that, I am going to stop for a second here. I'm checking my chat. Shift. Yes. Thank you, Frozan. Shift. Shapila. Hello. Shift, shift, shift. Seek to understand first, then to be understood. Perfect. You all are with me. I am grateful for this feedback. Okay. This is good. Good, good, good. What does innovation mean to you? Ooh, Al, is it Al? Abraham, can you tell me your answer to that? What does innovation mean to you? Because you are an innovator to me. Shift. Hey, Jessica, that's exactly right. So I've given you the 5 steps. I'm going to go back and I'm going to make sure that we're continuing to help you to think about what does innovation mean to you. All right. So when you use design thinking as an approach, the result is that it allows you to take a closer look at how to apply human-centered design principles to tackle complex challenges. Okay, let me pause there. So human-centered design challenges. So I'm throwing a lot at you. We spoke about the left brain and the right brain. We spoke about 5 different steps for design thinking. We spoke about different tips, tools, and techniques for brainstorming, for example, that everybody kind of throws things in and you keep going. You don't stop with the first answer. You write things down to help you to keep the flow going. So I've given you a lot of things. I hope you're taking notes, okay? The one thing that I want to remind you is that you are the best person to solve the problem. So often, especially because tech is so cool and, you know, or we buy our phones and we have these little computers in our hands now, or we're creating things out of big data, or we're able to put on my favorite, which is VR glasses, and we can see and experience things very differently. But we want to keep in mind that the human-centered design is, again, what is the best case use? What are we trying to create for the user? So design thinking really helps you to keep focused on designing things from a human-centered approach. I spoke about the journey. We're transforming the customer journey. When I create something that is not really good, I use the example of my bar, my protein bar. If I'm just creating a bar just to be a filler, it might not be the best for me for my health. It might not be the best for me for actually getting the protein and nutrients that I need. So transforming the customer journey doesn't just start with selling the benefits. It starts with letting the customer know that you're solving the problem because you're listening to them. And then you help to transform that journey along the way. You also get to improve ideation and prototyping as a part of this design thinking approach. You get to discover the importance of telling the story by leveraging data. Think about that. Think about that. If I'm listening to my customer, I understand what's really going on with them. I understand the challenges that they're facing. I understand the problems, and I can discover the importance of storytelling by leveraging this as data. These are data points. Listening to our customer gives us data. Empathizing with our customer gives us data. Being open and noticing what those triggers are, right? If it's an emotion, something is coming up, that person is getting mad or angry, or you notice a change in the inflection of their voice, or it matters to you. Those are data points. I say that emotions are data because they tell us something. And then design thinking also helps us to identify the team strengths, the needs, and opportunities. Because remember, I told you it's important to collaborate. Okay, so I already mentioned the stages. This is a little bit advanced, but I thought I would throw this in here. It's not anything you need to use today, but we talked about the zero-based design of future processes. So I suggested that you don't think about not sharing solutions or separating, but what makes it win-win for us both. It's very helpful when you start to create visuals as you create a prototype, sketch a minimum viable product. Even if it's not a tangible, still sketch something out so that your visual folks on your team, or you might be visual, most folks are visual, so you want to sketch it out. You want to design and develop. Don't be afraid to create something, whatever it is, whatever kind of app you're creating, start with something somewhere. Why? Because you're beginning with... Oh, scared me.
Sorry about that. I just want to make sure the students aren't able to see your slides. Not sure if you're sharing slides or if you're just... because they see you. They're not seeing your slides.
Oh, no.
Well, they saw most of it, I think, in the last few minutes here. The slides weren't showing up.
You're the best. Thanks for letting me know. What
No,
about now?
We've got something. Slides are... Yep, we see stage 1. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Wow. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
You got it.
Okay, so I think I was here, and I've already went through why the result is important, why design thinking is important. I just walked through these with you. The human-centered approach, focusing on transforming the customer journey, improving ideation and prototyping, and then discovering the importance of storytelling by leveraging that data, putting that out there, and identifying the strengths, opportunities of your team. I was talking through the 4 stages of converting ideas into action. So we talked about ideas being so often, as humans, natural. It's like mine, I'm not going to share, right? So you don't share your ideas. But when you're thinking about design thinking, you want to think win-win. Okay, let's bring your interest and my interest together. Your suggestions, ideas, and solutions, and my suggestions, ideas, and solutions. And remember what I said. Without a diversity of perspective, you have an incomplete perspective. So that was the stage 1, is just kind of thinking through, okay, let's be open with each other. Let's bring our barriers down. Sketching a minimal viable product. I was speaking to people being visual, and that I want you to consider, even if it's something that is a thought, come up with ways to sketch it out, right? Come up with ways so that you can visually see what you're trying to create. You don't have to be an artist to do that. Then stage 3 was to design and development. Like, get in there, get your hands dirty, create something, put some coding to it, add your skills from Python, add the things that you know best, bring what you bring to the table. I told you, as a data scientist, there are really 5 realms of data scientists, and Python wasn't my thing. Very familiar with it. I understand that it's important and coding is so relevant, but I am better at telling the story. So I wasn't afraid to get in there and say, listen, hey guys, yes, what we're creating for this app is important, but what story are we telling? Let's make sure we have the story around it so that when we're selling it, we're not just selling the benefits, but we're connecting it to to the customer. We're connecting the idea into action. And then that last one is presentation of a prototype and the feasibility. Is this really possible? Okay. We've talked about this a little bit, but I thought this visual was really cool. When I saw the elevation of design as really this is how we've progressed. We started off as a human form growing into the same slouch. Look at that. We're slashing over our computers now. I think this is amazing. And my hat's off to Charles, if he is here, for helping with creating these fabulous slides from the CSA organization. These are just visuals. When I was telling you about that minimal viable product, it doesn't have to start off as a car. Let it start off by the intended use for the customer. Design and develop, just the visual there. And I'm looking at my time here, Ravi. Design and develop, start somewhere. Remember I said, start putting in those pieces. My piece was the storytelling. My piece was making sure that the data fitted and made sense, and the data visualization was accurate. So that's where that came from. You bring your pieces to the picture, but don't sit quietly. Bring it all together. That's what it's about. It's about developing during this process. We develop ourselves, the person, as we create solutions for others. And then the presentation of the prototype and the feasibility. Look at that sled prototype, right? Well, I wonder where the first ship, how did that start? The first ship that went out to NASA. The generation we belong to is one of the many differences we may have with our coworkers. These differences can cause stress, discomfort, conflict, and frustration. They can also become a source for creativity and productivity. I thought this quote by Claire Rains was very appropriate because the focus on creating something new, utilizing and leveraging technology, we have to start with us. We have to start with the person. And again, the differences between us, even our age differences, our backgrounds, where we're from, where we started, how we approach things, they can cause stress and discomfort and even conflict. But the reality is, when we bring those barriers down and we use the design thinking approach, they can also become a source for great productivity and creativity. That's that bright side of the brain. I hope this was helpful. I did want to offer, Ravi, I wanted to offer a free gift because I think that it is so important, especially when people are leveling up and they want to stay connected. They want to figure out how to network, in a place where we can't get out and get in touch with each other. The offer for you for the www.millennial collective, 2 L's, 2 N's, millennialcollective.com/gift. That is your free gift, so that it helps you to network and to connect as you move forward. It helps you as you start to put this app out there and create something. Don't be afraid to put this on LinkedIn. Hey, here's my project. I worked on this project together for an App-A-Thon. This was sponsored by Greentown. Like, they're doing big, great things, right? So make sure that you know how to put yourself out there. And I thought that would be helpful for you today. I also am open for any questions that you may have. I want to thank you all for having me. Please connect with me. I'm very big on LinkedIn, and ask that you connect with me, Landy with an I, Landy like Candy Spearman. I am so here and ready, open, and willing to answer your questions. I hope that this was helpful as you move forward, innovate, create, and of course, #shift. Thank you. Oh, I got some thumbs up. That's great, Ravi.
Thank you. And then, hey, look, everybody has the ability to come on the stage. At this time, I'd love to find out if any students already found a team, if they've met new people that they're working with in making a submission. We've got a little less than 2.5. Well, it's by 3 p.m. So it's, what time is it? It's 1:15. So you've got about an hour and 45 minutes before it's due. So you have to make your submissions before 3 p.m. That's the hackathon model. So who like to just quickly share that they're working on something and they have something? You don't have to tell us your project. Just let us know if you met somebody new and you guys are teaming up to put a submission in by 3 p.m. And again, you guys do have the ability to unmute your video and your mic. Give you guys a second. I know the tool can take a second to load.
I just want to encourage you all. Oh, Monica is coming on. Perfect. I want to encourage you all. Listen, I'm not talking about design thinking from a place of theory or concept. This is what I do. I've been in hackathons. I love the process. It's intense. It's crazy intense, right, Ravi? But it is so healthy to help you think fast and get outside of yourself. So I encourage you to participate today. Ravi said, if you all have any ideas that you're willing to share, you want to throw them out there, I'm here for it. Like, I have experience with this as well. So let me know how I can help. And I hope this was very helpful to you.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you why it's important to be thinking fast and trying to see in a rapid prototyping activity. You don't throw out the idea because you're afraid of testing it. You try it. You don't know. Every rabbit hole gets explored, right? Go down the rabbit hole. I'm sure some of you may have heard that, and this is what the idea is that you don't know. If you don't, as an innovator, you try 50 things, 10 of them have to stick, right? But unless you try 50 things, you'll never know. So Monica, were you joining us to share if you met new people, if you've got a team and you guys are making a proposal at 3, or are you still looking for someone to help you join a team?
I actually met a few new people today, and we did formulate a team. And I think we have a very good concept that we will be presenting before 3 p.m.
Fantastic. So that's all I need to hear. That's at least we've got some people that have never met in their time, and they're here and they're making a submission. So I see Denzel, you've unmuted, or go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. We have a team as well. I think we have a pretty good concept. We already have like a logo design.
Are you competing against Monica, or are you part of Monica's team?
No, we're competing because I want to win. I don't like to lose.
Ooh, boy versus girl. I like this. Is it an all guy team or all girls team, Monica?
We do have one woman on our team.
Okay, all right. Way to represent. What's the size of your team? Is it 2 people, 3 people?
We got 4, I think.
4. Okay, fair enough. All right, 25% representation. Okay, Landy, you might get it.
Ravi, you know I'm over here like.
Monica, what about you? Tell me who you got on your side.
We have 4. It is three ladies and 1 gentleman.
What? Equaled out right there. There you go.
That's a diversity of perspective. Listen, I wanted to mention. Look, Denzel put our team will have the best with a happy face. I love it. I do want to answer this quick question, or at least bring this to everyone's attention in the chat. Thank you so much, Mr. Tareem, for putting this in. Brainstorming is a great way to gather ideas quickly during the IDA process of design thinking. With so many ideas, how do you prioritize them? It seems consensus-based decision drives us back to the status quo. Ravi just spoke to that. Ravi said, listen, don't stop. Don't stop. Go down the rabbit hole. Try it. You may be surprised by what you end up with on the other side of the rabbit hole. So to answer your question, the reason why design thinking is so effective in an environment like a hackathon, like an App-A-Thon, because it forces you to choose. Don't think about the status quo, because that's our left side of our brain. We're trying to put things in boxes. Think about, okay, guys, well, who is this for again? What's the solution? What are we trying to solve? Remember the picture of the lighthouse with the water crashing up against this climate change has created this crashing waves of water, right? So who is the problem? What are you trying to solve, and who is it for? Keep that in mind when you're prioritizing. I hope that helps.
It does to me, and I think that's the critical piece is try everything, but don't forget who you're doing this for. And the way I like to prioritize things is things that are urgent and important, right? In life, if you've got 50 things you can do, think about in your process there immediately. Is there an idea? Is there an app project that you can immediately do because there's an urgency to it? Climate change, obviously, there's been a call for it for a while, and now it's all about building up awareness and getting more people to realize that, yeah, it's an issue. Why do you need more people to realize? Well, if more people knew, either they'll be conscious or maybe more people will invest towards it. For example, if more people knew the benefits of having an electric car over not, then maybe they'll plan for an electric car down the line. Maybe if solar made sense, then people would invest towards it. And when these technologies get invested for, then more and more product is available, and the other products that do not have a zero waste policy, let's say plastic, less and less of it's being used. If more people bought the clay bottles, bought the glass bottles, then less plastic bottles will get used. It's literally asking people to change their habits, and it doesn't happen immediately. It does take time and effort, but the ideas you want to take forward is the ones that are important and the ones that are urgent. That will guide you, and this works. So Landy, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for sharing your wisdom. You've made gave us some cool slides and a process to follow, which I think adds a lot of value for the students. Now, I do know they have a deadline to meet, so I want to release them back into their teams and their projects and let them continue working. But in addition to that, Samir, my partner in crime, if you want to just come on the screen for a second, and I'll just, as a faculty member, what did you hear that you think you can take it back to the students in the classroom? Because Landy, you just made an impact, not on the students on the call, but I think some of the faculty members who are the trainers training other students. So your impact doubles. With Samir here, it actually quadruples because he does a lot of classes. Samir, what any thoughts? And by the way, you can tell Landy it wasn't worth it. Just give your honest feedback, okay?
No, I think it's great what she's doing. You know, there are a lot of things that inherent value that she brings that we may not think about, just to motivate other students. I think that's one thing, like, we realize all the time. We do things but we don't really realize the impact that we're doing. So I think it's awesome what she's doing. I'm finding out more about her organization. So this is what it's about, right? It's about networking. And yeah, I mean, it's what I think about when you mentioned all these things about, you know, the ideas and what it takes. I think about, you know, how, I mean, Rome wasn't, you know the traditional quote, it wasn't built in one day. You know, you got to have those bricks every day, and that's success takes a very long time. But it's the ones that are patient, the ones that do work together, like Landy's saying, you know, collaborating and bringing all your creative ideas together and figuring out what's needed. In the long run, you'll be successful. Like, one thing will work out of whatever you're, as long as you have that direction, right? And you know that something's gonna happen, right? So
that's good. That's good. Samir, thank you for sharing that. I definitely appreciate your insight. And I would add this, you know, I kind of laugh sometimes. So prior to my husband, before I met him, when I was dating, I would only date engineers. And I say that not because that's what I was kind of going after, but I really like smart people, right? I really like that left side of the brain and the way to think through solving problems. And so, Samir, you just raised a very, very important and valid issue, is that we normally don't even think about the who is it for. We don't think about, wow, I'm creating this, I know that this is going to work. But when we look at constraints and we look at all of these other things to create, who is it for needs to be a part of the process. And when we leave that out, you'll be surprised when you put it in there earlier, you actually get to have small wins faster. So don't forget to not be afraid to create something, because so often we're trying to, you know, make the next Uber app or the next, right, that big. Well, it had to start somewhere. So that part that you said, Samir, about the building blocks and the bricks of Rome, the small wins count. The small wins count. And as I said, it's time to shift. We got to think differently because we have complex, volatile uncertainty, complex and ambiguous change is what we're facing. It's called VUCA change. It used to be something that was used quite often in the military when they were facing war times, but this is a lot that we're facing in business, in life. So I use that term to help us to kind of process like, wait a minute, I got to think about who this is for. So good luck to you all. Again, Ravi, thank you for having me. Samir, thank you so much. And thank you all for your participation. I wish you luck. I cannot wait to hear who put it down. I just know it's going to come. And the other thing, just to remind you, is it's the process. Trust the process. So often we're just trying to get to the money or the thing. Have fun doing this together. Step back and be like, wow, there are 3 women on my team. Wow, there are 4 of us that we never knew each other. What can I do? How can I benefit beyond this? That was why I gave you the millennialcollective.com/gift so that you can continue to network and connect to what's next for you. Thank you. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Landy. And folks, we have 4 minutes before we just kind of wrap up this session. I do want to take this time, and Landy, this is also for you. If you like to see the community showcase that will take place after 3 p.m. today, where you'll get to see what the students have put together in this
Wow.
3 hours of time that they, or less than 3 hours that they've had. And also we have some judges joining us to judge those ideas. Let me just scroll down to just remind everybody who the judges are. So you've got Dr. Donovo, Mr. Regenbaum from the HCC Foundation, Dr. Zhang from Z-Lab, and then Amy Henry from Unique Ventures, including me and Samir, we are backup judges. We are making sure that we get things selected and done. So we're going to be there too. The criteria for judging. So when you're making your presentations, and by the way, there will be a presentation on pitch presentation shortly that will start at 2 o'clock. It's a video we're going to play where everybody can sit together and watch. It talks about the importance of a pitch presentation. But in your judging criteria, we're looking for originality of idea and the innovation. We're looking for positive impact on a scale of 1 to 10. Technical difficulty of the project you've taken on. User interface and design. Does it look cool? Did you do the effort and put those slides the way Yancy taught you in the morning? Did you spend some time on the design and making it look good and explaining it and breaking it down? And then the overall idea and the concept. So we're just looking at that. So they're very broad, and they're intended to things that you need to build around. So make sure you do that. At the top here, all the projects, so I'm logged in, so it's showing my projects. But when you guys post your projects, actually I'll be here under project gallery. All these projects will start populating. Make sure you make them public as soon as you're ready, and do go in and make your submissions in div post before 3 p.m. So there are some questions in there that you need to fill out. Those questions, by the way, wait till 2 p.m. Before you start filling in these things, because there's going to be a slight change in one of the questions. Not a major change, nothing really big, but it's a question just to make sure we collect from you. And stay on top of the updates by looking at the updates. You are getting emails. Some of them are automated emails. So you got the session B important email there. And there's some discussions that you can post here, or you can post on Facebook. So keep that in mind, that this is the platform we want to go back to. Landy, if you would like to come and see all of the 49 participants that are either in session A or in session B, or they're working away, you can click and see them and their skills and their profiles. If you want to see how many teams are working solo, well, it looks like 19 folks are going to give a shot at this. I bet you probably 3 will submit something. But I will say the ones who are not working solo and the ones who are already part of a team. So let me clear this one and see if they've already got a team, has a team. It says 2 people. Well, I'm pretty sure that these 2 are going to make a submission. And then the others are there. They've not actually defined but they are looking for teammates. About 23 of them still says looking for teammates. So look, if you've already found a teammate and go ahead and go back and make that update on your profile. So everything looks, but check out the specialties we have. Full stack developer, business, designer, mobile developer, backend developer, cybersecurity, data scientist. I don't have one yet. I love that one. That one's my fave. Network engineer. And people have skills: Python, C, C++, Java, cybersecurity, HTML5, Java, PowerPoint, and Word. I love that one too. PowerPoint's my fave. So look, you've got talent. You've got people. Go bug them. Send them an email. And then if you've already got a team, go ahead and update. Make an update in there, and make your submission in about an hour. That's all we. It says, by the way, it says deadline about 3 p.m. There it is. Made me worried there a little bit. So submit before 3 p.m. So about an hour and 30 minutes is what you have. So with that, it's 1:31. I will let y'all go back and enjoy the Remo platform. Once again, I want to thank Landy and all the faculty who are around to help out students, and then students continue to work. Don't go back into session A. Session A will close in 30 minutes. We'll move everybody from session A to session B. Session B will stay open until 3 p.m. And then at 3 p.m., we all go to session C, where we will start off. Me and Samir will kick it off with a community showcase, and also we'll welcome our judges and so forth. And by the way, if you need to submit late, just ping Samir, let him know that you guys are running a little late. While we're looking at the submissions, we will allow late submissions to come in. Just heads up, our judges are coming in at 3:30. They're going to be part of the audience, and you don't want to try to come in after they've been here. So good luck, have fun, and be kind, be helpful. Bye.
Hey, quick question. Are we going
I am chatting with it. So I told them, because they used to think the outside that is nothing. The back was the only to so she said no part of the process she's not people.
So at this time, the students are working on their projects and getting it ready for submission. They will have until 3 p.m., which is about an hour and 20 minutes from now, or actually less than 20 minutes, hour and 10 minutes or so, to make their submissions into the DevPost website. And the faculty are around, they're going on helping. You can see in the visualization of the conference that folks are moving around. They found a table. They're some working in teams of 4, others are working in teams of 2, and there are different floors. You've got floor 1, you've got floor 2, 3 floors, and all the students are kind of around the area. So we're looking forward to the submission. So just if you're watching the live stream, thanks for joining. Continue to watch. We'll run session C, which is our community showcase and our judging, right on this link. So hope you're enjoying the show, and next time you should participate. Just register and join in, and get inspired, get some skills, get some certificates for spending your Saturday with us in getting some education around design thinking, pitch presentations, and also solving a call, and building up some soft skills along the way, making teams and making friends, and using technology like Wemo and others. So it's a fun experience. I hope you guys join in if you're just watching and you're not participating. And then if you're participating, I hope you use this live stream to go back and catch up on anything you may have missed, and just get yourself updated to the process of the hackathon. All right, so with that, good luck everybody, and enjoy the music.
This workshop is brought to you by This workshop is brought to you by Houston Community College Centers for Entrepreneurship. I am David Regenbohm, the entrepreneur in residence at the Northwest College of HCC. A pitch is a request or act that attempts to persuade someone to buy or do something. Virtually all of us have pitched at some time or other. Someone recalls asking their parents to borrow their car. Prior to doing so, you probably thought about which parent to ask, how to structure the ask, when and for how long and for what purpose you need the car. This is preparation. We will be presenting the elements of a business pitch presentation, which fundamentally is very similar. Pitch preparation. Are you credible? You have 7 to 10 seconds to present your credibility. The audience first impression will take less than 10 seconds to determine whether you're credible or not. How do you engage the audience if you're not credible? So being credible is essential to your pitch presentation. What problem are you solving? You have 15 seconds typically to advise the audience of the problem. It would be best to tell a story about an individual who is having a problem and how you intend providing the solution. Telling a story is a very effective way of pitching your solution. What is your solution? You have 15 seconds to provide your unique solution. Is there competition? Of course there is. No one is without competition. Even Henry Ford, when he developed the motor vehicle, had competition from the horse and buggy. This is fundamental to recognizing that you have competition. You always have competition. What are you asking for? Make sure that when you do the pitch, that you have an ask. Many people do a pitch and then forget to ask. So what are the 9 C's of an effective elevator pitch? They are concise. Be concise. An effective elevator pitch contains as few words as possible, but no fewer, and less is more. Be clear. Don't use jargon. Don't use acronyms. MBA speak is not acceptable to a pitch. To be effective, your pitch must be clear, must be compelling. To be compelling, an elevator explains the problem and your solution in as few words as possible. Be credible, as we said earlier. Credibility comes from the first impression. How you dress, how you look, how you present yourself is all part of your being credible. Conceptually, present yourself as an effective elevator pitch at a fairly high level, and don't go into unnecessary detail. Do a 30,000 view of the problem and your pitch. At the same time, try and be concrete, substantially giving the audience a detailed account of what the problem is and what your solution is. Customize your pitch to your audience. If you're pitching to a customer or to a potential partner or to a lender, each pitch will be different. At the same time, be consistent. Your pitch should always have the consistent factors, but focused differently depending on your audience. And finally, be conversational. Don't shout out your pitch. Present it as a conversation, doing a very short introduction, and let the audience get interested and ask the necessary questions. The business pitch preparation. You need to know your product or service in detail. Know what you do and how you do it, but most important of all, know why you do it. After identifying the need the benefit, and the results of your solution. Be passionate about its value to your customers. Looking at it from a customer perspective and why you do this is essential to gaining the confidence of your audience. Know your competitors. Who are your competitors? And as I previously said, you do have competitors. It's simply a case of determining who they are and then how to deal with them. And then finally, build a story. A story is essential to the pitch presentation. What is your pitch? What are your startup costs? If you're pitching to an investor or a partner, they will want to know what the startup costs are, what the working capital is, and what your revenue projections or cost benefit is. In doing so, list your assumptions. Give them details of your assumptions. It is important that they have a comfort level that your assumptions and that your estimates of cost, working capital, revenue projections, and the cost benefit to them are clearly defined. Your 1-minute pitch needs to include a statement of who you are. In other words, are you qualified to present the solution and give the information? What is your background, and what is the background relating to the product or service that you're offering? Make a connection. What are you trying to accomplish? How you are going to help an individual solve their problem. And then make an ask. As I said earlier, make sure that you ask what you need from the conversation, whether it is a lender, a potential partner, or a customer. Make an ask, and then finally close out. Closing out is an important feature. Don't drag your pitch on indefinitely. Be effective and efficient in presenting your case for them to provide it to you. Megan Eddings, the founder and CEO of Excel Lifestyle, won the Liftoff Houston pitch in 2017. She gave 7 aspects of what makes a good pitch: confident body language and voice, posture, smile, movement, eye contact, hand movement. All of these affect your pitch and how effective it is. Show that there is a market and why you are the best solution. It is imperative that you show that there is a market and that you have the solution. Build your credibility as the founder and the credibility of your team. How are you going to produce the service or product? How are they going to figure in the solution, and how you can create the solution and be effective? Be realistic with your projections. Look at your projections, see where the break-even point is. Initially, your expense will exceed your revenue, but at some stage there's a break-even point. Is that a realistic point, and how soon is that going to take place? Videotape your pitch many, many, many times. Speak to your friends, speak to your neighbors, speak to your associates, and give them the pitch. Ask them for information as to how your pitch was, feedback, and make sure that you listen to them from that point of view. Simple and concise slides. Don't have too much on your slides. Your slides should be no more than 10 to 12 slides, and the font should be no less than 30. To have less than that, you'll find your audience reading the slides as opposed to listening to you. And then first impressions will always be you, not your pitch. So dress professionally and look presentable. Simon Sinek talks about a pitch presentation in 3 aspects. What we do, virtually everyone knows what we do. How we do it, most people will know that. Why we do it is the key to your success. Sinek says, people don't buy what you do, people buy why you do it. When crafting the pitch, think about how your product is different from the competitors, and even more importantly, how you and your company are different from others. why are you in the business? People can get multiple products or services from anywhere, but how do you differentiate yourself? So the why is essential in getting your pitch accepted. As I said earlier, practice, practice, practice. If you look at any successful individual, whether it be a sportsman, a football player, soccer player, basketball player, whether it be a musician, no matter who you are, you have got to practice to make your pitch successful. Practice will make perfect, and it's a great way of making sure. One way of looking at your pitch or developing your pitch is by brainstorming. Use post-it notes and write out every single facet of your product, your service, of the problem, of the solution on separate post-it notes. Create the post-it notes and paste them or fix them to a wall or to some broad surface. Have as many post-it notes as you can possibly think of. This is try and develop a story around what you have found in your post-it notes. Then take the most important post-it notes and you'll develop your opening pitch. The opening pitch should be no more than 60 seconds, taking the most important of the various post-it notes to develop your pitch. Next, select the notes that create the hook, not more than 15 or 30 seconds. So looking at this aspect of process, it's a three-step process. Putting everything in, on the board, creating a story from them, then picking the most important ones to create your pitch, and then going further into depth and taking the most important ones to develop your 30-second pitch or 60-second pitch. So your 1-minute pitch exercise as you go through this process is take a few minutes to select the 5 most important facets of your pitch to use for your 1-minute pitch. Team up with friends and family members, present your 1-minute pitch. Ask them to critique it, ask them for feedback, listen to their questions, and when you've done that, you'll have developed a great pitch that you can have great success from. We hope that this pitch workshop will help you in your future entrepreneurial activities and wish you the best of success in those activities. Thank you.
you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes.
again. All right, live stream is up. And all of this gets caught on devpost.com, so you can go back and see. Looks like the live stream is up. All right, Samir. So how's everybody feeling? What a day, huh? Show me their reactions. Please use either clap, thumbs up, or the guy with the little spectacle. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Exhausted. Aaron, that's a good comment. But you had fun? You guys had fun? All right. So let's see. I'm going to ask some of my judges. Good. All of my judges have speaker access. So judges, just hang tight. We'll ask you to, unmute your cameras and your audio later. So just hang tight. Samir and I will now start the. So let's get our screen going. We have Hackathon, which is technically a marathon, and we are now at the community showcase program of our event. So I want to give a quick shout out to all the students that took, they could be anywhere else, but they decided to spend their Saturday with us, and they have gone through this entire process. And here, I'll put up a slide of what they've done so far. In the morning, they've started with an inspiration. We heard from Dr. Madeline Barillo, who welcomed everybody in a nice 3-minute video. We heard from Sean Aramishi, welcoming the students. We heard from Niti, who is our International Student Services Director, welcoming the international students that we had on the call. And then we also heard from our instructional team on how to put an app showcase together. We were inspired by our keynote. Let me skip back. Oh, there it is. We were inspired by our keynote, Juliana with Greentown, Houston. She shared some amazing insights, and then we announced these challenges to our students where we asked them to solve for climate action. Our focus was Earth Day, and we wanted to get our students to think about sustainability, tech, local community, awareness, communications, and things like just think of ideas and then put it into an app showcase. So all of that was captured on a live stream that's being that's being posted. Even this is being live streamed, and it's all being gathered on devpost.com. And at this time, we are at our community showcase. So our goal right now is just Samira and I. We will go and see what submissions we got. So Samir, do you have the screen, or should I load it up on my end? Give me some advice to where are we?
Right.
All right. Samir says you have started to share your screen. I'm going to make you primary. There it is. So everybody just give us a thumbs up or a clap or let us know you can see Samir's screen. And Samir, I know you've got a really big monitor there. Is there any way you could help us out with the window? Oh, we can make it work. We can make it.
Is this okay?
It looks good to me.
Oh, it zooms too fast. This is as good
Thanks,
as it
Nancy.
gets right here.
Awesome. All right, so let's do it. So I guess this is it. 6 submissions after 3, the process this morning. So this is great. Good news for our judges, because that means we are going to go through each one of them really quick, just briefly for the community showcase. And then students, we will be asking you later during the judging portion where we do the evaluation to come on screen and up to 30 minutes to wow our judges of what you've created and why did you create it. And I can see that the team members are listed there. So Samir, to do justice to this program, I would love for you to just go one at a time. We'll spend about 30 seconds on each one and see what the students have created. And what I'll do is, as soon as we go through it and we qualify it publicly, I'll enable it for the judges to judge this at 3:30. So go ahead, Samir. Is this one that you like? What do we have?
This is one of them. This is Help Mother Earth from Al Mohammed. I think he's solo on this one. So the inspiration, love being in nature, but the planet is getting worse every day. What the app does, help Mother Earth. Let's see.
Nice. And folks, I just want to give you a heads up. Public voting is also enabled. So if you're still on DevPost, you can give each other thumbs up on their projects. So you can vote for the project. That is for public choice. Feel free to vote for each other's projects, especially your own. I'm sure you want your own project. But then if you really like what another student is thinking about, that I gave you in the morning is be kind, be helpful. If you really truly like a project, go ahead and give them a vote. Doesn't mean that you're going to get any less. The judges will determine who wins, not the public vote. So don't feel that you don't have to. Samir, I'm going to go ahead and add this one as our finalist. I'm in. I've already added this as a judge. Let's go on to number 2. So congratulations, Hal Mohammed. Get ready. We will be asking you to present live your slides and all to the judges at 3:30 here. What do you have now, Samir?
This is created by Yusuf, Mr. Mark Cray, Aaron, and Denzel. Backyard app, location-based social media app for climate action.
All right, now I can tell you it doesn't look like they've submitted a lot here, but check out that Google Doc link. And they've got a presentation, and I'll tell you, Samir, they did make a submission that got in a little late. When you work with a large team, you have to convince everybody of your needs. So I hope you guys picked up some team building skills during the hackathon today. Maybe some soft skills. There you goes. I'm getting claps. So let's go ahead and. They've got a presentation. Let's give them a shot. Let's go ahead and add them to the judges. I like it. Kudos. Congratulations to this team. We're going to ask you to come present to our judges later in the evaluation phase. So Samir, don't go through the slides now. Let's go back. Let's go back. Oh wow. Oh, I'm looking forward to that one. Who do we have next?
Vita.
All right, Vita. So submitted by
MZ.
All right. I love the fact that they used hard work to build this.
People aren't taking their vitamins.
Oh, that's it. I'm curious. This one makes me really curious. Like, how are they going to get people to take their vitamins? And it looks like they've created something with Swift. What? Are they going to show us a prototype? I'm very curious, man. Let's do it. I think we should take this one. What do you think? I'll let you be the judge on this one.
Yeah, I think we should accept everyone.
Okay, so just a quick, judges, you're going to see a different submission list. We're just showing you the public submission, but there is a judges submission that will have more that the teams have filled out, and also a presentation that they would have submitted. So we're going to add Vita, and congratulations to MZ, which I don't know. Who's MZ? Put it in the chat if you're MZ. Put your full name for me. MZ. Can't think of anyone. MC Zoo, of course. Okay. Well, congratulations, MC. your project will lead forward. So get prepared to have it showcased and in front of our judges. All right, Samir, let's go to the next one. What do we have?
Emissions calculator. The application helps users understand the need for us to reduce carbon emission, how to contribute this individually. let's look at the slides from Martin and John. All right, so they can present that to us. Yeah, this looks good. This is definitely in line with what we're doing.
All right.
Okay.
I've added them.
Coin print, elevating information into action. This is another one from Anne, Tree, and Igor. What it does, it's an application that has two functions. To inform the user inputs their card into the software, we're able to track it and show what impact they are making on Earth. Second option is encourage change to make green options as frictionless as possible.
Wow. I'm very curious. Where did these kids come up with these things? I'm very curious on this one. Let's do it. We'll add them to the judge.
Next one.
This should be our last one we're looking at. You think we'll get 100% this time? I know last year we didn't get 100%. Wow.
Career choice.
Okay.
Well, this one doesn't fit the theme, so. Yeah, so I don't think this one will qualify.
Yeah, I'm thinking that one does not qualify. So, all right, we've got one no-go. So, so at that point, we're going to go ahead and take that one off our list. But you're right. I think from its initial scan, it doesn't fit our bill, and we're going to take that one off our list. So that means, what's our total? We got 5?
Did anyone not submit? Because I know Monica was working on something.
Well, you know, that's going to be the hard lesson for today, those deadlines. We've got a few more minutes here, so I'm just going to quickly update my slides as we're looking at any last. Make sure we get our order in place.
So send me or Ravi a message if you're planning on submitting. Otherwise, it's going to be the last call. And
it's okay if you've made friends today. I think that we can say it's a good day. Anyone make new friends today? Anyone met someone totally new? Share with us in reactions. Someone new that you met, that you had not met before. I'm seeing a lot. Yeah, there he goes. Charles, Igor, Sharvin, and so new people, new friends. That to me is a good day. Anytime you make friends, good. So Samir, then let's go ahead and officially call out the 5 that we have. Really quick. I think my slides are ready to go. Who do you have?
hold on one sec. Sorry.
No worries. We do this on the fly, people. I could help you out too. Backyard app.
No, not this one.
Backyard app is good to go. Help Mother Earth is good to go. Coin print is good to go. And Vita, that one is good to go. And then emissions calculator. So congratulations to all of you. You will now move forward with the evaluation part of our hackathon.
Look, we have one more. We have Growers Connection. So
Growers Connection, where did that come from?
It just popped up. It's Monica's group.
Is that it? Let's
it.
Scan it really quick. Aren't you lucky?
I don't know if there are slides, but they could always post it.
Yes, they can share from their screen if they weren't able to get it into the application system. The judges will be scoring based on what they hear and what they see. So seeing is going to be what you've submitted, but I think most judges just wait till the end when they see the presentation, then they quickly vote it. So is it a yes or a no for Growers Connection? What are you feeling, Samir?
Yeah, it's a yes.
It's a yes? Okay. Slides updated. Well then, 6, we'll go ahead and give judges access to the folder for Growers Connection. So at this point, judges, if you can make your way to devpost.com and go to the judging portion of, you will see that we have allowed 6 applicants on your screens, and we do have them. So I just want to make sure I've got a representative for each team. So when I call out your name or your team's name, I just need to know that a member is here to represent. So starting from the top here, team, the backyard app. Give me a reaction only from that team if you're here, or put it in. All right, we're looking at Denzel Wilson and Aaron. Okay, so there's a team. So good. What about Help Mother Earth? Team Help Mother Earth. We're good to go. Charles, are you with? So okay, perfect. So there's our Help Mother Earth. Team Coin Print. And do me a favor, don't just say here. Just say here followed by your name. So the name of the project. So Coin Print. Are you here? Coin Print. All right, thank you. There he goes. Tree is here from Coin Print. What about Vida? Vida, are you here?
He's here.
All right, and then emissions calculator. Emissions calculator, there it goes. There's a lag on the chat. And then last but not least, Growers Connection. Are you here? A member from Growers Connection. Okay, thumbs up is no worries. That works for me. So with that, let me get our slideshow back in order. And let's start the evaluation part.
Who do you want to start with? Backyard?
I've got the order. Just give me a second here. There you go. So we'll start the evaluation part of the hackathon, spring 2021. I'd like to just remind everybody, including our judges, what we're looking at for ranking and rating. So your judges, your criteria, and students, judges will be rating you on the following criteria. They're looking for originality and the innovation of your idea. How is it different? Does it solve something cool and unique? They're also looking for potential positive impact. If this became an app, or if this was given, made widely available, what impact it could have. They're also looking at the technical difficulty in putting that project together. They could say it's easy and give you high scores, or they may turn around and say this is really hard and take give you high points because it was well thought of. So the judges, you have to decide how you like to grade on this one. Additionally, we have user design, user interface and design. Go ahead and this is going to be based on how well you put the slides together and how your app showcase looks. And then they'll give an overall idea and concept score as well. So let me take a quick here, and I want to see if I have all of my judges joined us. So Sunny, Maya, David, Amy. Okay, that is it. So with that, I'd like to reintroduce the judges. I know in the morning we did our talk and we talked about who the judges will be. Our judges are finally here. I'm going to ask each one of our judges to unmute your camera and your mic and join us on the stage, the virtual stage that we have. So Amy, thank you. Maya, thank you. Sunny, thank you. Samir, you're there. Thank you. And then David, if I can get David to also at the bottom of your screen, sir, is a camera unmute. And would like all the judges to join us. And let me also change our view so we could all see each other. David, are you there? Click on cam on. And I know he did this earlier, so he even presented for us virtually. We'll check on David in a little bit here. Okay, we'll give him a second here. But so joining us today is Dr. Maya Darnovo, Chief Entrepreneurial Officer at Houston Community College. Maya, you've always supported every one of these hackathons. You've always been there from the very beginning, including our pitch competitions, including every one of these competitions that we do in the community. Maya is the executive producer of all of these shows. So my boss and the Entrepreneurial Officer at HCC. Maya, how are you?
Thank you. Good. Looking forward.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. Then we have Dr. Sunny Zhang, the founder of Z-Lab, also a faculty member at University of St. Thomas. How are you, Sunny? Share your few greetings with us.
Hey everybody, really excited to be here, and I wanted to thank Ravi for inviting me, but also thank us, Samir, for being a partner for Women in AI. We are also going to have a hackathon, and we'd love to invite everybody to join us as well. Always here to support the amazing programs of HCC. So look forward to the presentation. Thank you.
Awesome. So definitely check her out on LinkedIn. Connect with her. She's an amazing force. She's putting together some awesome work, some awesome panels for the HX Tech. Help me out. It's a tech rodeo.
So yes, everybody's invited to the epic Houston Tech Rodeo, which is happening in May from 17th to 23rd. And we are putting together around the world, around the clock event called Born Global, inviting all the international Houstonians, but also our connections from all over the world to join us and rock the tech rodeo. This is because Houston is actually ranked #2 as the future, the global city of the future. So, you know, let's just push it as #1. I think it's just a matter of time. And thank you for all the, you know, Gen Z innovators here. So we can do this.
Fantastic. And there's a very popular professor out of Rice, Dr. Kleinberg, who says that Houston is what America would look like by 2050. That is the future of the country in terms of diversity. We already have it today as one of the most diverse cities in the world. So awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. All right. So thank you. And we also have Mr. David Regenbaum. I call him the Godfather because he has inspired me a lot over the years and has created some amazing programs at HCC Foundation, the Entrepreneurial Office of HCC. Mr. Regenbaum, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks, Ravi. I'm excited to be here today and to be part of the judging of these I'm hoping of incredible inventions or proposals, and I look forward to listening to them and being a part of their success.
Fantastic, and I'll just remind you, they started this day not knowing what they're going to work on. They put it all together right at the end in the last 3 hours. You will be amazed what our students can do. So. I also want to welcome Amy Henry, the CEO of Unique Ventures, also a fellow Thai Houston board member. I'd just like to thank you for making the time this Saturday to be here. And I know you hear lots of pitches. Any words of advice for any of the students about to pitch to you?
Oh, I would say we've just finished High University, right? And we saw some lovely, pitches on that. We gave a lot of advice. It's just getting people to be calm, right? I want to hear your story, what you're trying to do here, how you think this is going to make a difference. But I want to hear your voice, right? It's not what you say that I look for, right? I want to hear kind of your story, your complete story, right? Well, unique, we look at things like Epic. We look for unique ideas. Is it price? It's something useful. So if we look at Earth Day, right? We're looking at sustainability. Is it impactful? Is it something from a community standpoint? Is it something that actually can be invented? And then we also look at the competency of the team, the ability to carry this idea out, right, to that next phase. So there's so many different things. I just say, be calm, take a deep breath, be yourself, and you'll learn from the process, right? Each time, your pitch will change, and there's lots of people here to support you, right?
That's right. Lots of people, include Samir and I. So you guys have already heard a lot from me throughout the day. Ravi Brahma, Director of Student Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Houston Community College. I'm super thrilled to be here because every time I do this, I call it the Trojan horse. We bring you in because of the money, but really we bring you in here to get you to just think and care about something and then work towards a solution. So I'm glad you're here. Samir, any words for the students? I know you worked with a few of them today. What are you thinking?
Yeah, no, generally I want to say that this is a project that means a lot to the faculty as well internally. Every time we do these events, we want to do a lot. We want to improve on what we did last time. Of course, we'll do a survey, but we have some bigger plans in mind as a continuation with potentially a big, I don't want to say the name, but one of the top app makers out there that would potentially help the students take their designs and then do some sort of development piece to it too. So stay tuned.
Yeah, let's absolutely not talk about Apple. Come on, why would we can't talk about that. Okay, anyway. So the point is that for some of you, the ideas may live beyond. It's the process that's important, and that's what we want to highlight here. So I'd like to just quickly share one more screen before we open it up and we jump right into the presentation order. And that is, I want to thank the folks that are here, but then also the folks who are not here but have had support in bringing this event together. So on our DevPost website, starting from the top to the bottom, this morning we started off with 54 participants on this in that had registered into this challenge. They have gone in and have made submissions about their skill level and what they bring to the table. All of them in some fashion worked on a project. Not everybody could have submitted. We understand that. And then all the projects, all the projects that we went through that we saw. So first I want to thank the people who tried and didn't make it. It's okay, just try again. I also want to thank all the people that are listed on here. Houston Community College, without them, this would be really tough to do. Greentown Labs, the sponsor of the Remo platform. Without them, we would not have had so much fun using the reactions and the on stage, off stage, and all the fun we've had this morning. Thai University, Unique Ventures, Organized Shift, Z-Lab, and then Thai Houston, and then Junior Achievement. All of these partners, in some fashion, they've either contributed by getting the word out to students, or they've came in and did a talk, or they're judging in front of you. The entire list is gone. Now we are here. We're about, we've done our peer review to start the evaluation of our projects, and we'll announce the cash winners before 5 p.m. So with that, let's look at the final order that we got for the App-A-Thon Spring 2021. Are we seeing my screen? Sorry, I can't tell. Okay, there it goes. Apologies. And here's your order. So your order is going to be, we're going to ask the Backyard app to start us off. You'll get 3 minutes. We'll set the timer and then 3 minutes to pitch, up to 3 minutes to pitch. Judges, you'll have up to 3 minutes needed. And then we'll give up to 2 minutes for scoring time for judges to go into DevPost and make their score submissions. Samir, just using a mobile phone or so, do your scoring on the side, okay? Just as a backup. Also, followed by, we'll have team 2 help. Then same process, 3 minutes for pitch, 3 minutes for Q&A, 2 minutes for judges to finish their scoring. Judges, we do have a judges monitor that helps us see if you finished or not. So we may politely ask you to finish your scoring. If you'd like us not to do that and you want to wait till the end, till you see all of them to make the submission, that's okay. Just you'll be really rushed at the end should you have to submit it at the end. So just be mindful of that. We'd like for you to complete this. Additionally, so then after that is going to be CoinPrint. After that is Vita. Vita after that is emissions calculator. And then number 6, growers connection. So at this point, let me get ANSI or someone to take a screenshot of this slide and keep me honest to the order, because I will lose this order very quickly. So ANSI, if you can give me a thumbs up or let me know you've got the order down. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so you have it, the presentations. Let's get to it. So if I can have the teams once more for the first team, if you can go ahead and put your names in the chat, what we'll do is we'll move you onto the stage, and that way you can present to our judges. Samir and I will probably go video mute here at this point. And judges, keep your cameras on, but you'll be muted until you have questions. So for the first presentation, if I could have, and you know what, let me keep the order up so it'll make it easy for me. If I could have the Backyard app team, it looks like Denzel. We'll go ahead and move you to the stage. And if I may, only the ones who are presenting should come on stage. So Denzel, welcome to the stage here as soon as you share your screen. And I will stop sharing my screen. And Aaron Alfred, let's get you on there as well. So we'll add you to the stage. Welcome. It'd be good. It would be nice if you tell our judges where are you based, and if you go to a school in Houston or wherever you are.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So I'm Denzel Wilson. I'm a student at Houston Community College. I'm actually enrolled in our first artificial intelligence degree program that we this past fall by Dr. George Brown, G. Raymond Brown. And I'm also a member of the Computer Science Association. I serve on the board as Chief Financial Officer, hoping to take over as president next fall. I work with a lot of people that's in this call right now, and I'm just glad to be able to present to you guys and, you know, show you the work we did in the limited time we had. So, screen now.
Okay, so and your time will start now. Sorry, Denzel. I just look at the top. It's going to start counting down. So I just want to give you a heads up. Time starts now.
All right. So, how we doing, everybody? What we have here is the Backyard app. This will be a location-based social media app for climate action. A little bit about it. So, our problem here is, as a species, we need to aim for net zero carbon emissions to sustain our planet, or we could lose our planet. And this is the issue that everyone's really coming together to try to tackle. And this is what our app hopes to help with. So our solution is the Backyard app, which will help multiple people around the world monitor their carbon footprint and also help guide individuals to local communities of people who want to contribute as well. The Backyard app will act as a social media and e-commerce platform that provides various features to help make users more environmentally aware and active in their communities. So our target audience is going to be, the millennials and Gen Z, because we're the next generation to take over, basically. This is going to be our fight to fight if we're going to want our planet to be around as long as it can. And if we're going to want our future generations to have a sustainable planet to live on. So who our target audience is going to be, and those are the people that are going to take this project on full force. We want to measure with our, obviously, user engagement. We're going to measure market size, market price per share. We're going to keep track of our server traffic. The app will include a daily CO2 emissions tracker, just to make sure everybody who's using it is aware of the fight we're fighting. It's going to also keep our charity donations to any renewable energy companies or startups that will be coming in the near future. And it's basically going to measure our reach on the world. How many people are we touching, not only across the United States, but across the world, whether it's UK, Canada, Egypt, any place you could think of. We want to reach everybody with this app. So why should you care about it? Number one, climate change is an issue that affects us all. If we want our children and future generations to live in a healthy world, we have to take action now. This is something that can't wait. And I think everybody needs to jump on board. So a little bit about our app. This is our home screen. This is where you'll log in. Users come, if they don't have an account, they can come set up one. And here's our storyboard, what the screens look like. So we're going to keep our statistics on this app, all track emission stats on a daily basis. We're also going to be able to track, users are going to be able to track their footprint. They're going to be knowing, based on the data they input, they're going to be able to know how much contributing to the emissions. Are they really making a difference? Are they really making a dent? That's what we want to see and track. Here we have our backyard community chat. We call it the backyard. That's the catch. Basically, this is the community where people will come and chat with other users, see timelines, forums, share events. Basically seeing anybody out there with those green thumbs like you do. This is the platform where you connect and see in your local community who you can help. One thing we're going to have is a machine learning based natural language processing bot called Greenie, the chat bot. So Greenie will be there to help anyone who's having trouble navigate or is having trouble finding those community of people they're trying to get with and reach. Greenie will be there. She'll be able to answer any questions you have. Just like most NLP processing models, we kind of modeled it after the IBM Watson one. So Greenie will be there to help anybody who needs it. And again, like we said, the backyard is this is the platform where everyone will come to when you're in the back, forums, events. This is your chats. This is where you see your friends. This is where you get to connect with everyone around the world that's fighting the same fight you are. So I think this app is going to be very helpful for anyone that uses it. Any users around the world that are trying to help the fight with climate change. This is where you get to come together on a nice platform, kind of modeled off LinkedIn as far as the type of users we want. We want professional people who don't want to cause issues. We want to keep the drama down, just a nice, friendly platform where people come together so we can really make a difference in the world. And also we're going to have a shopping tab for we're going to have anybody we're partnered with that, does have renewable energy, a renewable energy company or a startup. They'll be able to have their products sold. Users will be able to go to the shopping center and they'll be able to look at all the, different types of renewable and products that they can use in their own home to, help with the fight. I hope you guys liked it. And again, the backyard app is something everyone's going to need, someone everyone can use. And if you guys have any questions, just please feel free.
Awesome. Good job. All right, judges, we'll take any questions.
Do you just want to go, Rafi? Can we start with our questions, or how do you want to do this?
Go ahead and just start with the questions, and then
Okay.
also, I want quickly, Amy, let me confirm the judges. You do have your judging links. Can I get a nod or so that you have an email with the link? Not yet. Check your emails.
Okay.
But go ahead and ask questions, and then we'll make sure that the links are there. Okay.
Okay.
Check.
You did great. Yeah, you did a great job in 3 hours. Okay, I really couldn't do it. Yeah, and really good slides. My fundamental question is, how are you going to make money, right? What's your business model in terms, is it going to be, the link or the section of this app where you're showing, places like Walmart and the companies?
Yeah, so that,
are you going to get advertisers? Kind of what's your approach to that?
Yeah, so our approach to that, basically, that's how we're going to do it. Partnering with advertisements, getting certain affiliates, that'll basically pay us to put their content on our app. That's basically going to have our primary revenue. And also, we thought about, we had a short amount of time, but we also thought about, maybe making a membership where members pay a monthly fee to stay on and be able to network throughout the app. That came up as well. So,
Denzel, what is
yes,
it?
Sir.
What's in it for me? How are you going to market it to me?
So what's in it for you? So this is basically going to be the next LinkedIn, Facebook type. So everyone knows how popular social media is. Everyone knows that how, as far as the market's moving in tech, that everyone's trying to get on these platforms and be able to advertise. And that's really the kick. Everyone, there's a lot of YouTube streamers, Facebook affiliates, Parler, all these platforms out here that allow you to push a message, but to also advertise for other affiliates. So that's where we're coming to grow, because we're going to grow this thing because everyone understands how big climate change is. So when we grow this thing globally, and everyone's using this app, most people aren't going to realize they're using an app that's really for climate change. It's going to become one of those communities where people come and hang out. But by them coming to hang out, climate change are going to be, affecting lives in a positive way just by using the app, because of the work that we're going to be doing and the people we'll be working with.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Have questions, right? I'm just giving people some time. And so kind of, if you look at the existing kind of social media platforms, right, and your Gen Z, kind of, how are you going to draw people to your platform is kind of my question, right? To the competing ones that are already out there, kind of what's your value statement for your 18 to 35 demographic, right? Besides, this, kind of thinking about the environment and the things that need to be done, say towards, kind of the 2050 target that's been set, right? Well, and then what's going to be different specific for Houston, right? I mean, kind of what we're in Houston, right? So what is that, focus for Houston then?
Well, what we want to do is like the people we're going to be reaching, as far as who's going to be using the app, 18 to 35. They like really interactive, and they like tech. So our backbone is going to be machine learning, augmented reality, virtual reality. We're going to implement things that are going to take us into the future, and that's going to increase engagement. Engagement is going to be the main priority. So we're going to know, our team is mostly young people, Gen Z, millennials. So we understand what those people are going to be looking for as far as something they want to interact with every day. So we plan on basically implementing certain, video ads competition engagement, really letting machine learning guide us on how we're going to get our customers. Just using the data to really understand who's going to accept this, who's not going to like this, etc.
A quick follow-up question, because I had the same concern as Amy, because it's easy to develop an app. It's hard to penetrate the market if you don't have already a critical crowd. Have you ever considered, instead of a separate app where you the crowd, do some kind of a plug-in to work with existing social media and e-commerce sites, just so that you don't have to, I guess, spend a lot of marketing dollar to capture the crowd?
Yeah, that makes sense as well. I know like Facebook, I know Facebook has a lot of add-on apps that they allow you to use, and put your app on there. People who already have a Facebook account can just go in, add the plug-in, and be on it. So yeah, that's something we'll consider as well. And we just really want to make it a community, something where people out there who really care about this can have this place of feeling of belonging, just a community to belong to. But yeah, we can consider doing just like a plug-in.
Yep, so that's a go-to-market question. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. So let's take a pause here on the questions. Good job. We certainly learned something new. So let's take about a 2-minute here break for the judging to take place. Judges, I have emailed you a link. If you want to check your emails really quick, you want to click on that link and log into DevPost and also start your judging. Click on the button, Start Judging. And students, we'll just take a quick 2-minute pause here for judging to take place. And the links are emailed to you. I just sent it out. And then you'll be asked to log into DevPost. Just hang tight. We'll Judges, if you want to try looking at the links again, there should be a yellow button that says Start Judging, and I will go ahead and send that to you in chat one more time here.
It's good.
Yellow button that says Start Judging. In fact, check your emails as well. There's a small learning curve here to making sure this platforms work, but once we get it going, it's rather smooth. So I am putting it in the chat, and then I'm also going to resend it by email. Students, just hang tight. Real world here, real world, making things happen on the fly. If I can get at least one judge to confirm that they've got the yellow button for Start Judging and they're able to see the judges. think there's a small lag here. David, you're gonna have to find a link for dev post and accept the invitation. I think that's the only reason it's still pausing for you. I am seeing that Dr. Zhang has jumped in. She's scoring, so it's working. Amy, are we good? Not yet.
Submitted. I'm good. I'm good. I submitted.
But you got it. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. All right, so we'll keep moving. So if I can have the next team just get ready. We're not gonna ask you to present just yet, but let's have Help Mother Earth. Who's from that team? Let me go ahead and bring them on stage. If you can put your name in the chat there, Aaron, and then thank you for presenting. I will send you back to the floor, and then let's get our next team. Is it okay? It's a one submission person. Okay, that's fine. And once you're on this, tell us how you say your name properly. I like to pronounce it correctly. First and last name. The last name.
Well,
go ahead,
okay,
sir.
My first name is Hal Mohammed, and last name is Mohammed Arazo.
Hal Mohammed and Mohammed Arazo. Amazing.
know.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Turkmenistan.
And where are you now? Are you? So...
I'm in Houston.
Oh, fantastic!
I'm an international student. I'm one of the ambassadors at HCC.
Fantastic. Glad you're here, and I'm sure you know Niti in the morning when he did his welcome. Fantastic. Glad you're here. Okay, so do you have your presentation you can share with us, and just kind of take a pause, and we will ask you to go live in a few minutes here.
I'm sorry, I have to let my computer to share my screen. So could you give me a little time?
Yeah, you've got about a minute. We're still waiting on our judging to get done.
Can you see my screen? No?
Yes.
Give me a... Yeah, not yet.
One comment as we wait, if you don't mind, Ravi, on the last team, right? I think something really interesting they could do with it being in Houston, right? And we don't always talk about it, is we're Gulf Coast, right? And we've got the ocean, which is the largest carbon capture natural area. And we don't talk about it enough, right? So if they could, I think, maybe tag in and kind of draw people in from that aspect, because we don't always talk about the ocean and sea. And we are off the Gulf. So I just thought I'd throw that out there just for something for them to think about.
I'm sure your words of wisdom are heard, and they probably will pitch this again with those words for the next competition. By the way, everybody, we do have another pitch competition that is where you can double dip. So if you just submit it at App-A-Thon, hccs.edu/pitch, $3,500 in scholarships. So Denzel and team, take what you've just created and submit it. Make the suggestions that Amy just gave in as part of your pitch there. We will have another sets of judges and another competition round for the ideas pitch competition. Again, up to $3,500 of scholarship cash available for that. So double dip on the competitions, all well. Okay, so I'm seeing that almost all of my judges have submitted their scores. Gonna ask Hal Muhammad if you want to click on the share button.
Yes, I'm trying to get access from my computer to share the screen.
Yes.
I can't seem to solve a problem.
Give permission and then share.
Yeah. I'm using Mac, so
yeah. Basically, give permission to Chrome for screen recording, and then do it again. And if it doesn't work, what we can do is load your presentation on our screens.
you can actually access it through
the link.
Yeah, through the link. Yeah.
Okay. Help Mother Earth, and I'm going to load it up for you. And basically, you'll have to give permission. I just sent a link. If you quickly accept, you should make it public. In fact, this is a good advice for all of you. Please make your Google links public so that anyone can see them.
Okay.
An opportunity for all the other teams to get ready.
Where do I give the permission?
Go to your Gmail. I just
that?
requested access. Just accept it, and
Is
that
it
way I'll
email?
get. Yep, in your Gmail. The heart beats up. It's okay. Relax. We're fine. This is part of the experience. It's okay.
Yeah.
So as soon as
Mr. Ravi, could you go to the next group, and then I will be prepared for my presentation, because I think it will be better if I present myself. Yeah.
Very smart of you. Judges, please do hold off on grading Help Mother Earth. Let's move on to CoinPrint. If I can have the team from CoinPrint let us know that you're in the chat. Okay, Igor. And we'll go ahead and give Igor permission to come on stage. And then let's see, do we have another partner? Tree and Anne. Okay, so let's get your team members here. Tree and Anne. Give you stage access.
Alrighty. And if anybody hears like a dog crying in the background, I didn't walk my dog yet, so right after this is done, I will take care of that.
It's good to know up front. Go ahead and present, share your screen. Judges, this is CoinPrint. Take it away when you're ready.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Everybody can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Igor. I'm so delighted to spend my Saturday with you. This is actually my first hackathon, and it's pretty exciting, I won't lie. And all right, so here's our project. It's called CoinPrint. The idea of the name was like a mix between carbon footprint and coin print. Like, I don't know, I tried to do something there. All right, so what exactly does our app do? It really does two things. One is it tracks and organizes what your carbon footprint is. So we're able to measure how you spend your money, you know, if you go eat outside versus eating at home, if you use the public bus versus driving. All of these small decisions impact the world on a global scale. And the second thing we do is try to encourage people to make greener choices. So, you know, buy reusable bags, you know, things of that nature, and kind of make it a little bit more financially viable for a lot of other people. So why exactly are we focusing on these two things? One major aspect, I think, is because climate change is an invisible problem. If you look 60, 50 years ago, we had things like smog, acid rain, and actually I'm originally from Ohio, and quite famously, our river was so polluted it caught on fire. So a lot of these impacts are very visual and very obvious. So it spurs a lot of people to make changes and start the EPA and stuff like that. Unfortunately, climate change is a mostly invisible product. It's very abstract. It's very hard to visualize. So we're hoping to provide the tools to just really drive home the point of what impacts you're making. And also we have an ability to translate that, like those numbers and figures, into actual viable things like trees planted or water you've polluted, stuff like that, as well as open up kind of like a green marketplace and offer like cashback incentives for shopping at more eco places. All right, my friend Tree, take it away.
All right. So right into the home screen, we got simply and easy to use UI UX, and from there we learn new tips to reduce carbon transmission and save money. And you can connect to our page and get more discount cashback. Next, please.
All right.
Yes.
Here's what I've done. So this is a sample of a user. She logs in and she's able to see two tabs. One would be her like today tab. So it's directly telling her how much pollution she's produced or reduced from the global world. But if she clicks over on this tab, it directly visualizes it. So thanks to her eating at McDonald's, she's essentially adding 2 cars traveling 5 miles on the highway, or her decision that morning to take the bus actually essentially planted 2 oak trees, which would eliminate her footprint just a little bit. Tree.
All right, next up, we're going to introduce you guys the update page. In there, we can learn our city carbon emission, get update from other city and states, and give a big picture of how climate change. Yes. And on the portfolio balance, you can view out your history purchase, cashback in many ways, and authorize eco-friendly or uneco-friendly products.
This is a shop page, and it lists all the environmental friendly products. And when a user click on it, we will transfer it to a affiliate links from other companies. This will also encourage users to switch to green energy and products by using deals and cashback. And moving on to the last page, and this is the reward page. This is where users can redeem cashback from purchases. They also have an option to donate to environment organization for greater cause. And lastly, this reward users for reducing carbon emission and switching to renewable energy, and encourage users to make better future decisions.
All right, team.
Alrighty.
Good job. You've taken about almost a minute into your Q&A time. So judges, go ahead and any questions for this team?
Of course I do.
Awesome.
So with your app and this, tracking, the carbon emissions and the tracking, when you're looking at that, are you looking at it from a consumer standpoint so they can see, okay, listen, these are some of the carbon emissions from a consumer standpoint, or are you looking at it from a total standpoint, right? So the reason why I ask that is, because I think this is cool, right? Because it's getting people to figure out every day, right? What is my impact, right? And what are some behaviors that I can change? Because it's about behavior changes, right? But then if I'm going to pick Texas, right? So Texas is a heavy oil producer, but it produces oil for the rest of the United States, right? Mm-hmm. So you could get a lot of consumers, right? Individuals making changes, but they may not see that impact, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm just kind of running, how are you looking at that system,
right?
From your app perspective.
So the main goal with our app, so kind of a personal story. I recently invested in this little device that I can plug into my breaker box for my electricity panel. And through the app, I can tell exactly what each item in my house, like how much energy, it uses and how much it costs overall. Because at the end of the month, I just get be $30, could it be $75? I'm not really sure what goes into that. But thanks to this app, I'm able to see exactly, which item. And then I get the option of questioning, should I really be using this product? Could I invest in alternatives? So when it comes to a global a state stage, like for example, Texas, of course, Texas is obviously going to produce more emissions than Utah, even per capita. But it'll just get people to question, hey, of course it's going to produce more, but at the rate we are producing, is that justifiable? Is it, are we at a good footing right now to invest in better, greener alternatives? It's just to get people to just understand more rather than, feel bad that they live in Texas or we just really want to make the invisible actually visible. And then, in the future, maybe we can talk to lawmakers as a society to be like, hey, we're producing way too much. This is completely unsustainable. We got to do something about this rather than, I know we produce, pollution, but that's not a big deal.
No, I'm just looking at from the tracking, right? And I'm kind of looking at from more of an AI, right, and the stats, right, to say, okay, listen, what is the trend, right? So normally people will drive, right, to fast food restaurants. So can I see then how might that behavior overall has changed from a city or a state perspective, right? To see how that is encouraging that behavior, as well as, there are a lot of consumers that will say, okay, listen, I'm willing to pay 10 to 15% more, right, for clean energy products, right, or services, right? Then they can visually really see, how the community is changing, right, in terms of their behaviors.
All right. So we are out of time here for questions here and comments, but I do appreciate this together. And just a question for, are you all in Houston? Anyone not from Houston?
Yeah, we are from Houston.
Yeah,
okay, great. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, great. So with that, I'd like to get the next team back. So let's see. The next team would be Vita. Good job, guys. Let's get, if I can have the team in the chat. And I'm going to encourage the judges and the students to reach out to each other on LinkedIn, because this is not going to, this sounds like this is going to be an interesting problem for everybody to solve. And this may be a startup in the making. So do know that the judges have your best intent in mind. Who do we have for our next Team Vita? Team Vita. That's going to be MC. Okay, thank you, MC. We'll get you go on the stage. And then MC, do you... All right, so... MC, is there a team member or are you a solo submission here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. There was a team member who quit, so it's just solo.
That's part of life. So, but you've got your, do you have a screen you can share with us?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
And then judges, do take this time to make sure you've submitted for the two teams that have already gone. So CoinPrint and the Backyard app. Do make sure you put your scores for them. Help Mother Earth, we'll come back to them at the end. And now this is our team 3, Team Vita. So we have a solo entrepreneur here to talk about Vita. So judges, are we ready? Give me a thumbs up that if you're ready to go. Awesome. Okay, so thanks Maya, thanks Amy, and thanks Samir. Okay. Vita, your time starts now. Go ahead.
So these days, vitamins are very important, especially amidst the pandemic, especially for immunity and for people's health and well-being. And so the idea was, and I have to admit, it wasn't solely my idea, it was the other members' idea of a vitamin tracker. So this app aims to track people's daily vitamin intake to ensure that they have the right balance of vitamins and nutrients for the day. The issue is vitamin deficiencies increase one's likelihood for premature death. 92% of the population is suffering from at least one vitamin or mineral deficiency. As a consequence, proper vitamin intake improves the immune system functioning, which provides additional immunity against COVID-19. So if everybody were to take the right amount of vitamins, it may help also end the pandemic sooner. So the solution was this vitamin and nutrient tracker. There's a rising level of health consciousness, especially amidst the pandemic. And so we'll try to also have this vital resource of the app that boosts healthcare efficiency, reduces healthcare costs for better healthcare management. And this will hopefully add on together with customized results of considering specific concerns for its users. And here we have our app that tracks vitamins, nutrients, and minerals that are in accordance to each person's personal needs based on the FDA daily recommended intake. The global mobile health apps are valued at around $40 billion and are expected to grow at around 17.7% annually from 2021 until 2028. We will focus on two distinct groups, both young adults and older adults. The business model is basically we're going to have a free app, free mobile app, and then people can subscribe to it with freemium features in which you pay, and then you'll get fewer or no advertisements and better services, like better customer services and customization. And we're thinking maybe of partnering with the vitamin companies with a very small commission, and then we have our ordinary tech and maintenance and employee costs. So we're going to start with this app for Google Play and the App Store, test our minimal viable products on college campuses because that's easier for us, and then expand for adults and other people, and then maybe, as said earlier, partner with the vitamin companies. And that's about it.
Thank you so much. You were pretty good on time, I got to tell you that. Right at 3 minutes. So judges, we have some time for questions for MC.
I'm not going to ask questions, but I say good job, right? What you were able to cover, and now you're the last man standing. Amazing, right? I think it'll be a tough market, but yeah, you covered, kind of why you're doing it. You're talking about how you're going to do an MVP, acquire customers. You addressed the TAM. You talked about your revenue model. Ravi, I think I'm going to help them teach some of our startups. And you only had 3 hours, right? So I'd say good job for making sure you had all of those components in there, right? Of catching all that you could, right?
I agree. So if there are no other comments or questions, judges, please do go and submit for Vita in DevPost. And then let's get our next team, emissions calculator. Let me know in the chat. I'll go ahead and give you stage permission. And then MC, I'm going to ask you to go back to off the stage here. But kudos. Good job.
Thank you. Do I press quit event?
You don't do anything. You just basically wait for me to move you. But all right, let's see. Who do we have for our next team? Emissions calculator. Thank you. So Martin, we'll go ahead and give you the right privileges here. Judges, please finish scoring for the last entry there. Martin, if you want to share your camera, unmute and get your slides loaded up, that would be great. And then John, absolutely, we'll get you on the stage as well.
All right.
So I hope you guys are enjoying the use of technology.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Afternoon, go ahead.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, judges.
All right, John.
Afternoon.
First follow up.
Yeah, I'll start it off, Martin, and when we get to your slide, I'll tick through it and then let you talk.
And I just want to hear from both of you, location, if you're in school, what school, I mean, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Martin Yubala. I'm currently student of HCC, also the vice president of SGA, Student Government Association. And I'm majoring in bioengineering, and my minor is software engineering. So I'm very happy and pleased to be here.
Awesome. Yeah, and I'm living in Houston also. I am a part-time student, so getting science a few credits for that. So with that said, let's get going.
All right.
Give me a thumbs up now. Good. So our application that we brainstormed is called the Emission Reduction Calculator. So what this application is going to be targeted to is users who want to understand how they can commit to a climate action to actually reduce their carbon footprint. A lot of times we hear about kind of large scale climate change issues, electricity generation, industrials, big companies that are dumping in rivers and such. But a lot of times we kind of miss that communities contribute to emissions as well, individuals. So this app will give a user the option to set a emissions reduction target, whatever they want it to be. It'll be in any type of units, of probably kilograms of CO2 per year equivalent. And then they can select specific climate actions that they want to partake in that's going to reduce their footprint. An example is eating less high pollution farm foods or changing their transportation habits. And at the end, it's going to keep track of what they have committed to and then display how close they are to their goal. And we have a few specifications here, pretty minor, but didn't have much time. And this is inspired from thinking about climate change from a high level. A lot of times we think too high level, but there's a lot of things we can do as individuals to contribute as well. Martin, I'll let you take over here.
Okay, all right. I'll call on you when I need this screen to be changed. Oh, so here we have our application is divided into 3 different parts. We have the home page and we have the description screen where the user gets to understand climate change and why they need to do things that that will contribute to a positive climate. And we also have the tools, and the tools actually kind of help the user kind of calculate how they use how they make use of stuff that kind of affects or contributes to climate change. Can I have the next screen, please? Okay, here's the home screen. The home screen actually kind of defines and describes what climate change is all about to the user. So whenever they click on the description screen, it kind of helps define climate change, everything that has to do with climate change. We have some limitations here on the app due to time and space. And also here we have the tools button that actually has a functionality of taking the user to a page where they understand how to calculate, their daily process, their daily life activities that could actually affect climate change. Also here we have the login page where the user enters their details, to be able to log into the app or register. And also here we have the definition page where it kind of explains to the user what climate change is all about and what global warming the causes and the effects of global warming. Next screen. Okay.
So here's what here is
yeah. Okay, I'll let you take over. Yeah, go ahead.
So here's a
Go
kind
ahead.
of our process, the things that we can commit to, and the things the user can select. For example, we have our toggle buttons right here, and they can see, okay, well, if I take this action, I can reduce my contribution by, say, 10 kilograms of CO2 per week, for example. Here in their profile page, we have kind of a simple idea of, okay, you have selected these actions and you've taken these things, so you have gotten, say, whatever, 78% to your reduction goal. And so the two-pronged approach is basically this calculator that lets people understand what they can physically do, specific climate actions, and then also give them information about why they should take these actions. And so it's kind of two-pronged. It's data goal driven as well as information and education. To close off, there are, I think, a lot of things that we could expand on and improve off of this very simple and feasible idea. First would be getting information from the user about what climate actions they think are appropriate, what are some popular initiatives. Some organizations I could think would love to see that is possibly government agencies or retailers who produce low carbon or some type of branded good like that, possibly sell it to advertisers who are looking to send targeted advertisements either for retail products or even for education campaigns from the government. And a lot of the information we're trying to provide is probably pretty readily available. It's open source, produced by the government, so we can probably incorporate it through this app. But we could also start getting into higher quality visuals, metrics, and statistics of our own.
All right, team, you've took about 5 minutes there, so I want to ask you to pause. It looks like you were going to share your references. Your teachers will be very proud. Judges, we can allow up to 2 minutes for Q&A for them. Also, if you're not seeing the scoring for this group, just refresh the scoring system. They're in there. But any questions? Any comments? Oh, David?
John, how are you going to market this to me, and on what basis would I want to use your app?
So it's going to be based purely on voluntary buy-in. It's going to go to people who actually care to reduce their footprint. I'm not going to force it upon anyone. But as far as marketing, getting it visually recognizable, I don't have a plan for that, and I probably need some help from someone who knows more than I do.
Also, to add to that, whenever this software is implemented, we'll also use social media marketing, because a lot of people go on social medias, and these days, social media marketing helps put goods and services out there, that entrepreneurs want to sell. It's the best form of selling products. Correct.
I guess, Ravi, my go forward advice here would be, this is what we tell startups here: don't try to boil the whole ocean, right? I like what you've done. You're starting with from very kind of the whole the whole system, everything that needs to be addressed, right? But then you guys got to figure out, and I know you guys have limited time, so that don't take this as a critique. I think this is your takeaway: is how do we take this and refine it to a much more smaller, digestible piece, right? And then work on that solution that we want to focus on first, right? And then you can build that technology stack up, right? It's just you took on everything, right? And that can be just really, really tough.
My question, just to add some light here: did you guys know each other before today?
No.
Oh, dynamic duo.
You never met each other, huh? You guys, are you likely to work together on some project in the future?
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, so
Yeah.
there you go, Amy. There's some skills or teamwork from not having known to putting this to, but this is what the event is all about. I do want to here. We do have to release the name of the winner by 5. I've got 15 minutes. I would like for the team Grower Connection to get ready. Just let me know in the chat. John and Martin, thanks a lot. That was pretty good. Judges, please do score them. And let's get the next team, which is Growers Connection. We're going to have to be a little bit more mindful of time, people, so we could finish this on time.
Robbie, I'm having a problem at getting to the scoring. I'm scoring on paper, so I'm not getting to the scoring itself.
Okay, I do see, David, you've scored 1. If you refresh, that's if you okay.
When I go to the scoring, I lose the presentation. So it's either or, and I keep.
I'll give you a 5-minute. I'll give you a 5-minute break at the end to be able to match. But that's a good problem. All right, Monica,
I can give you the total scores at the end that I score for each of the presentations.
If you want to email that to me, I can go ahead and but for now, let's just go ahead and get the other scores, and we definitely want your scores in. So we'll take a longer break. It's okay. Monica, you're on the stage. Who else is on your team, or are you submitting this? If you can let us know. This is for Growers Connection.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. My team consists of myself, Camilla Torres Suarez, and Marta Sambo.
Okay, Camilla, did you? Martha Sambo, got you. We'll add you all on the stage. Are all of you presenting? Let me just have those presenting on the stage. If you need, who else am I missing? Just look. Camilla, Martha, Monica. Who else?
That's it. Camilla. We had a couple that dropped out of us. That stopped.
It's okay.
They didn't come back.
You scared them away. All right. Well, go ahead and share your screen and your presentation. Judges, if I can get a thumbs up that you're ready to score team connection. You could use the reactions or just in your cameras. Give me a thumbs up that you're ready for the next. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
One moment. I'm sharing.
Sure.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. I've also put the link in there. Someone else can. I don't know. It's not reading my camera or allowing me to share, but I did put it in chat.
So if any of the other team members can share, or Monica, give me access, and I will. I can share. And then it's also a good time for Help Mother Earth to get ready as well. The judges are friends. Don't be scared of them. Monica, if you or someone, I can also, I've submitted 2 requests for access to the link. To share your screen or give permission.
Marta and Camilla, if you can share your screen or push play.
On the bottom, there's a share button, camera button. And then breathe. I'm also bringing in Hal Mohammed back. Hal, if you also want to check for us if you can share or not.
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you. You want to try sharing while Monica's also? Okay, give it a shot. Judges, the teams have made their submissions. If you see the presentation, you can based on what they submitted without a verbal presentation. Let's see if
my screen. Can you see my screen? No.
No. We have two teams here. We have Help Mother Earth and Growers Connection. Whoever gets to share the screen first will go next.
I think I have to leave and come back to this because
okay. Sorry. Okay, go ahead and give that a shot. I think, Monica.
I think it's going to be me.
Okay. Can you share? There you go. Perfect.
Okay. That's all able to see.
We can see it, but hold on. Hold on, Monica. Hold on. I think we can see it. So there it is. Growers Connection. You got this, Monica. Just relax, and we're now looking at Growers Connection, and then we'll bring back Hal Mohammed up when he's back. So your time starts now. Go ahead, Monica.
Okay. Hello, everyone. And what we're presenting to you today is our Growers Connection. It is an alternative way of urban farming, helping more people take a stand on climate issues and find cleaner energies. Our target audience are pretty much small farmers, those that have an interest in gardening, and home and landowners. Well, let's face it, climate change is here. It's not just a future problem. It's something that we're facing every day. And climate action is everyone's fight. We want to encourage small farmers and DIY gardeners to play in the dirt. We want to educate them on the science of growing. And when it comes to climate action, we've all heard that we should increase our personal carbon footprint. But how? Our daily life decisions play a critical role in climate change and action. A clear example is the simple task of grocery shopping. Have you ever thought of all the gas used to transport process of the products you're buying? Climate change is also effective. A great effective of it is commercial farming, also known as corporate farming. Corporate farming is a major contributor to our air and our water pollution, including deforestation. This contributes to the contamination of our local water supplies as well, which reach directly into our neighboring populations and communities. In the U.S., small farms preserve up to 17% of land considered natural forest, which is why it's very important for us to put a focus on local farming. As greenhouse emissions from the agriculture economic sector accounted in total of 10% of the U.S. in 2019. So basically what we're introducing is a solution. As the climate change is continuously affecting farming, to solve this problem, we've designed the Gardener's Connection, a farming solution app. The app contains essential features to help the users. It contains essential features to help users determine important factors of farming. So I'm going to go here. And what we're doing is, this is what our app will kind of consist of. It consists of a plant identifier, information to educate on the science of growing in horticulture, a trash detector to take pictures of crops to identify our input features in healthy soil. We also have a reminder aspect, which sends a reminder to collect rainwater when rain is forecasted, when to repot and when to fertilize. We also wanted to incorporate a map to help you to find your local supply stores, your farmers markets, farms, and places to dispose of those recyclables. So this is our storyboard, which goes to our map, our trash disposal, identifying our plants in our soil, and then our weather forecaster. So the camera is designed to allow users to take a picture of the plant crops, but then you also have the option to manually put in identifiers. And this is going to help you to determine what the crop is. We've noticed that a lot of times on planter boards or farming boards, the common question is, what is this growing in my garden? Or what is this plant? So we wanted to kind of solve that issue and detecting what your plants are. But then also your soil is very important to our vitality. This camera is designed to allow users to detect when and where variably saturated areas are active. This is also timed to help determine the healthy and nutrient deficient soils as well. So those are our identifiers. We encourage users to take multiple pictures to help us to identify, but then we also utilize the Plant ID platform technology, which can actually identify over 11,000 plants, trees, fungi, weeds, and more simply by submitting a picture, and then they're using the characteristics that are found in the database. So it helps to identify healthy soil and receive tips on soil care. Then for the weather forecaster, this is designed to help users create observations and analysis and a prediction of particular variables. This section helps to advise when rain is in the forecast and then tips on how to collect that rainwater and when to distribute it to your crops. So it'll also send the reminder as well. And then for our trash disposal, in which you'll take the picture to see which trash or where should this item go, that also, as the plant detector, allows you to either take a picture or manually input what you have. And then it will tell you if it should go in your trash, regular trash, if it should go in a composter, beg your pardon, or recycler. And then it'll also give you locations of hazard drop-off locations in your area. So that's
all right, Monica. I want to give you a heads up. You're
okay.
Well past 5 minutes.
Sorry.
So reading into Q&A time for the judges as well. Judges, I think we can comfortably do 2 minutes of Q&A here, but also do score her submission in. Yeah, it's a skill to be concise. So you guys did a lot of work here. So, but go ahead, judges. Any questions for Monica and team? But good job.
You know, I thought she did a really good job. Yeah, I like what I like. I'm not going to ask questions, but I like the fact that you talked about the agricultural aspect, right? You know, I like that unique aspect, right? Because agriculture plays such a huge role in all of this, right? So I really like that you decided to tackle agriculture. So thumbs up for me.
I agree. Okay, so let's. All right, Hel Mohammed, you're gonna get back on the stage here. We'll give it one more shot, but if it doesn't work, we're gonna have to call it quits on the last entry here. But I am crossing my fingers that this works. On stage, and Monica and Marta and Camelia, thank you so much. Judges, please do submit your scores for
Did it work?
Rover connection. Not for me. Anyone else see his slides? All right. You know, day when we didn't have computers, you would just pitch. So pretend you are in an elevator with.
Actually, can you? I will share. I mean.
Oh wait, it worked.
You can see it? Yeah?
Yes, something showed up.
Yeah, I prepared like, okay, so.
But we just see Remo. It doesn't look like it's a slide. It looks like it's a website. Well, it's this website, remo.co.
Yeah, but can you see this now? Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it.
You're sharing the wrong browser. It looks like.
Yes. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, judges, this is going to be the last entry,
Yes,
Help Mother Earth.
Just a minute. Sorry about all the trouble.
No worries. Now you can just pitch. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So
hold on. Let me make sure. Amy, are you okay? David, are you okay? Can we go ahead and continue? I'm seeing nods. Okay, great. All right. El Mohammed, you got 3 minutes. I'm going to start the timer. Please finish in 3 minutes.
Okay. This is an app called Help Mother Earth. It is a way to connect one with and raise awareness about the climate change and take immediate actions. And this is not just about all the information, which you can find by searching online, but this has a reward system, which getting reorganized, getting recognized by famous individuals in our community, which attracts very big number of population. And every small action you take is counted, and you can share your progress and celebrate it. And here is my main menu. Those are clickable buttons, and these are the evidences, causes, and effects. Here I go to evidence, and you see all the evidences from the reliable sources. And you go back to causes, and you see other causes and effects here. And you go back. And I want to show you the menu button. Menu button has the Earth climate change, which has the global temperature with 3D format, which you can see here. And this is the in 3D format, which is from NASA. You can actually move around the globe. And yes, let me go back. And this is where you can check who pollutes the air and who is not. And Houston seems to be very good. I mean, this looks positive. I'm at 34. Look at California. It's a little polluted, and Chicago as well. There is a red one. Okay, let me go back. And how do we keep up with this application? Like, who will fund this? And there is one way to do it, to get help from the users, to get a subscription monthly or yearly, ranging from 5 to, like, you can select like other amounts of money, and you can choose credit card or PayPal, anything. And then go back. What's really important about my application is that you can take immediate actions. Immediate actions can be planting trees, educating your friends, vote for green, volunteering. And people like to see the progress. And this application scores all the progresses that you make. And actions can be giving your food away to your neighbors instead of throwing away. And most importantly, you get to share your process, and you earn the points for whatever you complete, even you haven't completed all of them. And you go to your profile. Profile gets the you have total points. You have 1,093 points. This awesome person. Okay, he has the achievements, which is achievement badges, collaborator, mother's helper. Yes, and if you go to rankings here, we have a 1 year. Okay, so ranking is the most attractive part of this application, which is the winner of the awesome person of the year will be honored by the influential individuals and will be recognized in their community, which will attract like many people. I think this was really important. And then I think that's all I got. And let me go.
This heads up, you're 4 minutes and 20 seconds into your pitch. So
sure. And the funding will be, yeah, I mean, I can conclude that. Be an awesome person. Yeah.
All right. Be an awesome person. That's a good message. Okay. So judges, do we have any questions or comments for the last entry? Do take this time to make your submissions, judges. Other judges. The ones who have questions can ask. That would be the last one. Wow, look at that. 8 hours. We need to move. Good job, everybody.
Yeah, I like the fact that you tied it to cause and effect, right? I think that's very, very important, and kind of, giving ideas of what you can do, right, to you as an individual, make improvements to the overall, right? I really, really like that.
Okay, so with that, thank you, everybody. This was amazing. I know this is for most of you, this was the first time ever a hackathon and a pitch presentation and putting slides together and figuring out how to take an idea and present it in a business model. So this is all of it. You learned and you did so fast within an 8-hour time. And to be honest, we made them go through design thinking workshop for the 3 hours that we took about a 90-minute workshop there. So they had less than an hour and 30 minutes to put their slides together as a team. Those of them, so I want to give all of you kudos for taking the first step into what I call the entrepreneurial mindset. Okay, what you've done today, you took time to learn about an issue, that you cared about the issue, then you made something around that issue, then you presented it. Ultimately, now you're going to take it forward. So let me just allow each one of the judges to share a few words of some congratulatory comments. And we'll start with Maya, Dr. DeNovo. If you can unmute and just let us know your thoughts. What do you think?
Great.
Do these kids have a future?
Job. Yes, I think these guys have a great future. It was really insightful and very hopeful. So, and I love the stretch that this is going to impact everyone, right? We're going from the millennials all the way to the seniors. So great job, everyone.
Thank you so much. How about, let me go up the list there.
Thank
Amy?
you, Robbie, for all of your work on this. You did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Amy, any thoughts for our students?
Oh, I think they did a really, really great job. It's nice to see each one of them something very, very different, right? I think they'll learn from this, right? To see, how they need to kind of modify it and change it. Some of them captured all the components. I love the Mother Earth branding, all of them had very, very good positive. It's too early to say that anyone did anything wrong, right? I just think, it is a future, right? And it's good to hear from the younger generation just to get their thoughts and ideas of the tools that can be developed. And from their perspective, there might be new approaches and applications that need to be built out very, very soon.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts there. I agree with you. Higginbaum, any wisdoms, any words of advice for the students here?
I think they did an outstanding job in the time frame that they had available. It's quite incredible how they pulled it all together and did a presentation. I could be critical of the presentations themselves. They had too much writing, and the presentation I think could be improved upon. But that's practice, and that's having more and more opportunity to make presentations like this. So all in all, I'm very impressed and amazed at their ability to put it all together in the short time they had.
Thank you so much. Dr. Zhang, Sunny Zhang, thoughts?
Thank you. I agree with all the other judges about the amazing achievement everybody was able to put together in such a short amount of time. And I wanted to, actually highlight the soft side because it's an App-Thon, but it is actually these obstacles and challenges that you all experience that defines you. And today I have to say you guys did really well in spite of, the fact that some of you had a teammate challenge, others have technical challenge. I think you really show character in situations like that. And I felt like regardless of the rating, I just want to congratulate everybody. The best hackathon is a done hackathon. The fact that you were able to pull it together, it's a huge achievement. Congratulations. Really proud of you all. Thank you.
Awesome. And then Samir, any thoughts? I know you've been with me since 8:30 this morning on this, and I don't want to belate it any longer. But at the same time, I want to give my judges the final few minutes to wrap up their scorings. But Samir, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's been a long day. I'm sure everybody's tired, but it was amazing. I'm very proud of everybody. I love how the common theme is that basically we need to engage the users and educate them, and to make a small, start with small impacts that we don't think about. Because, for example, recycling, not a lot of people recycle, or, going back to the growers connection, knowing basics about plants and how you can grow things. I mean, so to me, it's that. And I thought the designs were really nice as well. And so anyways, just proud of everybody.
Robbie, if I could add one thing to this, to what I've heard, a couple of them gave reasons why recycling or being aware of what to do was beneficial to the individual. But I think they need to find some basis for what's in it for me, in the sense of why should I participate in this? Why should I take their application and use it? What's the benefit to the earth or to anyone else of using their application? I didn't get that from some of the presentations.
That's very good. Thanks for sharing that, David. I think this is where you've taken your first step towards the process, everybody. And as I've mentioned, the ideas pitch competition that will close in 6 days, that's where you want to take your ideas and listen to what David, Amy, Maya, Sunny, and Samir, everybody shared with you, improve on it. And while this competition will be, up to $500, so 3 teams will walk away with the total challenge, will require more of you. But here, David's given fantastic feedback, and so has everybody else. Implement those, and in the next 6 days, now you don't have 6 hours, I'm giving you 6 days, okay? Submit it to the HCC Ideas Pitch Competition, and believe me, if you just show up and submit to that one, from there we'll take you on to the Bold Ideas Pitch Competition, which has a 10K, from to the Lift Off competition, which has 50K, and from there we'll take you to the Rice Business Plan, which has $1.7 million available for your startup ideas. And as our morning inspiration keynote speaker said, some of the Greentown Lab companies started from hackathons. They created the idea in a hackathon, and then they took it into an actual business. So you guys continue the passion and continue to work on this. So I do want to just thank, just everybody, give our judges a round of applause for giving up their Saturday for us. Just use those reactions and give them all. And then judges, at this time, let's wrap up. And this process is pretty much straightforward. I go in and I release the scores and I release the winners as it's listed. We will not have any deliberation. It will strictly be on the numbers and the scores that the teams have received. I'll just check one more time if we need to. I can also allow a 5-minute break if needed for everybody to just kind of hang around and wait for us to finish that process if we need. Scan one more time. Okay, let's take a quick small break by. And actually what I'll do is, judges, finish your scoring while I share this screen. And in fact, this was requested by me, no, I'm sorry, by ANSI to me, that please, please, please tell the students that if you have spent your Saturday on trying to design an app, well, here is an opportunity for you to learn how to code, get us a level 2 certificate, and actually code it yourself. So here's your opportunity to register. In the summer, we do have a mobile app developer course offered, and there's a website as well as a number. You can also reach out to the teachers on the call here, as well as Samir. Samir, they can reach out to your office and you'll help them out to get registered. I know you want to say yes.
Yes, of course, of course.
So look, computer mobile app developer course at HCC, you can take that course. If you're in district, it's I think $300 or so per three-hour class. If you're out of district, then it may be a little bit more, but you can learn by contacting the office. There's some other courses being offered in the summer as well. We're teaching XML, Intro to SQL, computer programming, shift coding, as well as programming fundamentals 1, 2, and 3. Oh man, Java, HCC, Python, and it's offered various days and teams. So if you want to become a coder, there are courses offered at HCC. The CRNs are there. You can register directly from your student center. And then one more slide I want to give for the summer. The summer also includes one of our fascinating new programs. It's the Artificial Intelligence Program, degree and level 1 certificate. You have a class on artificial intelligence history, theory, and platforms. It seems to be very much available. It sounds like every day because it's online. Take it from the comfort of your home. We have another class on Introduction to Data Science, another class for app Swift development, and Python programming. Check out those dates. They start in June and they finish by August. So this summer, maybe make it a mission to become a level 1 coder. And oops. And then those are, that was literally me delaying to give my judges an opportunity to finish their scoring. I know this was a little tough to get everybody scored up. All right, so welcome back. We finally got all the tallies in, and we are ready to release the scores as they came in. I'll remind everybody that this is not the end. This is actually the start for you to continue to evolve and make these projects better. I will request all the judges to come back on the screen as we announce. We'll announce it backwards. Third, I'll remind everybody the prizes. Third place, $100. Second place, $150, and then first place, $250 of cash. We call it cash scholarships. And the teams will have to reach out to my office to make that claim. So without further ado, based on the scores, and there was a razor thin margin, but when we get the last judges' scores in, it this team a bit over, so I'm gonna start backwards. Okay, so round of applause for our third place winner for the App-A-Thon Spring 2021 is going to be, you see it? Coin print, or print coin. Sorry, it's been a long day.
It's coin print.
Coin print. You know, we got them backwards, but hey, congratulations for winning $100 for the team there. Please do write down the team's names and get the information, and then send it to me by email. I will be sending my. Luckily, all this will be. No, we're not sending Bitcoin, but I'm sending my email in the chat there. So do make sure that one of the team members do reach out, and we'll get this squared away after. Then our second place winner, based on the scores submitted for the App-A-Thon Spring 2021, is Help Mother Earth. Congratulations to this. To the team, please send me an email with your congratulations for placing second in the App-A-Thon. And here we go, the moment of truth. I have to finish this one, and then we'll probably quickly adjourn as well. But the first place winner that takes pay from everybody else by a margin of 0.25 points is going to be, first place winner is Growers Connection. So congratulations to the team there for saving the day at the end. And the judges liked your scores, liked your pitch, and gave you high scores there. So all the teams, I want to give you kudos. I want to send y'all, give you all a reminder. The Ideas Pitch Competition will be a fresh start. Apply over there with these ideas, submitted theirs. If the students are not HCC students, get them to register for an HCC class. Simple as that. But do submit them, and do keep up, do connect with one another, join on LinkedIn, join on our Facebook group. Let's stay in touch with one another till next semester. Ravi Brahmbhatt here. I want to thank you once more, and then take your leave. Have a good day, everybody. This was a good program.
Everything, Ravi.
Great. Thank you all. Thanks, Ravi.
Thank you all.
Congratulations, Ravi.
Thank you, everybody. Good job. If you have any questions, just send an email. We'll follow up on Monday. Good day. Congratulations to the winning teams. We look forward to hearing more from you all. Samir, I think I've just got one slide left over for those still left over hanging around. There's other programmings we have. Join us, and for register for classes at HCC. And thank you so much, everybody. To the faculty and the team, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll adjourn the program right now. Apologies for the delay.